Hello and welcome to this Rothesay County Championship fixture between Surrey and Hampshire. It is a big game. Hampshire rooted at the bottom of the Division 1 table, 31 points off Yorkshire in 8th. Surrey just one win from their first 6 games, but only 17 points off Notts in first place. There are 8 games to go in the season. After this one, it's the halfway point. I'm Yas Rana, alongside me, Phil Walker. Phil, first of all, are you over Surrey Hampshire Part 1 yet?
Barely. It all came flooding back as I walked back in this morning. There are T20 games of cricket, some of which can be a little bit forgettable, and some stay with you for days and weeks after that, and that was one of them. If we get anything like that kind of drama, albeit it will undulate, it will play out over 4 days, then we're in for an absolute screamer of a game. And there's so much riding on this. You've teed it up very nicely. Surrey are, with a couple of wins, suddenly bothering the top. Equally, Hampshire are fighting for their lives here. This has the feel of one of those pivotal games in the middle of the season. 6 games gone, still 8 left to play. There's so much at stake here. And Surrey also have the opportunity to get a bit of a kick on the other teams, obviously playing a week early due to the test match, which will take place here on the 15th. And so when everybody else gets themselves out of T20 mode and into four-day cricket, Surrey will hopefully, from their point of view, have already got the result over the line. There's so many little plays within a play as well within this game. It's not just part 2, but there's loads of little bits of interplay at work here. Sonny Baker, who's been with the England squad, Matt Fisher, who's been with the England squad, they're both playing here. So international pedigree, or certainly international promise with the ball. And if there's been one thing that we've been wrestling with a bit, then it's seeing teams break other teams down. It's quite a batting heavy Surrey lineup, and these pitches have struggled to yield a little bit towards the back end of games. But I feel with real pace today, then and over the next few days, we're going to see a proper result here. That's my feeling. The pitch looks juicy. Can sometimes maybe flatter to deceive a little bit. What it looks like from the outside doesn't necessarily always translate, but I reckon with the extra pace in both attacks, Matt Fisher in particular is in the form of his life as far as I'm concerned. I wasn't surprised at all he was selected for that England side. And it'd be great to see Sonny Baker running. I've just seen him warming up over there. And the groundsmen were flying all over the place because he was bombing it down there. So he'll be one to watch. And as I say, there's so much riding on this for both teams.
Yeah, news from the toss. Hampshire have won the toss and they're going to bowl first. And I suppose looking at the cricket that we've seen here at the Kia Oval, not just this year, but in years gone by, everyone bowls first. But also you look at that second hour in particular, where that's probably the best time potentially in the game to bowl. So an important toss to win for Hampshire. On the team news, Phil, I think we could probably go until the lunch break talking about the team news, because Surrey have made 7 changes, Hampshire made 2. We've got the Curran brothers back in for Surrey. We've got Will Jacks back in, Ollie Pope back in the side, James Taylor back in, Reece Topley back in. Dan Lawrence is carded to bat at 3. That's really interesting.
Yeah, obviously Jamie Smith isn't available, playing in the Test match. Ollie Pope is keeping, and he likes to bat 4 anyway. And this has been how Surrey have been doing it. Smith at 3, Pope at 4. It's a really good opportunity for Lawrence. He's been batting beautifully in 4-day cricket, averaging north of 70 across the course of this summer. And he'd simmered in the 20-over stuff, really. And then he exploded, didn't he, on Friday night? 94 in 40-something delivery. So he will be feeling good about life. Really big opportunity for him today. And when the teams came through, universally everyone just went, exciting. That's an exciting-looking cricket team. As you say, the Curran boys are in the middle order. Will Jacks is carded to bat 5, I think. So be a first 4-day outing for him this year. Obviously, he's been at the IPL. So there's real explosivity in this lineup, and that's what Surrey need, because as we know, they've struggled really to break cricket matches open here this year for various reasons, but there's a sense that they brought out the big guns today.
Yeah, it's going to be a really cool injection of energy for Surrey with the Curran brothers and Will Jacks in that middle order. For Hampshire, 2 changes. We've got Ali Orr, who came into the side in the T20 game, he's come in for Fletcher Middleton, and James Fuller, who also played that T20, he's in the side for Brad Wheel. Hampshire have struggled with the bat this season. That's the thing that's really held them back.
Yeah, indeed. And Jake Lehman is in there at number 4, the Aussie overseas, and he's really kept them running. Been a lone hand. But there is still pedigree within that side. As you say, Gubbins is a very fine player. Ali Orr has got all the talent in the world. He's had a slightly uneven move from Sussex over to Hampshire. It's not quite clicked for him yet, but he's a very fine left-hander. And on his day, he can get it done. Toby Albert's up top. He enjoys playing against Surrey. He made his maiden 100 against Surrey. It was a painstaking affair in that strange game a couple of years back at Southampton that Hampshire won by an innings and plenty in the end. But they need to click, and it's been a familiar story for them as well. Of course, no Liam Dawson in the side, who retired from 4-day cricket with immediate effect earlier in the piece this year. So I'm looking at their attack, though. James Fuller bowled really well here. He's the kind of bowler who gets a bit out of the oval track as well. And with him and Baker, and of course Kyle Abbott, he's a titan really of county cricket, then I think we'll get a result. Famous last words, but I think both teams are going to be pushing for those 20 wickets, and I think there's enough firepower in both sides to get it done. Yeah,
and on the Surrey bowling attack too, quite a few injuries to deal with. There's no Tom Laws, no Sean Abbott, no Dan Worrell. There's also no Rahul Chahar. Rahul Chahar was due to play the last 8 games of the season for Surrey. The expectation is he'll play the last 7. Visa complications mean that he misses out this week. I'm really excited to watch, both Reece Topley and James Taylor. Reece Topley's bowled really well in the blast. He's been a wicket-taking machine in the power play in particular. And then James Taylor, his first team opportunities this season have come on loan at Kent, where he's done brilliantly for Adam Hollyoak's revitalised Kent side. He's not always found it easy to get into the Surrey team, but it's a real opportunity for him this week.
Yeah, he's a very fine swing bowler, is James Taylor. And Reece Topley looks stronger every time I see him. He's played 2 4-day games already this year. Looked like he was getting stronger as he went as well, getting overs into the body. And as you say, in the T20 stuff, he's been fabulous. So he will have a big role to play. There's a nice variety, actually, to Surrey's attack. It's a blow not to have Chahar. There's no two ways about that. But they will have him for the second half of the summer when pitches start to dry out a little bit more and a little bit more spin traction comes into play. But this is an intriguing cricket match. It really is.
Well, the players are walking out onto the field, and as we said, an enormous game for both sides. Over to Dan Norcross in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Yas. Thank you, Phil. As indeed we see the players making their way out. Surrey having been inserted yet again. Is that the 28th consecutive time, I think, now? Sides that have won the toss here in first-class cricket have elected to bowl, and there's good reason for it. It's the best of the conditions. First day, first session. Not always immediately, but by this time of year, with the pitch just a little bit warmer, things could start to happen early. And with Kyle Abbott in Hampshire's side, things could really happen early. I've underestimated Kyle Abbott. I mean, I say that. Always been aware he's a very, very fine bowler, but I thought I'd dig deeper into his stats. 734 first-class wickets he's taken at a shade under 21. He's taking his jumper off there, so you can see he's going to be bowling the very first over. 11 test matches, but his career took place around the time when there was still Steyn, Morkel, Philander. It was hard for him to get many games. He picked up 9 on his debut across the match. Those are his best match figures in tests. Has 39 test wickets in just 11 games. He's going to be 39 years old in around about 10 days' time. He's a veteran, but he's still performing, and he's the leading wicket taker for Hampshire this season. Both sides actually have struggled to take wickets regularly, but for Hampshire, their 2 most effective bowlers are here, Abbott and Sonny Baker, who's hot-footed it from north of the river. And for Surrey, they've got Matt Fisher and Jordan Clark, missing Dan Worrell, but we'll discuss their bowling attack when they come to bowl. Let's kick off first ball of the match. It's going to be Abbott from the pavilion end, with the familiar pairing in sight of Dom Sibley and taking strike, Rory Burns. Four slips in place and off the mark straight away. Burns guiding that ball down to deep third. He'll pick up a couple. They may think of a third. They will not. And we talk about hot-footing it. Sonny Baker's hot-footed it from St John's Wood, as has Matt Fisher. But I'll tell you who else has hot-footed it. From all the way downstairs to all the way upstairs. You were watching him only a moment ago as he was with Phil the Power Walker. It's none other than Yas Rana. You're back, Yas. Deep breath. Shall I turn the mic off? You okay?
What a
Do you need
start to the
towel?
morning. What a start to the morning, eh, Dan?
Yeah. What a start to the morning. Tell me more.
Well, at 10:31, we saw the teams drop.
Yes, a big surprise. Tom Curran.
Big surprise, but big excitement too.
Absolutely. The Curran brothers reunited in red ball cricket.
Will Jackson for the first time this season too.
So 2 spinners and 4 seamers. Is that your read of it? Is it 4? Curran, Clark, Fish, 5. Curran, T, that is. Clark, Fisher, Taylor, Topley. If you're thinking, what about Sam? We don't expect him to bowl yet, do we? He's not been bowling in the T20s, still recovering from that groin injury that kept him out of the IPL.
Yeah, that's right. He's been playing as a specialist batter in the Blast this season, so we'll be surprised if he bowled this week. But yeah, Taylor, Topley, Fisher, Clark, Tom Curran too. Curran's been bowling a lot in the Blast, so 5 seamers for Surrey, plus the off-spin of Will Jackson, Dan Lawrence.
Does does Will Jacks now become the senior spinner?
I think he must do, given that he's done the job for England as recently as 5 months ago. So I would expect so.
So he's going to get the first token over before lunch tomorrow. Well, who knows? What tea? It's a day 1 pitch. It looks like a day 1 pitch as well, doesn't it? Bit of grass on there. We've already seen a couple of balls from Abbott deviate off the surface. So I think these are going to be testing batting conditions first up. And you were talking down there about how important points are for both sides after Surrey's loss to Yorkshire. They've had 4 draws and they've had that win against Sussex, but their sights are always firmly at the top of the table. Hampshire's sights are very much at the bottom of the table, and they might think, mightn't they, that they've got to want a good toss against a Surrey side that's missing some of its bigger names. There's a chance to pounce. They didn't do that last year when they had the chance. Maybe they regret that.
No, absolutely. If you watch the Surrey game against Sussex here just over a month ago, the pitch was a very similar colour first thing on day 1. And that's when Surrey made the inroads that got them the win. Sussex were 92 for 7, 24 overs into that game. But conditions for batting were pretty good for the rest of the game.
Well, Carson and Ollie Robinson got hundreds. We've been talking about that a lot on the TV during this test match. Now, of course, because we're chippy South Londoners, I want to raise the Lord's pitch with you. Get a chance to have a look at much of the test match.
It's been 3 minutes, Dan.
Yeah, well,
3 minutes.
That's right. No time like the present.
Go on then.
I have to confess to really enjoying it, but that's because I'm not wealthy enough or daft enough to have bought day 4 or 5 tickets.
You say daft, but the most recent test at Lord's,
yeah,
England versus India, went deep onto day 5.
No, I mean, spending that money to go to Lord's. But really, I mean, the ball that got rid of Bethel, for that to happen after about, what was it, about 65 overs of actual cricket on the pitch, was staggering. I mean, it's a great spectacle, and in some ways, a lot of people will say, well, this is really fun Test cricket. And last year, we did actually have a statistically close series that was quite dull to watch in flesh, I thought, between England and India, because the pitches were a little bit samey, a bit stodgy. This is really not that, and things can happen off every ball, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think the India series last year was better to follow than necessarily watch at times.
Wasn't it? I mean, last year's Lord's Test is extraordinary. 387 played 387, and England won by 20-odd runs, chasing 192 or something, weren't they? I mean, it was... And I couldn't quite understand why, because the pitch hadn't got particularly difficult last year, whereas this year, there's all this talk of steaming the pitch. This is new one on me, Yas.
I think it's new on everyone.
Is it?
That's why it's been such a big talking point. 'Cause
Right.
no one's seen it before.
I mean, that's quite an achievement to get us to talk about something about a pitch that we've never talked about before.
But I thought it was quite interesting that 4 overs into the test match, the commentators on Sky were really going in about the speed of the pitch, because that was
So
the
low,
talking
wasn't it?
point
Slow. Yeah.
last summer in the India game. If you go back to not just day 5, where Jadeja famously nudged his way towards the
Yes.
target of 192. If you think about day 1, where England scored at about 3 and over across the day, which is not really something that England ever do.
Mm.
And that was in response to the nature of the pitch. It was very, very slow, very hard to score quickly.
But it didn't have massively variable bounce,
No,
did
that's the difference with the pitch this time out. And it's not just the ones that have stayed low, it's the odd ball that's reared off a length. You mentioned the Bethel wicket. I think the worst ball was a 90 mph bumper from Will O'Rourke that barely got off the ground.
Well, I mean, you know, it's if you go to 5 sets, wouldn't it? I mean, the ball that got Bethel out completely unplayable.
Yeah.
I guess it doesn't make for a good spectacle because nobody can really get in. I mean, we've seen 2 half centuries in the match, and both of them were for 3, weren't they? At the end, I think Brooke was dropped twice, and Emilio Gay was dropped twice.
He should have been at LBW.
And he should have been at, that's right, he should have been at LBW, that's right. So, you know, you're never getting the chance to really watch a batter deliver their craft, are you?
Well, there's already been a wicket at Lords.
That's
Josh
there.
Tongue, Scott, Tom Blundell, and
Big
reading the ball-by-ball commentary on ESPN Cricket Info, it's another one that's kept low.
What's a bowled or LBW?
LBW.
And I think we might be getting close to a record for bowls and LBWs now in England. Andy Zaltzman was very excited about this when it hit 18, so let alone once we get to the realms of 25.
Well, England have taken 16 wickets now, and only 3 have been caught. The rest have been bowled in LBW, so 13 out of 16 bowled in LBW.
Oh, I say, that's taken off, hasn't it? Well, there's a bit of juice, bit of life in this pitch early on as well.
It's good to see Sonny Baker take the new ball. The understanding is that England were itching for him to do so earlier in the season, but the makeup of the Hampshire attack meant that he hadn't done a huge amount of it.
Well, I'm excited to see how he's come along. I thought, was it last year when he bowled at Surrey and they were trying to set a target, weren't they? They were trying to declare. I thought he bowled really skillfully in that passage. And you can tell something about a bowler end of the over, 2 gone, 3 without loss, in those situations, because you could tell versatility, adaptability. He came round the wicket, didn't he, and kept on targeting the Yorker and picked up some, in a way, cheap wickets, arrested Surrey's development a little bit. But it's these situations you really want to see, and you want to see if he can do stuff with the ball, because you get a lot of excitement when a bowler comes in and bowls 90 miles an hour. But I think what's made everyone so excited about Josh Tongue is his angle of delivery and the fact that, as we keep on saying, slightly beyond the perpendicular, and then he can make the ball move away, as he did against Surrey last year in what was ultimately a championship-winning match, wasn't it? Notts winning that game in large part thanks to Tongue. Pace is not enough on its own. You want to see if they can manipulate the ball. They've got a wobble seam. All that stuff. So far, signs encouraging for Sonny Baker. By the way, I was running through Carl Abbott's stats earlier. Have you checked him out recently?
He always averages about 17 in the championship, doesn't he?
He's got 720 odd first class wickets, an average of just under 21. And do you know what I'd forgotten? I knew he'd played Test cricket for South Africa. I kind of thought it hadn't gone too well, which is why he hadn't played that much. Got 39 wickets at 22. You know, people talk about where's Ollie Robinson been? South Africans be reasonably asking, where's Carl Abbott been?
Well, I think it was he signed his contract with Hampshire before he really got going in Test cricket. So the timing didn't quite work out for him. But also, he's 38 years old. You think back to what that South Africa attack was around his prime. Dale Steyn, Vernon Philander, Morne Morkel, Kagiso
Tricky to get
Rabada.
in, yeah. Yeah.
That's why even now I always say that it feels like every year South Africa spawn an international cricket ready 90 mph quick that no one's seen before.
Well, do you know, Kevin Howes was telling me about Marco Janssen's brother,
Yes.
twin brother. And I hadn't seen him until I saw him on a T20 match on telly. Basically the same cricketer. They got two of them.
It's kind of how twins work, Dan.
Well, Eric and Alec Bedser, I think you'll find, bowled very differently and batted rather differently. It's how twins work. How dare you? I don't think Jamie Overton will be happy hearing you say that. Now, I'm going to bring up the first Sunday frivolity of the day. I can already see Phil looking up, worried and upset, but don't worry. Have you seen a story in The Guardian today that basically proves time travel?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so it's germane to South London. So in Crystal Palace,
So
work was being
I just
done.
want to catch you on your wording there.
Yeah.
Basically proves.
Yeah, basically proves.
Basically proves.
Well,
Not proves.
and you never can.
Basically proves.
You never can fully prove it, can you? I mean, the fact it can't be done. But, so construction work was being done in Crystal Palace recently, and a couple of workers uncovered a sachet of coins and a note inside it that said, this money was won with the proceeds from a bet on the horse that won the Derby in 1964. And it was called Santa Claus. And it said, he who finds these coins, when they find them, place the money on a horse with a name that is Christmas themed. Amazingly, one of the workers who found it was called Crucian, which is Romanian for Christmas. And his friend and colleague, along with the mayor of Bromley, placed a bet, one of £20 and one of £15, on a horse called Christmas Day to win the Derby. And it did.
I think you're easily persuaded.
That's too spooky for words. Too spooky for words.
It's just someone giving another person a tip.
What, from 62 years ago? This, my friend, is the plot of Back to the Future 2. You know this. It's Biff that's done it. Phil Walker knows it to be true.
I'm entirely persuaded.
Walker's persuaded that's enough for me. And he is a man who's rigorously sceptical. Anyway, that's the first of Sunday Whimsy. We'll get these out of the way because we've got serious summariser coming in soon. You know, a proper broadcaster.
Proper cricketer as well.
Proper cricketer.
A rarity in this room.
Recently retired. Yeah, very much a rarity. Oh, we have Ali Brown.
True.
We've got Ramps. We've got Jeremy Coney coming later. But today, making his debut on the live stream, summariser debut, is recently retired Surrey legend Cam Steel. Very much looking forward to that. He was at the ICC warm-up games, women's warm-up games yesterday. "87 miles an hour," that from Sonny Baker.
Baker gave an interesting interview just before the start of the season where he talked about wanting to impress Carl Abbott.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think he's aware of what his role was last season and that you described, where he was the point of difference seamer for Hampshire. He'd often bowl with the old ball, bowl short with men out on the leg side. But he wants to be more of a threat with the new ball.
He's got a lovely jaunty affectation in his run-up. I do like a bowler with a jaunty affectation, because he starts with the walk and then there's a little skip in the air and then he gets into his work. Shall I tell you a bowler who's impressed me with his jaunty affectation?
Go on.
Blair Tickner.
Yes.
Have you seen the Monty Python fish slapping dance?
No.
I'll get it out for you because it is basically the start of Blair Tickner's run-up. It is spooky. You may not have been done by Christmas spook, but you'll be done by this.
With the Baker run-up, the little skip doesn't really give him much momentum.
No.
He almost starts from scratch post-skip. That is uncanny. Yeah, I'm won over by that. I'm won over by
Yes?
that, Dan. Yeah. I'm convinced. It's the hand as well.
The Oval Test coming up soon, and if Matt Henry doesn't recover from his back spasm, might get the chance to see a bit of Blair Tickner, who impressed during a Test match against Ireland.
Yeah, for all the talk of the pitch, the quality of the bowling from both sides has been brilliant.
Oh.
Ollie Robinson, obviously brilliant with that triple wicket maiden to get things going on the first evening. Nathan Smith's been really good, obviously someone who's played a lot of cricket here for Surrey. Will O'Rourke looks truly nasty.
Doesn't he? That's a beauty. From Baker, just drawing the shot in at 86 miles an hour, a bit of tentative footwork, ball snaking away into the gloves.
I think Josh Tongue is someone who, despite his recent success for England, goes a bit under the radar. We normally judge bowlers by averages, but if you think about how do you win games of first class or Test cricket, you need to take 20 wickets. So bowlers who take lots of wickets per game are very valuable. By that metric, wickets per game, he's England's best bowler since the First World War.
Sixth quickest to 50 wickets, I believe, for England. Do you know?
And he gets really good players out too. That ball that you described earlier, that is angled into the right hand and just holds its line at 90 miles per hour, looks almost impossible to face.
Well, because it does all of its work in the last 3-4 yards, doesn't it? And unfortunately, if it's going at 90 miles an hour in those 3 or 4 yards, you don't have a prayer.
It's not a lot of time.
I was looking at England's seam bowling attack. You know where there's a lot of attack of the vapours. Oh no, Broad, Anderson, Wokes have gone. Who's left? When you've got Ollie Robinson, who averages 21. You've got Gus Atkinson, who burst onto the scene with a 10 for a hat-trick and 100 in no time at all. And England's 6th quickest bowler to 50 wickets, and actually England's youngest bowler to 50 wickets, Shoaib Bashir, as well as Ben Stokes. So it's oh, that's a horrible ball. Just swings away, keeps going. Has that been given as buys? It has. Brutal. It's traditional at this point to complain on behalf of the wicketkeeper. See, I thought we had a slightly different directive this year when it came to Lakeside wides in the county championship, that they would be a bit more widey.
I think that has swung so far after it's reached the batter, it looks wider than it actually was at the point it goes past Sibley. You know, you don't give wides on how difficult it is for the wicketkeeper.
No. I mean, it was still, I would say, distinctly down the leg side. That's got jagged back as well. But, yeah, I mean, this is why I think when everybody's been laying into the Lord's pitch, and don't get me wrong, I love laying into anything about Lord's if I possibly can.
You started doing it at 11:03.
I did. I got onto it early. But nonetheless, I think Lord's pitch is not helped by the fact that you've got two incredibly good seam bowling attacks for whom this pitch is manna from heaven. And O'Rourke, I mean, he looks a horrible bowler to face. Sort of Morny Morkel de nos jours. I remember talking to quite a lot of people about the difference between Morkel and Steyn. And, you know, you talk about numbers. Steyn's numbers, magnificent. But every batter I've spoken to said they'd rather face Steyn than face Morkel. Every one. I did a piece for Wisdom this month on the eye test, talking about players that we'd seen. Actually, been interested in your view on this. Spoke to Churchy, spoke to Finney, Stephen Finn, about this. and who just grabbed your eyes. And for me, actually, the two bowlers who've grabbed my eyes, two fast bowlers, have been Robinson and Tongue. They just look completely different. But a name that came up 3 times in my interviews was Jack Carson. What did you make of him against Surrey? Bowled an extended spell when Surrey were getting after them. Do you remember?
I thought he bowled brilliantly because he had one very short boundary to defend. Surrey were looking to advance in the game, look to take him on. And I think he bowled a spell where he dismissed both Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence. Obviously, he scored 102. I must admit, I'm not entirely sure what England see in Shoaib Bashir over Jack Carson. I'm not, you mentioned earlier that Bashir is England's youngest bowler to 50 wickets, and he's done a lot of good things for England.
Going past Stephen Finn.
But Carson does look like a more complete cricketer at this point in his career.
Well, I just wonder if part of it is that's come off his pad. He wasn't playing a shot, so there's no point in running. If you're wondering why they haven't, I just wonder if it's the eye test again. Except the problem is that with Shoaib Bashir, he passed the eye test with one piece of footage of him spinning a ball past Alistair Cook's bat on Twitter, and we don't have an equivalent piece of footage for Jack Carson. But if you see him in the flesh, I feel you think, ooh, he's got something here. Repeatable action, lovely control.
So I think the word there is repeatable. I've had this conversation with Phil a few times this season about how the way in which we judge players might be different now because you see one clip. Where actually part of what makes someone a particularly good red ball cricketer is as a bowler, how do they work out a player? How accurate are they?
Ollie Robinson.
Exactly. Or a batter who builds an innings rather than plays one brilliant shot.
Well, another name that came up in the eye test was Sonny Baker. A couple of people said what they'd seen this season they found very exciting.
On the eye test question, part of what I've enjoyed so much this test match with Ollie Robinson is not just the wickets, but how he works players over. So if you go back to his first over on day 1, he bowls 3 balls to Devon Conway. Everyone knows that Devon Conway's relative weakness is balls that try and go past his inside edge. 2 balls come off the inside edge of the bat. 3rd ball beats it, LBW. So 3 balls pretty much exactly where Ollie Robinson wanted to pitch the ball.
Oh, say.
Really
That's a heck of a leave, that.
Yes.
I mean, just as well he did leave it, because if he'd played at that, he could well have edged it. That was a beauty. A cracker from Baker.
He's bowled really well here. Bowled a very good pace. Very good line too. And then to Kane Williamson first up, he beats him on the outside edge with one that seems away. Second ball, it's one that seems in, comes off the inside edge, then the pad caught by Emilio Gay. So the 2 wickets are actually much better to watch when you've seen the balls before them.
Yes. The whole over was glorious, wasn't it? We see that Flintoff over and over again, but a bit wayward down the leg side there.
And even yesterday, his over to get Rachin Ravindra, he was all over him. Ravindra was bowled off the 6th ball in that over, but the 5 balls leading up to it, he kept beating both the outside edge and the inside edge, and his line was immaculate. And everyone makes this point about the wobble sea ball. If the bowler doesn't know which way it's going to seem, the batter surely doesn't.
The fact that ball was about the 6th most unplayable ball in this match tells you everything you need to know about the pitch, I think.
Yeah. But more broadly about the England attack, it just looks more proper with Robinson in it. He's
reliable.
Brilliant control. And I think that is something that people take for granted a little bit.
Well, you're absolutely spot on, as Burns will pick up a couple here.
And
because it was Bryden Carr spraying it all over the place in the Ashes, as opposed to Michael Neser and Scott Boland just plopping it on a spot. That was the difference between the 2 bowling attacks, wasn't it?
And there are a couple of other points in Robinson that I think are important. One is that because he's accurate, I think he allows Stokes to be more himself as captain. Stokes is instinctively quite funky. And we saw that in his first over, the ball he bowled to Rachin Ravindra, packed cordon, but he also had 3 catches on the leg side, leg slip, leg gully, forward short leg. That's not something we've seen loads of from Stokes recently.
It's a deeply hopeful appeal, that one, both for height and direction. But he's beaten Burns' inside edge.
And there was a period where I think Stokes and Jamie Smith wanted Smith to come up to the stumps, and Ollie Robinson was really not happy about it.
He was, I saw that, yes.
And eventually, the captain, as normally happens, gets his way. And then yesterday, Jamie Smith came up to the stumps when Daryl Mitchell was batting, and immediately he was pinned to the crease out LBW. I actually quite like that Robinson push back.
Mm.
Now, if you go back to the days of Anderson and Broad, they didn't just politely accept the suggestion of the captain.
No. Well, I remember Jofra Archer pushing back a couple of times as well. But when Liam Dawson did at Old Trafford, it didn't work so well for him, I don't think.
No, it didn't, but I think that is obviously it can go too far the other way. But a healthy cricket team isn't one where everyone just agrees with what the captain wants to do.
Well, it's been a pretty sedate start from Surrey. Negotiated the first 6 overs, 14 runs, not too many alarms. The ball's done a bit, but this is a fairly standard opening. If you're a Hampshire fan watching this, don't be in despair. Don't think you should have picked up 2 or 3 wickets by now. It's usually once the lacquers come off that ball, isn't it? Often the really difficult time comes not long after now, actually. Probably another sort of 15 minutes or so.
It's that second hour.
Yeah, it's
the
nasty.
Second hour session one. You feel like that is when bowlers are most in the game here.
Do you sometimes think that captains should know more about this and actually not bowl their best bowlers for the first half an hour? Wait till the ball's a little bit more handy and the pitch conditions a bit more useful.
Well, Stuart Broad was making that point this week that actually with the Duke's ball, it's overs 10 to 20, where as a bowler you're most in the game. It depends how many overs each bowler bowls first up with a new ball, but you'd like to think that Hampshire will structure it so that both Abbott and Baker get a spell in the second hour as well, rather than just having one spell.
With that in mind, you often see a bowler coming off after 3, don't you, and then switching ends. Could be that Abbott's going to bowl 6 overs in this spell and Baker comes off and then replaces him from the pavilion end. It's a tactic Surrey employ a lot. It's nicely fiddled away. Burns has had an awkward season, while pretty much everyone else in Surrey's lineup. I was trying to count up the number. 100 Surrey players have scored. Something like 11, I think, to Hampshire's 2. Surrey's batters have fired. The one man who has yet to get a score on the board, really, has been the skipper, Rory Burns. The others, the members of the top 6 have. I mean, I say that, but this top 6 is a bit different, with Will Jacks coming into it and Sam Curran. So they're missing, of course, Jamie Smith.
Yeah, Bird's got that 77 in the win against Sussex.
Yep.
And he's actually been in quite good nick playing T20 cricket for the twos. Scores of 81 against Essex and 69 against Sussex in his last 2 outings.
Nice. See, that's proper research. I missed that research. I mean, a proper grafter you are, Yas. How did Surrey 2s get on in the T20?
Give me 30 seconds.
Oh, lovely. Draws Sibley forward. Gets past the outside edge.
Really well. They beat Sussex 2s by 140 runs.
Hey, take that.
A top 3 of Ryan Patel, Dom Sibley and Rory Burns got them up to 241 for 4.
In T20s?
Yeah.
See, that's nice, isn't it? A chance to free your arms.
And then Sussex were bowled out for 101 in 13.2 overs.
Got the wicket.
Ben van Emden took 3 for 15. He was the pick of the bowlers on the scorecard.
End of the over. 15 without loss after 7. Is it time for a break? I think it is. Oh, it is. Half an hour. I think you were supposed to be leading all that, by the way. Did you know that?
I presumed that given I had to run up here, I was out of breath. More naturally, I think you were the one to lead.
Okay. Well, mercifully, Phil's coming to replace you, so he can now lead, and I can take the back seat. Well done. Well run up the stairs. You see, I like the idea that Surrey's top 3 there are getting some bat on ball, are actually playing some cricket. We talk a lot about how players don't play enough. Jacob Bethel being a good example. And Surrey's openers are making sure they're still knocking a ball about. Phil, what do you make of that?
Well, the first half hour?
No, the fact that Sibley and Burns and Patel have got to play second 11 T20 cricket.
Well, it keeps their eye in. Otherwise, they'd be fiddling their thumbs. That's right, twiddling their thumbs even. But also, these T20 games, they come thick and fast. And Sibley played very well in T20 last year, so he wants to be available if called upon. And as you say, I guess with Burns, a couple of 50s this year, simmered away a little bit, not really got into top rhythm, and perhaps a bit of hit and giggle just loosens him up.
But since you did ask, what have you made the first 32 minutes? Oh, yeah. Do you need to stop a minute?
No, it's all good. It's been really good quality cricket actually, and it feels slightly Sunday morning-like atmosphere-wise. But if you actually look at the cricket itself, it's been really, really quite intense. Sonny Baker is such a lovable cricketer, isn't he?
He is. Yes.
You can just see the cricket bowlers in particular. They are an expression of their characters, I think, and definitely with him, there is that sort of puppyish exuberance, right? You mentioned the little hop and a kick to get himself into his run-up, not entirely necessary, but it's a tick, and it's something that gets him going. There it is. And then again, he bowls with full heart. Squeeze from the inside edge, but that is Sibley's area.
First boundary of the day, that, off the bat.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's really watchable, this Sonny Baker. I saw him warming up on those electric pitches out towards the Tennyson School, and the groundsman, because the line from the pitch was right into the groundsman's hut, and they were scattering all over the place because the poor sap, the Hampshire coach, holding the baseball mitt, it was blasting through that baseball mitt. He was bowling fast.
Well, he's bowled pretty quickly so far today. He's been in and around 86, 87 on our speed gun.
Yeah.
And he's been on point, hasn't he? We haven't seen anything short yet. I haven't tried anybody with a bouncer, but
yeah,
beaten the outside edge a couple of times.
I think Yas said, good to see him with the new ball, and I concur with that. He bowls a good full length. Prepared to be driven in order to squeeze one through. He just loves it, though. You see it. Sometimes you don't get that sense with cricketers.
Well, especially with fast bowlers, Phil.
Yeah, indeed. Let's come back in 10 years, see how he's doing.
Yeah. Well, yes. And I say this with great fondness, but, Stephen Finn, Angus Fraser, it's not just Middlesex fast bowlers, but to name but two, they didn't necessarily give the great impression of joie de vivre while they were out there.
No,
Whereas
indeed.
Josh Tongue does, actually. Someone like Josh Tongue does. But, Jimmy Anderson didn't, did he? 704 wickets of hard graft.
Just shy, I think, Dan. Just shy.
Well, I want to see that one again. It's Jake Lehman,
Yeah.
Darren's son there in the slips. Did that carry or did it not? It's the first time that balls threatened to go to hand in the slips this morning, although a few have beaten the outside edge already.
It's also died, surprisingly, because that was a full-blooded push. if you can have a full-blooded push.
It's just that Sibley plays his full-blooded pushes in a way that often doesn't carry.
Yeah, this is true, actually. But he's put a lot into that.
Oh, I don't know, you know. Whether it did carry or whether what I mean is it could have carried. Because had he been able to just dive forward, it was very low. It was a very tough chance, no doubt about that. Oof. Really tight.
Yeah, I think it may just have fallen short. There wasn't much reaction from around the bat. Sonny Baker seemed pretty sanguine about it all.
Nearest thing we've had to a chance, though, we'd say.
Yeah, one or two lively moments, a couple that have flown off a length, actually, especially against Burns. Bowlers now routinely go round the wicket, don't they, to left-handers?
Yeah.
It's given an extra dimension of problems, I think, for top-order lefties.
Yes, it used to be just swinging it back into the pads, didn't it? We're going to try and have another look at this catch, or not. Judge for yourself and slow it right down. Ooh, do you know?
Yeah, you're right. Might have been one of those where even if it had gone in the basket, then perhaps one or two may have just stood their ground and said, "What, are you sure? You sure that hasn't grazed the turf?" Anyway. Played with a degree of control, and that will run away for 3 useful runs for Burns.
It's a key moment here this morning session, with Hampshire having won the toss, elected to bowl as per usual. They've got to stay patient here because they'll be thinking 37 minutes for the new ball, haven't taken a wicket. Abbott's in his 5th over. Could probably bowl one more in this spell. Surrey, on the other hand, conversely, will be thinking if they get through, you look at the numbers for Abbott and Baker this season and you look at the rest of Hampshire's bowling attack, and they are standouts, aren't they? So from Surrey's point of view, seeing off this opening attack, this opening spell at any rate, would be a key moment.
There is enough happening for them, though, and they have to keep believing here. It was a really good toss to win. Really lovely bowling conditions, not much breeze, a bit overcast. And as we know, no team comes here and bats first anymore. James Fuller as well is in the 11. He bowled really well on Friday night, albeit with the white ball. And he's the kind of bowler, muscular and strong, back of a length, a Jordan Clark-like bowler who might get a bit out of this track.
I watched that game and listened to you all.
It was good fun, wasn't it?
It was a humdinger.
Yeah. We got well carried away here in the box.
Yes, you really did.
Yeah, I know.
What I particularly loved was there was one point when Ali Brown was saying, "Oh, no, you don't have to worry here. It's 12 and over. It's just take the ones, take the ones and twos, and one over passed without a boundary." Got to get a boundary.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah.
How quickly we panic. Especially after the message was "Don't panic." I'm going to get out of the way. It's Cam Steel time. He's making his debut on the Surrey live stream.
Yeah.
Well, at least as a summariser.
Yeah.
Look after him well, will you?
A huge
Phil?
moment, and one I reckon will be repeated many times from here on in. We all have to start somewhere. Cameron Steel, welcome to the team, sir.
Wonderful to be here. Thank you for having me.
Is there a slight itch as you see it play out this morning, thinking, "Oh, I wouldn't mind getting out there"?
Usually, yeah, it's quite strange looking over at the changing room here.
Yeah.
I wonder if the boys are listening in. I doubt it when it's seeming around like this.
We're absolutely 180 degrees away from the changing rooms here as well, up here in the J and Finn stand in the Vauxhall end of the ground. I assume the players don't have the commentary of this stream on in the box.
Not usually. It's better to just focus on what's out there in front of
and ignore
in front
our
of
witterings. So, change of bowler. Potgieter is into the attack and already an errant hit-me ball, really, just a loosener. But Hampshire need to be mindful of this. They've had a degree of control. They've been insistent for the first 40 minutes or so. But as he comes into this attack, they can't loosen the shackles that they have currently over Surrey's openers. Rory Burns does not miss out there. But he does miss out there, my word. What a comeback. Neck and crop, Burns has to go. And so Hampshire, having been intense for 40 minutes, a change of bowler, and Potgieter comes in and slips one through Burns' defences. Burns has to go for 14. So first blood to Hans.
Some delivery, that.
Mm.
Nip back. Bit of swing through the gate. Decent delivery.
What a comeback.
I was just about to say as well, Sibley and Burns building nicely
But he does miss out there, my
and
word.
getting through the tough period with Abbott and Sonny Baker.
Well, you'll learn this, Cam, that one of the cliches of the box, and perhaps it's even echoed in the changes, I'm not sure, but the second hour of the first session of day one tends to be a tougher time to bat, and the stats do prove that. They do bear that out, that for whatever reason, perhaps it's the lacquer off the ball, and perhaps the roller starts to just lose its effect a little bit. But the stats do bear it out. Andrew Sampson, our great statistician, will be with us later in the week, and he does tell us that that second hour after the 15-over mark is much harder to bat. We're not quite there yet, but Hampshire will know all about this, of course, and they'll feel now they're making some inroads, they can start to hit hard. Now, interestingly, Will Jacks is in at 3. Now, the card that we were given this morning was Dan Lawrence to bat first drop, but they've gone with Jacks, who looked in imperious form, really, on Friday night, as did Lawrence. What do you think about that, Cam?
Not surprised by it.
Okay.
You could bat any of the,
Yeah.
the top 6 at 3, really. He has wonderful technique, Will Jacks. He's worked incredibly hard over the past few seasons on both his red and white ball batting. And you saw in the Ashes, he was one of the more technically proficient at times. I'd fully back him to go and do a job for Surrey here. It'll be a stern test on what's a typical oval wicket.
And he's in the runs immediately. That's beautifully timed. So 4 from the first ball. It was there to lean on. Just looking for a bit of swing, Potgieter. But yeah, it's just swung beautifully onto the middle of Will Jacks' bat.
A sumptuous start from Will Jacks here. Key there was just didn't try and go too hard at the ball there. Just dropped his bat onto it, caressed it through the vacant cover region.
Straighter this time. But again, all of it a full length, trying to exploit any movement in the air and off this greenish looking pitch. You said it was a typical oval pitch, Cam. Describe a typical oval pitch for us from the position of a pro. What are you
First
looking
innings,
at here?
green but firm underneath and gets flatter throughout the game.
Yeah.
So it's a bowl, always a bowl first. I think it's been, well, no, it has been 28 now where
Yep.
teams that have won the toss have elected to bowl first.
I think the last one, no ball. I think the last person to have a bat first was James Vince, actually. Formerly Hants, 4-day skipper, of course. Not playing anymore in red ball cricket. Can't help thinking that Hampshire lose just a bit of that sheen and panache and class that he would always bring to the side. He's been playing T20 cricket, of course, but no longer involved in the red ball. Same with Liam Dawson as well. Beats him this time. Definite movement again. Just have to hang in here. The Hampshire.
Nice start from Potgieter here. A little bit, a little bit of angle in and seam away. Beating Jacks all ends up. The one thing about that wicket is that it will probably mean that Abbott will bowl a couple more overs in his opening spell now. He may have taken a break had that wicket not fall. Had that wicket of Roy Burns not fallen.
Ties her into the stumps this time, and Will Jacks is happy to see that fly past. And so, successful first over, 33 for 1. So I did ask, pulling back the curtain a little bit, I did ask our WhatsApp group on the Surrey broadcast how to pronounce Delano Potgieter's name. And
did I get it wrong then?
Well, I certainly did. But Andrew Sampson, our statistician, left a little voice note on our WhatsApp. And suffice to say, I'm not sure I've got it in me even to give it a go. So apologies to the family of Delano if they're watching and listening. But I think I'll just stick to my rather useless Anglo-Saxon attempts at it. Dom Sibley, meanwhile, just 9 not out here, but has been, well, as we know, imperious since the start of last year here at the Kia Oval. He averages north of 80, 82.2 coming into this game with 600s and 150 in 10 matches. And even that conversion rate tells you a story. Once he's in, he's very hard to dislodge. You would have watched him now, Cam, for a number of years here. What makes him, beyond his technique, which is evident and speaks for itself, what else makes him so good?
Mental fortitude.
Right.
The powers of concentration for marathon periods of time.
He seems to love it, doesn't he? He seems to really relish these marathon knocks.
Thrives in it.
Now, we don't want to tee him up too much here, because we know what tends to happen. But yeah, those numbers over the last year and a half now in red ball cricket are, well, they're almost Ramprakash-esque. 82 and a bit. 600s in 10 games.
The argument for England for Sibley's always intrigued me, because I think he's almost a victim of playing at the Oval and doing the job that he does here, which is seeing off the new ball and then continuing.
Just leaving on length.
Everyone in the country knows that he's the best at it. All the players know that he's the best at his job. And I've liked that he's lent into it.
Yeah, this is a good point. And in a game of increasing intensity and teams propelling themselves forward, and seemingly now we're in an era where it's okay to average 35 up top if you give it a hit. He's a throwback, but he's also timeless as well. You know, this Surrey side leans on him, don't they? And he provides the ballast around which everybody else can play. But it's also, as we saw last year in particular in T20 cricket, he does have levels, he does have gears.
He's got third, fourth and fifth.
Yeah.
But he also plays half his innings at the Oval. And opening the batting at the Oval is pretty tough.
Yeah, indeed. Testing over this by Kyle Abbott. Sibley sees it out. Useful maiden note. Is he one of these cricketers then, Dom Sibley, who rarely gets too high, rarely gets too low? Quite a phlegmatic kind of character he's always come across to me as. Is that broadly how you've got to know him?
Phlegmatic's the right way to describe him. And even when we were saying, oh, we don't want to tee him up too much here, regardless of how he goes, his approach is the same, whatever the situation. Setting out his stall to go and get a big one regardless, and it's the reality of being an opening batter.
Well, there's light and shade out there in the middle currently for Surrey. Will Jackson at first drop. Second over put for Podgita. Already successful. Lovely time to bowl though. Quite cool out there. Barely a breath of wind. And a pitch which is lively enough. What did you think of Surrey's 11 as announced this morning? It's interesting, isn't it?
Strong team.
Yeah.
Strong team. I wasn't expecting Tom Curran to play. I didn't know that he was on the Red Bull train for this time of year. Lovely to see him back, though. So skillful with a Duke's ball. It's easy to forget that he started out as Surrey's premier bowler, really, 2012, 13, 14. And both the Curran boys bring an element of competitiveness.
Yeah, they certainly do. Feels like they're calling up the big guns for what feels like a pivotal match in Surrey's 4-day season.
I suppose the key is that everyone at the club is keen to play red ball cricket. And that's been such a feature of our success over the past 4 or 5 seasons.
Yeah, you touched on a very good point there. Increasingly, you look at county cricket and it's quite siloed off. A lot of players are focusing on one format and, if you like, leaving alone the other. But it seems like there is a coherence here that cricketers may naturally lean more towards one than the other based on their skill set, but there's seemingly full availability across the board here.
Most of the time. Most of the time, yeah. That's what makes the job that Gareth Batty and Alex Stewart have done so impressive, is the management of all of the players. Even if there's a game here, a game there that guys like Sam and Tom can play in, just being able to to have them available at all at some stage is such a privilege, and useful to have players of their caliber coming in.
Yeah, and essential as well to have a big squad. Sibley's just lethal, of course, through there week after week, year after year. Picks up another easy, serene boundary. You cannot bowl on Dom Sibley's pads. Yeah, and essential as well.
Bread and butter for Dom Sibley.
A mark of it is his balance, isn't it? And sometimes you see, especially right-handers against right-arm bowlers, they tend to fall away a little bit, head tilting towards the offside, and sometimes miss out. I mean, that ball is outside the eye line, outside the left eye. It's not exactly even on the pads. It's actually slightly outside the line of the pads. But because he stands tall and he never loses that balance, he's able to essentially play it with a straight bat. Yeah, he's a master through there.
He does get outside the off stump, but the key is that his eyes are so level, always horizontal, and manages to keep his weight down towards the stumps at the non-striker's end.
So, first sighter, Will Jacks against Kyle Abbott. 4 slips. Beats him first up. Abbott's in good rhythm. When is he not?
He's a genius.
Yeah, we were just talking about his career record earlier. 38, well, in fact, a week and a half away from his 39th birthday now, Kyle Abbott. And he's taken 734 first-class wickets at 20.9. Yeah, nice work if you can get it.
I actually played with Kyle Abbott when I was on loan at Hampshire in 2021. He's got very fit in the last few years.
He's fitter now.
Much fitter now. He had a recurring knee issue, and I'd say 21, 22. And he's since lost a load of weight, kept himself very trim, as you can well imagine, to get yourself bowling at 38, 39.
Yeah, he does look in good shape actually, and he's running in hard today.
Played.
But it's your ticker, isn't it, right? You know, if you've played 188 first-class games, 128 list days and 156 T20s, made a few quid, pushing up towards 40, then you've still got to love it in order to keep running in week after week. It has to come from inside.
He certainly loves Hampshire.
Good leave. There's only 2 types, of course. Sonny Baker this morning, what did you think?
Good pace.
Mm.
Can be tricky to get used to the oval in the first innings. I know he has bowled here before. He took 5 for last year.
He did, yeah, in a slightly tricky situation in that Surrey were looking to push on and essentially get to a point where they could declare. But yeah, he bowled with real heart last year, went round the wicket, the odd sand shoe crusher as well. That will be for a rare errant delivery by Kyle Abbott and tidily picked up by Will Jacks. Runs away. Couple of boundaries already to Jacks. 2 as well to Sibley. Don't see that too often. Just spraying it down leg.
Greedy from Abbott, having just seen Jacks leave one close to the off stump. He's gone pole hunting there.
Yeah, well, Jacks is a fine player. Of course he is, but he's in good nick. 70 and 40 balls, 42 balls on Friday night. He was a cut above, really.
What I do like about Jaxie batting at 3, it is a statement of intent for his test ambitions, which he does hold. Takes red ball cricket very, very seriously.
Yeah, as well he might. There was a strong case to be made for him to have made that first test squad, you know.
Was part of the reason why he was picked for the Ashes in the winter was his ticker, like you spoke about for Kyle Abbott. Him along with the Currans are 3 of the most competitive people I've ever met. And if you're in a tricky situation, Will Jacks is one of the guys that you want walking out to the crease or on your side in general.
Yeah, it's interesting what you say as well about how keen he is to maintain his red ball career, because many around his point in their respective career would be looking at things and thinking, well, the money's good, the sunshine, you can follow it around 12 months of the year, picking up a franchise gig here and a franchise gig there, but it's a mark of him as a cricketer and as a man that he is so determined to get back into that England setup and to help Surrey in the immediate term as well. I don't think he did a bad job at all as England's, if you like, auxiliary number 8 spinner in the winter. It's a tough ask, of course, bowling finger spin in Australia, but everybody knows that. And while they've gone with Rayan Ahmed and Shoaib Bashir for this test squad, I would not be surprised at all if Jacks makes his way back into that side. It's a very different format, of course, but just seeing him bowl as well on Friday night, albeit, of course, as I say, with the white ball, but he took the early overs, then he came back in the middle overs, and he's a very, very accurate, containing bowler in any form, really. And given the right kinds of conditions, I still think he can offer a lot to England's red ball side. Oh, one's lost down the leg side, but well gathered by Ben Brown, so no damage done.
Just to piggyback off what you were saying there, Will Jacks continuing to play red ball cricket with great gusto. It is the most fulfilling format, and that is game wide. You speak to anyone who's playing franchise cricket, and they still say the most fulfilled they've ever been is playing red ball cricket.
This is interesting because we all want to believe that, and it's reassuring to hear you say this, having been, of course, in these dressing rooms for a number of years. But sometimes from the outside, one wonders if there's a hollowness when you hear that from cricketers.
Well, fulfillment doesn't pay the bills.
But
we
it
all
does
know, we all know
nourish the
that.
soul.
But it does nourish the soul. We all know that. There's everyone has a point where they have to look after their family.
Yeah. But it's about striking that balance, isn't it? And ultimately, in this ongoing scrap for preeminence, and as we know, the white ball continues to cast a huge shadow over red ball cricket. We know all of that. But I think it will be the players more than administrators that will ultimately define the direction of travel over the next few years. And so it's good to hear, Cam, on a Sunday morning, that the players, ultimately, they still want it. They recognise that the scrap across half a week to finally get that result some point late on day 4 or even day 5, that's where the real game lies and the real sense of satisfaction. So that's a nice point at which I'm going to leave you as Yas steps back in.
Afternoon, Cam. I must confess, I'm quite nervous about you being in the commentary box with us this week because there are things that we say with confidence about how the cricket takes place, certain components of the pitch, how it plays at different times of day, that you might just completely prove wrong and say that we're wrong. So I'm looking forward to it.
Well, you know the stats, and the stats very rarely lie.
But one thing that we say is we come into the second hour. Looks like Sonny Baker's going to come on from the pavilion end. Bowled a really exciting spell. First up, 4 overs, none for 10. We often say that the second hour on day 1 is when it is possibly the hardest time to bat, when the lacquers come off the ball. It is just a little bit more in the air. And quite often, when you go back to Surrey's 3 title wins in a row, so often Surrey would bowl first. And it's that second hour where they would strike most. Is there any truth in that?
There is truth in that.
Great to hear.
But that might have a bit to do with Dan Worrell's skill set. I'd imagine that would help. His skill is swing, first and foremost. So when the lacquer comes off the ball, he's the best swing bowler in the country. And I don't know how much the stats would have been skewed by that.
But more broadly, that is something that is true, that once the lacquer comes off the ball, 10 or so overs in, the ball tends to do a bit more in the air.
Definitely. Sometimes it takes 2 overs, sometimes it takes 20. But it can do a little bit more. And these are swinging conditions today. Overcast. Sonny Baker can swing it. He is skillful. Student of the game. With his Excel spreadsheet.
His notebook.
His bone broth.
Yes.
All the above.
So I'm advertising that on his Instagram this morning.
He's a golden retriever.
Yes. Oh, that's very close to Will Jackson's off stump. Ben Brown behind the stumps can't believe it. Neither can Sonny Baker.
It is a good
very,
leave.
Very close.
watchful, Will Jacks.
Oh, that is so close to his off stump.
Those are the ones, though, where the fielders like to make a song and dance about it because of the swing after the stumps. Will Jacks knows he's safe there.
Oh, now beats him on the outside edge. It's really good bowling from Sonny Baker. He had a breakout season for Hampshire in 2025, but his game's got up to another level. Picked up his first England Test call-up a couple of weeks ago. There's a really nice interview with Emilio Gay after play on day 2, where he said that when Ollie Robinson was doing his thing on the first evening, Sonny Baker was on the pitch as a substitute fielder. And then with all the noise and the excitement around England being on a roll early on in that New Zealand innings, they just had a moment together where they were just saying, isn't this amazing? How cool is this to be part of this occasion?
That's something I love, is when you see guys really openly enjoy playing cricket. And I don't know if that's because I've stopped now that I'm noticing it more, and I suppose being paid to watch. I was commentating on Netherlands-Scotland women yesterday for the T20, and just some of the joy on the faces of the Dutch and Scottish cricketers was outstanding. And Sonny Baker is one of those guys who you can tell he's grateful to be out there every single time. And it is a tough game. It can grind you down, like those footholes that he's just throwing some sawdust into. Physically and mentally, it is a grind playing county cricket, but always refreshing to see someone enjoying it. Outwardly enjoying it. We are all enjoying it, of course.
It's been another wicket at Lords. Ben Stokes has got Devon Conway caught by Jacob Bethel off a leading edge at Gully. So New Zealand now 7 down. If you're watching the stream on your phone at Lords, as I'm sure so many people are, come on down after it's done. Hop on the tube. Made it over for Sonny Baker, his first back into the attack. Surrey 42 for 1 after 15. I was listening in to your conversation with Phil about Dom Sibley, Cam, and I think that something that is sort of underappreciated with Sibley, and this is something what the stats will not show, is his effect on the people below him in the order. He is so good at getting through the new ball, and it has a dual effect. The runs that he himself gets, but also the conditions in which the guys beneath him in the order encounter. If you go back to the Surrey-Sussex game about a month or so ago, people were talking about the pitch being very, very good for batting. But actually, I thought, watching that game, the new ball did a lot. And Dom Sibley batted so well that he faced 2 of the new balls. More runs for Sibley. Just the one. Even watching this England-New Zealand test match, we don't really know how the pitch plays after 35 or so overs because we haven't got there. And that is something that he is so good at. It's quite interesting. I was reading a piece recently about how England went about selecting Emilio Gay, who, at the time that we're talking right now, has scored the highest individual score in that game. So really impressive first outing for England. But there's a county advisory group that the selectors now speak to. Or edge, falls just short of second slip. And the 4 members on that advisory board recommended 4 different people to be Ben Duckett's opening partner. One suggested Ben McKinney, one suggested Emilio Gay, one suggested Zach Crawley, but one did suggest Dom Sibley. So he is in that conversation. Edge falls just short of second slip. And
Well, a couple of things on Dom Sibley. When I was playing at Durham, we used to have a thing, or Graham Clark actually started this. He would say how good an opener was on the tea scale. How many cups of tea you were likely to have before you'd have to think about batting. Keaton Jennings at that point was very, very high up on the T scale. And Dom Sibley would be very similar here. And on the pitches themselves, he makes them flatter simply from batting time and taking energy out of the ball and the bowlers, for that matter. We haven't seen Rory Burns do it as much yet this year, but he deserves a lot of the credit as well.
Really good spell of bowling, both by Potkita at this end, but Baker at the other, challenging the outside edge of Jacks.
Hampshire bowlers have looked sharp, but Surrey are still managing to joust their way through to 43 for 1. Will Jacks looked suitably organised.
Yeah, and it's a side of his game that we actually saw quite a lot of during the Ashes. You know, if you ask most people who've watched a lot of Will Jacks play, not just white ball cricket, but red ball cricket for Surrey, they describe him as a counter-attacking player. If you think back to his perhaps most spectacular performance for Surrey, that 150 against Essex, where he took down Simon Harmer, got from 100 to 150 in about 25 minutes. But a different side to his game in the Ashes. Really dug in, did the job that his skipper was asking, and actually displayed that he's got a really sound, solid technique.
Well, he showed that in 22, 23 throughout the season. It was easy to get lost in that batting lineup in those years where there are plenty of days where Surrey, or plenty of games where Surrey batted once.
Gus Atkinson has his third. England 2 away from victory. Nathan Smith gone for 4. It's a lovely shot from Dom Sibley. Baker strays towards Sibley's pads. And the Surrey opener helps himself to another boundary. Score moves on to 47.
Don't bowl there to Dom Sibley.
Lovely shot from Dom Sibley. Baker
Anything straighter than off stump will be whipped through the leg side.
Yeah, question we asked quite a lot last season when Sibley was at his very, very best was, what are bowling attacks trying to do to him? Because the way he gets across his stumps, and he's got such good judgment and patience outside off stump, he hardly ever has a poke at one outside off stump. It almost forces bowlers to bowl straight, and that's exactly what he wants them to do. And sure, that delivery was quite leg side and quite full from Baker, but quite often the balls that he hits through mid-wicket are pretty much on off stump. Stifled appeal from Baker.
It's that. If it's straight, it's back of a length. And if not, it's fourth stump, off stump, looking to entice the edge. Yorkshire, last time out, up at Headingley, got him caught at a leg slip gully region. But he is hard to dismantle. It's an idiosyncratic technique, but it's a very good one.
Down the leg side, well taken. Well, no, just gone, slipped through Ben Brown. So that'll be 4 more to the Surrey total. Brings up their 50. 51 for 1 in the 17th over. acknowledged by the crowd with a ripple of applause. Yeah, going back to his England career, I found it quite interesting how quickly the narrative changed him, because 16, 17 tests into his England career after he scored 80 odd at Chennai, he was averaging 37. It ended quite quickly for him, and at a time that I think English cricket has acknowledged was so difficult for the players involved in 2021, when normal life was returning for average folk, but not for players playing for England. Joe Root has talked about that period very eloquently and openly about how difficult that was for the players. And yeah,
It does irk me when I see on Twitter when Sibley, Burns, and other players get a lot of abuse for the way they play. And that period, they were playing to entertain us. Of course, they were getting paid, and players do get paid handsomely to play for England. But to go through that criticism constantly for trying your hardest is pretty tough. Remember, they were playing in front of no crowds and staying on the ground. And I wrote a short story on my Substack about staying at Old Trafford, and I actually love it because I don't do it that often. So I've always enjoyed playing there. But imagine playing a test match where millions of people are watching your every move, every facial expression, every failure. And you have to wake up every morning to the covers, the hover covers blowing up at 6:30 in the morning, and think, oh, I've got to go and do it all over again. It would be tough. And I think it's unfair to judge a player's entire test career on a couple of years where nothing was normal. And we forget that Rory Burns' last series was the Ashes Down Under as well. Regardless of Bazball or anything, it's pretty tough to go down there and to do well. And especially in those conditions as well, where you can't leave your hotel, you're in a bubble, your family are only there for a couple of weeks. Of course, I'm biased towards Surrey players and my friends, but I do feel for all the guys who play for England with the amount of scrutiny that gets put on their techniques. Emilio Gay is a perfect example. That video of him doing a drill on the bowling machine. He's doing a no-feet drill, and then people are saying he's an LBW candidate. I think Emilio is a wonderful player. We've always tried to bomb him and bowl short, but
left alone by Sibley. 8 runs from the over. Surrey 51. But I thought exactly the same thing with Emilio Gay. How you mentioned that the video that did the rounds is just doing a drill, and people who've probably never seen him play before were making pretty firm judgments about his ability. And I was so pleased for him that he went out and got what looks like to be the match-defining score for England in a victory in his first Test match. But also, even the well-intentioned scrutiny that comes from the broadcasters. You face 15 balls, and there's a third-man segment on you, picking apart your technique. And that is something that, if you're a county player, you'd have never experienced before. And I want to stress that a lot of that stuff is done actually quite kindly. They're not picking apart his technique in a way where they're disregarding his quality as a player. But that is a level of scrutiny that I wonder what you can do to mentally prepare yourself for.
you need thick skin. At the end of the day, everyone's doing their jobs, media, players, everyone. But the scrutiny you get from the general public following on.
Well, that's the other thing. In the world that we live in now, a lot of players who play for England, they might be known to English cricket fans by playing the 100, or they might have played a bit of white ball cricket first. But Emilio Gay is a bit of a throwback in that to a lot of English cricket fans, they won't know who he is until he first played for England at Lords. And what that must be like on a personal level, where you kind of overnight you go from someone who can probably walk down the street, and unless he's right next to Chesterfield Street, not loads of people are saying hello. Driven, airy and gone. Caught at backward point. Polkita picks up his second. Will Jacks, who dug in for a while, departs for 10. And Hampshire have their second wicket of the morning.
Can't quite believe it. Will Jacks, he's just opened the face on that one. Not completely intentionally. But is furious with himself and has to trudge off. He was looking set. There's 10, but he has to depart. Surrey now 53 for 2.
Yeah, in defence actually looked very solid. Was beaten a couple of times on the outside edge, but by very good deliveries. This time, first show of aggression from Jacks in a while. I guess you say, Cam, he's probably looking to hit the ball a bit straighter than that.
Definitely. Just weight was back just slightly. He played the first ball he faced. He just checked his drive and punched it along the carpet for 4, and that one he's just got wrong. Head in hands, he knows.
Can't
believe he's picked him out.
Believe it. You quite often see a batter, when they're dismissed, throw their head back, but it's rare that you see both gloves on the grill.
I think he knows he's in such good form as well. He'll be ruining that.
Dan Lawrence, the new man in the middle, played a truly extraordinary innings. Not much more than 36 hours ago. Against this opposition in the Blast, 94 not out of 47 deliveries. Got Surrey so close to what would have been their third highest successful chase in T20 Blast history. Going very, very well this season in the Championship. Got a job to do here. Surrey, 53 for 2. 38 minutes remaining in the morning session. And driven firmly first up. A shot of a man in form.
Tremendous player. Dan Lawrence. Been so good since he joined Surrey in 2024. Bat, ball, field. Does it all. And it was a masterclass on Friday night. T20 hitting.
And this time driven past the man at cover. He's already got 3 county championship hundreds this summer. Man in form. Crisp drive first up. And the second ball beats the man at cover. His first boundary, Surrey 57 for 2.
Dynamic at the crease there, Dan Lawrence. That big trigger movement that he's brought back into his game in the last year or two. Aggressive player. Looks to put pressure back on the bowls, and he's certainly doing that for Potgieter here.
So you've got one delivery left with us, Cam, for this stint. Just after this ball, talk us through what is that trigger movement that Lawrence has got now that he didn't have before?
He was standing still a couple of years ago, and now he's going a long way back and across, keeping that front foot slightly more open, relying on those hands of gold, as Mark Church likes to call them, wrists of gold. And yeah, he is a prodigious talent when it comes to his hand-eye, and I'll leave you with that.
Thank you, Cam. Cam will be with us throughout today. Surrey, 57 for 2. Sonny Baker to continue from the pavilion end. Wicketless so far, but he's bowled with really good pace and really good skill. He'll count himself unfortunate to be wicketless so far. Come very close to dismissing Will Jacks a couple of overs ago with one that came in late and only just missed Jacks' off stump. Now bowling to Dom Sibley. Just tickles it past the keeper for 4 more. Sibley has started very well. His 4th boundary, he moves on to 23. Good morning, Adam Collins.
Yeah, good morning to you, Yas. This pair had a ding-dong battle last year, didn't they? Sonny Baker to Dom Sibley in his corresponding fixture, with Sibley banking twin tons, but Baker in that game making a bit of a statement. Pfeiffer in the second dig, bowled with pace. And that led to ultimately him getting his first England call-up. He was in the Test squad, Lords, this week. So it feels like a good opportunity for him to make a mark. If you're the 12th man for England back to the championship for a 4-day game, perfectly positioned for him to come just at the end of that week he's been with England. If he can get amongst it, take some wickets, make his presence felt, that'll do him no end of good when it comes to getting himself an opportunity with England this summer. I found it interesting that Stokes said if Baker plays this summer, but you'd think with 6 test matches, the rotations that'll be required, he'll get a chance at some point. It's important when he makes that step to here that he looks the senior bowler.
Yeah, even though he's wicketless so far, he took 5 for hit in the championship last summer. He does look like a improved bowler. He was the point of difference man when things were a bit flat last year, but he's bowled with real skill this morning. It's not just flat out pace. There's movement there too. Yeah, it'll be interesting. Dan was making the point first up this morning that suddenly that England attack looks pretty solid. Atkinson, Robinson and Tongue all brilliant this week. You've got Jofra Archer who'll come back into the equation too. Quite a long gap between the first and second test, so you'd think unless an injury comes into it, they'd stick to the guys who did the job this week.
Interesting how they'll manage the Archer reintegration with respect to, the modern jargon loads, isn't it? How they get him into a position with red ball prep in that window between IPL and the Oval where they could have him good to go. And I know they've got ways of doing that, but it's not nothing that, he is outside of the 11, a group that's had a good week with the ball so far at least. Don't know if they're any closer to finishing the job there.
Yeah,
Yes.
1 wicket away now.
1 wicket away.
Atkinson's got his 4th to continue his absurd record at the home of cricket. I think on Archer, the shirt isn't his, simply put. I think that Robinson was so good in that first innings and so good yesterday. You'd imagine that if he's fit, he's going to play again. Tongue he's the first name on the team sheet in the bowling department now for me. And Atkinson, he's currently 4 for 30. He was unlucky during the Ashes, but if you go back to his previous performance for England, he was electric here at the Keir Oval against India in the 5th test of last summer.
Mm-hmm.
And Jofra Archer was very good at times against India last summer, good at times during the Ashes, but I think those 3 men deservedly have the shirt. Quick single. Good cricket from Dom Sibley. He retains a strike. 5 runs from that over Surrey, 62 for 2.
Yeah, and there's a wider debate to be had here as well about... I thought Stokes spoke really well about the Archer dilemma in his pre-game press conference there at Lords. I sort of watched that answer very closely about making it clear from his perspective and from England's perspective, they don't want to make decisions that would be counter to their interest, right? They don't want to be so bold as to say that Archer couldn't finish the IPL or run the gauntlet with the internal politics of that. We've seen that with different countries, with different players at different times. It's worked out badly. So they want to play the long game or the medium term game with Archer and a bit of balance in all of that. But the other side of it is that if you're outside of the 11 and the guys who have done well in your absence, you're kind of duty bound to dance with the one that brung you. There's a procedural fairness piece to this.
100%. James Fuller comes on for the first time this morning. Bowled very well for Hampshire in the Blast game here on Friday. No, I think you're absolutely right. I find it a little bit disingenuous listening to some commentators in the media criticising England and Archer without referencing the new rule in the IPL where if someone pulls out, they would incur a multi-year ban, which for someone like Archer, the amount of money he'd be foregoing in that situation is truly vast. But also, I understand the other point of view where people say, well, hang on, he's contracted. Why is he missing one of only 6 test matches that England play at home each year?
Yeah, they did it last year with Bethel, didn't they, with the Zimbabwe test match? And I'm not saying that's why Bethel didn't play last summer until the final tests, but it would have been interesting had he been available for that Zimbabwe hit out.
But I think we've seen some interesting decisions from players over the last couple of years. Ben Duckett He pulled out the IPL this year to consolidate his spot in the England team by playing Championship cricket for Notts. We've seen Harry Brook prioritise being as mentally fresh for the start of the Test summer as possible by not playing in the IPL.
Yep.
And Archer isn't the only one who's possibly lost a spot in the side. Jordan Cox, who's been in England Test squads before, kind of the forgotten man of English cricket. He'd gone more than 3 months without playing a game from one England Lions appearance to the next, sitting on the bench for RCB during the IPL.
It's a very modern dilemma, isn't it? Because Cox was ever so close to being a Test cricketer. Probably on the back of some white ball form, actually found himself at the time outside of calculations and injury, an untimely injury as well. But still, it can slip through the hands of a player. You can feel so close to receiving those honours only to be shuffled down the queue. I was having a conversation yesterday about Andrew Feckerty, who's a name that won't mean anything to many people watching this, I suppose. But he was in an Australian Test squad in 2015 on a tour that got cancelled at the last minute in a series he almost certainly would have played in.
Guided down to deep third. Outfield's quick. Another boundary for Sibley, who's on to 28.
Yeah, nice soft hands there, positioned through the cordon. No doubt about where that was running. But yeah, I mean, you would have thought that if you've been picked to go to, in that case, Bangladesh to play a Test match, and you were virtually inked into playing in the 11, then the tour was cancelled, and I mean, that was his one chance, as it proved. So I wonder with Cox and where it might end up for him. These are the types of decisions that modern cricketers need to be very mindful of when trying to do it all, trying to be all things to all people in the franchise world.
Yeah, I also understand from Cox's point of view why he made the decision. A first IPL contract, not in the England side in any of the formats. Would he have known when he put his name into the auction hat that England would value county championship runs as they did at the start of this summer? Yeah. And also, he is someone who I think was actually quite unlucky not to be in England's T20 World Cup squad. So anything that he can do to advance his case in that format, I understand why he'd take that option. And to be honest, from his point of view, I'd also understand why he'd think, well, I've kind of proven how good I am in the championship. Averages north of 60 since joining Essex from Kent. Nudged into the leg side by Sibley. He moves on to 29. Retains a strike at the end of the over for the second time in a row. Surrey 67 for 2 after 20.
Thanks, Yas. Phil jumping in. That was a classic bit of Sibley batsmanship there to finish the over. A ball that was started out on leg stump but swung just enough. Had he missed it, it probably would have hit middle and off. But how often does Dom Sibley miss that particular shot? It's once in season likelihood. He's so efficient scoring along the carpet out to square leg, which is part of the reason why there's typically two men back in that direction for him. Up to 29 he moves against an opposition where he played so nicely against on this ground last year. G'day, Phil.
Yeah, good afternoon, Adam. Yeah, and he moves his average since the start of last year. There it is. Make that 4 more. What a shot. Bit of flourish, actually, to that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, now moves his average up to 83 and a bit on this ground. If you take it back to the start of last year, he is, well, this is his backyard now. There it is. Taken from off stump as well, just on length. We were remarking, actually, Cameron Steel and I before, about his balance. That's what really marks him through the onside. So many right-handers you see, they tend to just topple over a touch and they lose their shape. But he goes into the ball through the onside, leans into it, working with the angle. And then if you bowl it there, he says, just throw me another.
Yeah, he's so strong. And I don't just mean from a run-scoring perspective, but he's physically strong in his stance there. No risk of him falling over, really. Maybe with some extreme pace that might threaten him on that angle. But for the most part, middle and off stump for him is what leg to outside leg is for normal people. He just treats that as an opportunity to score at will, which makes it difficult for Baker or any quick when trying to work him over, because the stumps, for the most part, are not going to be a place that brings you reward.
Yeah. It's one of those, when you watch him now, you can imagine the conversations in the changes beforehand, the day before, or on the coach heading up here. Okay, so you can look at other players and maybe identify a way that you can get into them. But then you look at Dominic Sibley at this level, on this track, at this ground, and it will baffle the best strategists out there how to upend him. Well, he has no discernible weakness. He has endless concentration. He has a technique to die for. He's born to open the batting.
Yeah.
And he just keeps on rolling on. Old Man River, really. 600s in 10 games, taking it back to the start of April last year. And only the 150 actually from that, which again tells you a story. Lawrence, meanwhile, facing up now. That's gone miles off the seam.
Wow.
And Ben Brown's done very well to get something on it. That's a useful dot ball because that was flying. And I tell you what, Tom Prest at first slit is thankful too. Story. Lawrence, meanwhile, facing up. That's gone late. That's gone miles. Really late.
And just building on that last point you made about a technique to die for, some people might hear that and go, what? Well, what are you talking about? But what is a technique there for? I mean, what is a process in place? Why do you spend months fine-tuning your game at this level? It's to do exactly what you're describing there, become a run machine. It's not about looking good on Instagram reels, right?
That will be 4. It's well played by Lawrence. Rides the bounce, plays it down, absolutely in control.
Yeah. Got inside nice and early, didn't he? Perhaps he sensed it was going to be more on the line of the body. Good batting from Lawrence following the previous delivery, 8 from 5 already. But, I mean, this idea of, I occasionally have this debate with my podcast colleague, Jeff Lemon, who's like, he can't, because he doesn't watch the championship because he's on the other side of the world. It's like, how is this happening? I'm like, believe me, this is someone who's turned himself into that classic ton machine, run machine. And there is something enormously commendable to that. And it's a reminder that cricket takes all types.
Exactly.
At the top level, it takes all types. We talk about this often when it comes to the speed that fast bowlers run in at versus the skill they possess.
Yeah, and if you're opening the batting in English cricket, potentially 28 times a year, year after year after year, playing more red ball cricket than anyone else around the world, then you need to find a way to eliminate problems or to mitigate against problems.
Yep.
That's how you survive. That's how you build the career that he has built. And it may sound a little bit old-fashioned, and it may feel a little bit out of vogue, but that's what makes him so special. And it's about time, really, that, and in fact, I think there has been a change in English cricket's attitude towards what he is and what he's done, what he's doing. There's a lot of good judges that feel like he was a bit unlucky not to have been named in that first Test squad. He's a more complete player now than he's ever been. But he will move on. He doesn't mind. He's a pretty lugubrious kind of character.
Yeah, and I think that, look, Rob Key was asked about it, and it's like, well, he's just going to have to keep on keeping on, right? It's not as though they've shut any doors, which may have felt shut in the first iteration of the Key McCullum regime, perceived or otherwise. There was a sense that he was surplus to requirements, playing the way that he historically did. However,
it's been really good to have Cam Steel with us with that unique insight.
Yeah.
Obviously was in these dressing rooms.
Yeah.
Until recently, and he was saying the thing with Sibley, he talk around the traps, talk to other cricketers, and they all know that he's the best at what he does. That there is him, and then there is daylight, and then there's the next. I agree.
and there's time on his side as well at age 30. I know we're going on about this now, but it just feels like it's worth backing over that when these conversations are had. You are permitted to play your best cricket at this period of time. Historically, that's That's been the case for many batters who've had opportunities early, who've been picked and had their ups and downs and returned to the level below. Had a great chat with Simon Kadich. I don't know whether it was with the tape on or the tape off. Do a lot of work with Simon on commentary, so it could have been on air, might have just been in the pub. But the point was that with his career, he felt like it was only when he was well into his 30s that he was able to do exactly what you're discussing there, Phil. Neutralise the risks in his game, make a hard-nosed evaluation of what was going to continue being productive for him as far as a scoring chart, if you like, is concerned, but doing so in a way that, as he used to put it, if you make about 100 good decisions in a row, you're probably going to make 100. Because by that point, you're so deep into your innings. How do you get to the point where you're making about 100 good decisions consecutively at test level? And that's most certainly not, to be determined by how beautiful you look like I mentioned, in an Instagram story or something like that. That's a different beast altogether.
It is, and you touch actually on the nature of how people consume their cricket these days, and how it can affect how people see certain players. Certain players are more clippable. Certain players are moments cricketers. They pass the eye test. There's something sexy about the way that they play that you can capture on social media, but it can sometimes tell a rather skin-deep story of a player's real qualities. Another one ticks by. Dan Lawrence, 9 from 9. Hit a couple of crisp boundaries. Big ask for Lawrence here against a swinging ball. Good bowling conditions. Abbott going to be replacing Sonny Baker from the pavilion end, so you know that he will get it talking. Some big 20 minutes going into lunch here. Lawrence in the form of his life in red ball cricket. But this is a top-class seam attack for this level. And Abbott, well, his numbers, as we were remarking upon earlier, across his career are extraordinary. 730-something wickets at an average under 21.
And he just loves the club.
Yeah.
Interviewed him last year. I don't remember which milestone it was. There was a milestone, which was the catalyst for having a conversation with Kyle Abbott about his time with Hampshire. And he's a proper committed lifer, now you would say, with Hampshire. He credits them with giving him such profound opportunities in the second part of his career. And he was just so desperate to eventually win that championship with them. Now, of course, this season they're off the pace, but they've been there and thereabouts for the vast majority of the time that he's been at the club. And whilst they might have lost a little bit, more than a little bit, in experience with the bat in recent years, of course, James Vince, who for such a long time was their standard bearer, club captain, Liam Dawson more recently. In the bowling department, they are still class. Baker on the way up. Most obviously, Abbott, but also enjoying bowlers of the experience of Keith Barker, James Fuller. I mean, they are well-rounded.
It's hard to shake the sense of ghosts of Hampshire past. Vince and Dawson not out there. Dawson, of course, abruptly finishing his 4-day career last month with immediate effect, and Vince as well, of course, as we know, stepped away from 4-day cricket last year. So it does feel like a changing team, searching a bit for a new identity, this Hampshire side. But they've got match winners, certainly with the ball. Another stifled appeal, or stifled exclamation, as one takes the inside edge of Dom Sibley. Ooh. But of course, he always gets something on it.
Ask good questions there, Abbott. That's the class of the man, bringing the one back off the seam, left on length, but only just went above that off stump, which is why Lawrence, who's got 300s this season, a couple away from home, and an excellent performance here against Essex when Surrey were too good.
Yeah, and he's in decent nick as well. Played beautifully Friday night, 94 from 42 balls against this club. Different attack, admittedly. Ooh. And now that one's coming back in. So Abbott testing outside. Look, this is off stump, as I say. A big 15, 20 minutes up to lunch here. So we have news from north of the river, and Gus Atkinson
Ah,
has got it done for England. He's been brilliant in this Test match, really, from the moment he crashed into Tom Latham's pads on that first evening all the way through, and he has had the final say. Cleaning up Matt Henry to take the final wicket, Lords. And so England romp to victory, I suppose. 115 runs in the end. Quite a hefty margin in a low-scoring game.
mm.
And for New Zealand, it's a tough one to take, 113 and 138. No 50s across their two innings, just those two 50-somethings, of course, for Harry Brook, and in the second innings, Emilio Gay. They look like big knocks in the context of that game. So England take a early nod in this international summer. They needed that win. Fuller again. Beats him this time. Appreciable movement.
There are cricketers who go a long time not ever getting on that Lord's honours board. I know a lot's made of it, but it matters to players, right? And they can go, in some cases, careers that might span 10, 12 Test matches, something like that, long careers. But in the case of Atkinson, in 3 Test matches at Lords, 4 fifers and a century. So
Yep.
five entries in 3 starts. Crazy stuff,
It's his fiefdom, it really is.
A bowling average of 9.5 there, if you're wondering.
He looked sharp as well, I thought. He's a rhythm bowler, is Atkinson, and he was in fine fettle across that game. It's not a bad track to run in hard onto, though, of course.
Yeah, that'd be a significant part of the conversation. I'm not really sure what they can do. There was the usual sort of debate about the surface and so on at Lords, but you kind of get that from time to time, where a pitch in a given week won't be what you want. We saw at the World Test final last year, it got better and better. We saw the test against India, it was reasonably flat result in the final session.
Indeed.
So I don't really know, you can't, this isn't as it's been at some venues where you've seen a consistent pattern of behaviour where it's done one thing, it's done it in a way that's
I agree.
damaged the balance between bat and ball. Are we talking about, I don't know, digging up the square at Lords? Of course we're not. So
Yeah, I think people have just got to
chill out a bit.
cool down a bit on this one. It's not a good track for Test cricket, ideally, but it's also got to be taken in context of the Lord's track over the last 10 years.
And the rain in the lead up as well.
Yeah. Beats him again. 2 in 3 now. Just want to remark on that, Adam. I remember the great Graham Gooch saying to me, and no doubt many, many other people, that you can leave and play and miss well. Sometimes you play and miss and it proves you're in form. And what he's getting at is a player can play the line and trust their defence sufficiently so they don't follow the swing or the seam, play the line, keep their shape, and then if it whistles past, he's hit him again there.
Yuck.
This is suddenly kicking off a length. It's a really good over. I fancied actually at the start of the day, I did say to Yas, James Fuller's going to get a bit out of this track. He's a Jordan Clark-like bowler, and he bowled very well on Friday night, albeit on a different track. But we've seen a lot of games here at the Kia Oval on pitches such as this, and I thought he would be a useful option here. Not picked up a wicket yet, but he's been hard to negotiate, and that's squared Sibley up and actually hurt him, I think, on the right hip. Yeah, tidy work as well.
Yeah, good bowling.
So, good over. Hampshire have stuck at it well this morning, and Surrey have repelled them up until now.
That was the right ball to go heat-seeking there from Fuller as well, last of the over. He'd beaten Sibley with one that moved prodigiously, and then he hit him on the back hip. That was the right one to tail towards Midland leg, but well negotiated by the experienced opener.
Yeah, now 11 minutes to lunch. 3 overs perhaps, certainly 2. I'd say it's a huge passage in the context of this game because, as we know, you win the toss and you bowl, and it gets progressively easier as the day rolls on. Hampshire's dander is up. Airborne,
Oh,
but with enough on it, and that will run away for 4. Lawrence will not die wondering today. When does he ever?
yeah, it was aerial. And for a moment, it felt like it might have been destined to land with a catcher behind the wicket. We'll see it again here. 3 slips in the backward point, but yeah, well clear of them. But playing a decent way away from his body, but trusting his swing as you say, always does.
Lawrence again with that big first movement right across his stumps. He's played around with his triggers over the years. I remember Tom Wesley, his old captain at Essex, telling me that he was going through a bit of a bad trot for Essex, batting at 4. And he'd got quite a big back and across trigger going onto off stump, and he was getting pinned a couple of times, get his ankle blown off and so on. And so he just said to Wesley the day before a game, I'm not going to trigger. I'm not going to move. Just going to stand there. Lovely shot. So I'm just going to stand there and hit it. And he got 100. And then the next week he got another one. And then the next week he got another one. And Wesley said, how do you do that? Wesley's obviously been around the traps, pro for 15, 20 years, constantly working on his game, trying to reveal the secrets, the mysteries of it all.
Sorry, as we just watch here, this ball that went back to Abbott, he's haunched over here at the pavilion end. When we get back to live shots, we'll see him. That's really stung. So it's his left arm, maybe his left wrist, possibly.
Yeah.
Where it hit up onto. So it's going to take a moment.
Yeah, it's a good spot, that, Adam.
Bold.
Yeah, now Lawrence has gone back to the marked trigger. So he sets himself on middle and leg and then jumps across his stumps quite early on in the piece as well. So he's settled and set at the point of release. He doesn't mind it there.
Lots to admire about Dan Lawrence. And look, this isn't really about his game, but love the colour of his lid.
Yeah.
I wonder how that came to pass. How could he have a helmet which is so different to the colour of the other players in his dressing room?
Just gently subversive.
Yeah, exactly. It's now I think about it, it's probably one of the lids that are worn in white ball cricket, but still. It's a bit like how, as the over ends here, 85 for 2, how many moons ago Richie Richardson would walk out with, instead of a wire-brimmed white hat, of course, it was the West Indian maroon.
So, on the back of England's thumping win, just confirmed the second test. Holmes interview. Wednesday the 17th, it all kicks off here at the Kia. And of course, there are a few tickets available. I do stress that they very are limited. So if you are interested, and you should be, then do get on kiaoval.com and go and find what may be available for you. 2 very, very enterprising cricket teams. And New Zealand will be stung by what's happened in the last 3 days. So expect a response there. And of course, as that graphic showed us, there's an ODI to come as well in late September against Sri Lanka, of which there are a few tickets available for that one too. So see what you can get hold of.
Yeah, not too often you see back-to-back tests in London, is there? It's
No, indeed.
It's split up, and you'll see a Lords one. Not unusual for there to be 2 Lords tests in the summer, of course, because of the way they can often be held for a couple of different touring teams. But to have one at the Oval following immediately, that wouldn't have happened too often.
Yeah, I'm going to France that week. I didn't really factor in when the Oval Test would be. It's the first one I've missed in about 25 years. Throws his hands at that, but only to cover. Yeah, I can't believe it.
What have you done?
It's a shocker, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It isn't good from you.
No.
Yeah. There's a time for taking holiday, and we all know when we work in the media, time for taking holiday has evolved over time. Now it's in August.
What I was going to say. August used to be ring fenced,
used to
and
be-
there's your
Well,
window.
now indeed it's ring fenced.
Yeah,
It was
but
ring fenced
just for a different reason.
for a different reason. So
Indeed.
that tends to be when if you want it, there's behind the curtain. You want to know when the cricket media go on holiday? They go in August.
It's been really good cricket this morning. Hampshire haven't wasted too many deliveries. Potgieter got it done. He's picked up the 2 wickets to fall. But the other seamers have complemented each other well. It's a good attack, this, for these conditions. So probably time for just one more, I fancy. And it will be Abbott.
He's the right man to have the ball. Leading up to lunch, Abbott, no doubt there.
Yeah, Cam Steele was saying, because he spent a bit of time on loan at Hampshire and he got to know Kyle Abbott a few years back. And he was saying, firstly, actually echoing what you said, how much he loves the club.
Yeah.
But also how much fitter he is now than he was. He had 1 or 2 injuries in his early 30s, early to mid 30s, and he's got rid of those. And Cam was remarking that he looks in better fettle now, a week out from his 39th birthday, than he has done in a number of years.
He's very upfront about that.
Right.
That he lost a lot of timber. He made a point of losing a lot of timber.
Yeah.
He said it would have been 3 winters ago, I reckon. 3 winters ago, he said, right, how am I going to play forever? Part of it is making sure that you do far more time on your feet. So in the winter, he said he wasn't traditionally one maiden bowled 85 for 2. He wasn't really one for, 10K runs or whatever it is that you do in the middle of winter. That wasn't really his go. He stayed fit in other ways, but he's like, no, time on feet, I will do more of that. And in doing so, shed a bit of weight, which never goes astray, I suppose, as a fast bowler. And he's ageless, isn't he, with the way he continues to keep hitting the speed gun at the same velocity that he did a decade ago when he bowled out Australia so wonderfully down in Hobart, a test match that was November 2016. Then he led the attack the next week at Adelaide and looks like he was just at the absolute peak of his powers. But as it turned out, they were his final test commitments for...
Oh, on the bounce, first slip.
Gosh.
Again, turned him around. They've had a few of those today. Sibley playing with soft enough hands for it to die on first slip.
I can't believe it in the cordon.
Yeah.
Oh.
On the bounce, first slip. Gosh. Again.
I'm surprised that's not carried.
Indeed, and we saw one earlier as well. Sibley pushing from the other end, and it just went on the bounce. We thought maybe it might even have grazed the turf with Lehman at third slip. Beats him again. Got to just hang in here as Sibley. And Hampshire have to keep believing as well. Surrey will be, on balance, delighted to get to lunch 2 down. One more here changes the complexion.
He's just a master of subtle variations, isn't he? We've seen across this spell him moving it both ways, but not prodigiously. That's not what Kyle Abbott does from his height. More modern in as far as that wobble seam skill that he possesses. So asking great questions.
I want to bring you this piece of news right now. All day 4 test match ticket holders can head down south right here and get into the Oval for £5.
Love
what
it.
A touch.
Always
What a
thinking,
touch.
always thinking at Surrey. Good on them for it.
So, Lord's ticket holders will need to show proof of their day 4 ticket at the ticket office. Alternatively, Lord's ticket holders can direct message Surrey's social media channels with proof of their Lord's day 4 ticket. to obtain a code for the Kia Oval's ticketing website. Can't be clearer. £5.
Just trying to work out how many overs they got in today at the Oval. At Lords, my apologies. So it was 21.3 at Stumps last night. The test was 1 in. Well played. The test was eventually today 1 for England. They bowled out New Zealand 40.3. So no, there won't be it won't be a refund plus a fiver. They'll have paid for their ticket at Lords in totality, but still, it's still a great opportunity to fill your boots. Full day of cricket here on either side of the Thames.
Yeah, definitely will be as well. The weather's set fair. Nice conditions to watch cricket. Not too hot, not too blustery. And two teams playing really desperate cricket at the moment. Surrey desperate for a win. Hampshire desperate for points.
Oh.
And again, well, them's the breaks. So Dom Sibley ambles off, 35 unbeaten from 86. Dan Lawrence has looked sprightly for 15. And Surrey, all things considered, to have only lost a couple in this morning session will be very, very pleased with life. Hampshire have pressed hard, looked good. The odd half chance just going to ground on the half volley in the cordon. They've bowled well. Sonny Baker's a joy to watch. Kyle Abbott has been masterful as ever. The 2 wickets to fall to Potgieter. And James Fuller as well, bowled back-to-back maidens towards the end of that session as well. He's been hard to get away. So good nip and tuck cricket to get this one up and running. I have a good feeling for this cricket match. There's a lot in this pitch, a bit more pace and carry. And Surrey have done well to get to the break, just 2 down.
Yeah, Gooden from Potgieter to Burns to knock him over with the score on 27. Partnership of 53. Partnership of 26 rather, to make it 53 for 2 when Jacks steered to the hands of Organ, the backward point. A fortunate one for the visitors, but yes, his partnership of 32, which has lasted the better part of 10 overs, and got Surrey to in a pretty good position, having been sent in, as is the custom here, but on a pitch that's given plenty. 2 wickets for the South African, with Abbott, Baker and Fuller all playing their role, but none of them as yet getting in the book.
Yeah, so the afternoon looms large here. Curran brothers, Ollie Pope due in next. So it's going to be great to watch whatever happens from here on in. In the meantime, we're going to show you the visualized podcast, Under the Hood, it's called, presented by Kia. It's a conversation hosted by Kate Mason, and she's talking to the informed Jemima Spence and Alice Davidson Richards. Here it is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome along to Under the Hood, the first ever episode of this podcast brought to you by Kia that is going to be focusing on the Surrey women's team. We have some fantastic guests for you for episode number 1. My name is Kate Mason, and I am joined in the house by Alice Davidson Richards and Jemima Spence. Good to see you, girlies.
Good to see you too. Thanks for having us.
How you doing? Good of you to come in from training as well. I know it was hard to drag you away, especially once it started raining.
Yeah, it's a tough sell once it starts raining. Yeah, I had to take shelter quickly. My back might be ruined, but it's fine. Oh, no, I'm kidding. I'm being so dramatic. It's fine.
No, it's fine.
Shot a goal.
That makes a change.
Well, when we went out to find you, you were actually batting, but that wasn't you trying to get out of this hole.
Yeah, actually, I was just like, no, can we keep it going? No, it's fine. Like you said, put a mic in front of me and I'll get straight into
Gravitates towards it. Oh no, microphone.
What a shame.
Before we got started with this, you were kind of volunteering to sing.
Jimmy can sing.
You've thrown me under the... Okay, say that into the microphone and say Henry Spence. Jimmy can sing. That's my dad, by the way.
Okay.
Oh,
can you please?
Who I want to be when I grow up.
Who you do?
Henry?
Yeah.
Henners. Jimmy can sing. Where am I looking to?
I don't know.
Jimmy can sing.
Yeah.
Jimmy can
Why
sing.
does your dad
My dad genuinely thinks I sound like a dying cat, but everyone else is really nice. And my flatmate, there are 2 people in the world who say I can't sing. It's my dad and my flatmate.
Are they just winding you up because you actually can sing?
I think that they decided when I was like 10, and then they've just stuck. Oh, sorry. They've just stuck. Just apologise to a microphone. I can't sing. Yeah, I think they just haven't. That's a terrible. I've done it again. That's a terrible start. Oh, I'm crying. Anyway, yeah.
So I was wondering if we needed to go, like...
Oh, love.
Is this something we need to go deep in? Like, does your dad
I think I
support
need
you
to
and the
talk
rest
to the
of your
Sax about it, actually.
Deep
It's really
trauma.
It has. It's lasting
Brought the
trauma.
tears, it's
It
not the
has.
laughing.
This isn't because it's funny. I'm actually really traumatized by it. Yeah. No, yeah. I am. Thank you. 'Cause that's now on lock. Like I cannot deny it now. Well, he can't deny it.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
It is my podcast ambition to make people cry every time I
Well, there you go.
sit down.
You're
with
welcome.
some-
Nailed it in the first one.
I'm glad,
Within 2
For
minutes.
me.
I'm glad it's going so well. Obviously, evidently, the two of you are good pals. It feels like this is gonna be hard to get a word out. Of you.
No, you're all
You
good.
just
In
sound
terms
all
of through the laughter, I mean.
Yeah.
How did you first gravitate towards each other, Jimmy?
Well, I mean, I think my earliest memory of Al is actually in Kent under-11s. So I probably would have been about 10, and she came to present our awards at the end of season. So I don't even know
Giving
if
away
you'd-
my age here.
Sorry.
I know I don't look it, but yeah. Or act like it.
Well, we probably wouldn't have like actually chatted a lot, but that's kind of the first thing. And then obviously we had Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club as kind of a bit of a link. But I mean, it must have been Stars that we actually played together for the first
Yeah,
time.
yeah. That would have been the first time because we didn't play together at Tunbridge Wells.
No.
Um,
Or Kent, I don't.
no, I don't think we really crossed there, but it would have been Stars because I would have been a bit too old and you would have been a bit too
Young.
youthful.
And
But yeah, finally at Stars we managed to play on the same team together, so
Yeah.
it's been quite nice.
Was it intimidating to be just like communing with someone who had been presenting you an award at the age of 10?
it should have been, but Al's such a like warm, like fuzzy cat. Oh God, I've done it again. Sorry.
Sorry.
I need to, sorry. I need to stop. I'm very what's it called? Expressive with my hands. So I
Yeah.
need to stop. She's very like warm and well, I said fuzzy. That's kind of a weird way to describe it, but
Fair.
she was definitely one of the players, like the more established players in the squad that kind of welcomes you in. I think. I mean, everyone has always been really welcoming in this team, but yeah, Al was definitely one of the girls who like really made me feel more relaxed as a young player coming in. So yeah, you should have been intimidating, but well, not you shouldn't.
I think
have, but,
people
yeah.
say that I'm like scary before me.
Before they
and
meet
then they
you,
meet me
yeah.
and they're like, what on
Yeah.
earth is this
And it's
about?
like you've met twice, and it's like, come give me a hug. Like it's just
just
that
really
kind of,
like hugs.
I know you do. Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
Because I'm normally smiling, so I don't know why people think I'm scary. If
Yeah.
you see me on a grumpy day, then maybe that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. You learn to read, I think.
Yeah,
You learn
fair.
to read the vibe.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. So yeah, always made me feel very welcome, especially when I was younger.
I guess there's always a hierarchy in a team, isn't there? So maybe that's a bit of it as well.
Oh, I don't really know. For me, everyone's the same. So Jimmy's like younger and only just coming into the team, but that's the same as me. It's played however many times.
Yeah.
And my job as being someone that's slightly older is to make them feel as comfortable as possible because everyone's there for a reason. And Jimmy is like phenomenal batter and phenomenal keeper. So like she's there for a reason. So to allow her to be comfortable enough to go out there and do her thing and show everyone what she can do, my part. I guess I see it as part of my job to help her be as relaxed and feel at home.
Is that something you consciously think about when new players come into the team or when the younger players are?
Yeah, just how to be as helpful as possible because I'm aware that going into a dressing room, especially at, say, Surrey, where you've got people that have played international games, you've got like a Bryony Smith, you've got Paige Schofield, you've got unbelievable players. Danny White-Hodge, who has played God knows how many games.
Yeah.
And you've got those sorts of characters, and if you're all pulling together as one team, then that's only helpful for Surrey going forward. So yeah, I think I'm just conscious of new people coming into the team, making them feel welcome.
You're saying about when you came into the team and wanting to make other people feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Do you know what, I guess, friendliness and seeming like you're there to help? Do you know specifically what sort of things you picked up on that made you feel like this is a person I can trust and rely on and who wants me to be here?
Yeah, I think immediately, like, it's almost the case of like you turn up at training and it's an immediate, oh, hi, how are you? So nice to see you, yada, yada, instead of kind of awkwardly like putting your bag down and I'm waiting for someone to come and say hi, because obviously it's scary as a young player to go up to, again, like someone like Al or Paige or whatever and just say, oh, hi, you know, for a lot of people that struggle with that. Luckily, I'm quite confident in that way. So it probably wouldn't have been a total disaster, but it is that initial kind of warmth. And then, you know, in a net, if I was ever batting with you, it was always, you know, tips and tricks. Oh, you did that really well, this and that. So it's kind of a balance of just that initial warmth and welcome, and then also actually helping you out with the kind of technical things and learning. But in general, it's, yeah, just doing what you can to make them feel welcome in whatever way that kind of expresses to you, I would say. Yeah.
And you've already mentioned lots of England internationals in the squad, you in particular.
Obviously didn't mention herself.
Don't shake your head. That is definitely, making your debut in 22. What do you feel you've learned from playing from England that you bring back into your Surrey training?
Oh gosh, I've learnt a lot of things. There's been peaks and troughs with that one.
Of course.
I think what I've learnt most is what's tended to get the best out of me, which is when I'm thinking about those sorts of things, that tends to be when I play rubbish. Whereas if I'm actually thinking there in that moment, how can I help Surrey win a game of cricket? How can I help my teammate and get the best out of them? That tends to be what brings out the best in me. Yeah. And I guess building a lot of trust in myself. You got to have so much resilience to go through all those ups and downs. You score runs, you get dropped. Things just tend to happen in the international game. But yeah, I think as a bit of just enjoying what you're doing, and then just not worrying too much about the big things and just being exactly where you are.
That is hard though.
Oh, it takes so much effort.
So tough.
Yeah.
So tough.
It is tough. You got to really pay attention to what you're doing, because those sorts of things creep in without you kind of realising. So sometimes it's got to be an active thing of saying it out loud, and then once it's out loud, you can just brush it aside and carry on with your day-to-day life. But yeah, I think as soon as you talk to someone, and I spoken a lot about it, I use the sports psych, I use the other site that we've got here as well. I use Mimes, our head coach, as someone to talk to. I use them quite a lot over the years to voice things that go through my head and help create a nice, happy situation in between the years.
Do they give you exercises, or is it more a case of the psychs? I've not. No. Yeah, or is it more talking to them and kind of playing stuff out?
I think it's a bit different for everyone. For me personally, quite bad at being given homework, which I'm sure is a surprise. How are you with homework?
It depends how useful I think it will be.
Yeah, no, same.
Which is kind of, if I think something will be, I'm very engaged with things that I think, this is going to be really beneficial. But then I'm also a massive, to be honest, try hard, and my dad would call me a swot at school, so I probably would be good actually either way, fair. To be honest. Okay. But I would be a bit for God's sake, but then still trying to get an A-star. Yeah, that's kind of my thing.
Nothing wrong
with that.
I
barely tried, got an A-star.
What? No, I would say, I tried very hard. Yeah, I would.
Yeah, I think it's just different for different humans. A lot of it for me is actually how am I. If I'm running okay, then cricket kind of tends to sort itself out. Whereas if I'm stressed and worried about things outside of cricket, then it tends to drip feed in. But if I'm happy in myself, then that tends to go out onto the cricket field. And yeah, me and Mimes have worked a lot on trusting my skills, and that's just been a long time of just timing the nets and doing things over and over and over again. So yeah, repetition, love it.
Just knowing that you can fall back on what you can do.
Yeah, and
without
also,
having to.
Yeah. Without having to worry. And I've had injuries where I've not been able to actually practice. I like to hit a lot of balls. I like to bowl a lot of balls. I like volume. But say I had a back injury a couple of years ago where I couldn't do much. So I was just kind of saving myself for game time. And that actually had to reinforce the trust in myself. Yeah. Because I couldn't hit balls for an hour. I could only do about 20 minutes before my back started to give me jips. So yeah, so you're just having to rely on those sorts of things. So actually, along the journey, it kind of helps you along the way. So yeah.
It's also endorphins as well that you can get from when you're not training as much, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can't get all this stuff.
Exercise addicts.
Yeah,
that's what we
say.
Yeah.
I will go for a 2-hour walk with the dog.
About 20 minutes ago, we were talking about
England.
Sorry.
We digress.
Thanks, I tried.
Because you've also played internationally. Is it right you played in the Under-19 World Cup?
Yeah.
Yes,
How was that?
It was amazing.
Yeah.
Genuinely probably the best month of my life. I say that a lot. I think obviously I'd had no experience internationally before, and it was an age group level, of course, but definitely kind of just having that badge on me really, I think, made me very excited, and I just loved every moment. I think that increased pressure. It just brought out the best, I think, in a lot of us. So yeah, it was such a cool experience. I loved it, and to be able to go on tour to do that, insane. Yeah.
Yeah. How did you find it playing in such a quite an unusual environment, I guess, for the first time in Malaysia, right?
We were in Malaysia.
Yeah.
Sweaty.
Not ideal. Very sweaty.
Sweaty.
They also scheduled it there during, I think, monsoon season. So that was really
That's
brilliant.
good. That's good for
that
cricket,
was great.
actually.
Yeah, it's ideal, actually. So
6 over bowl out.
yeah. Bit frustrating at times. It's just a bit like, why is this happening? But an amazing country. And it was also like just incredibly cool to be able to travel somewhere that, for all I know, I could never have gone for the rest of my life. So really cool to be able to go there for cricket, yeah.
Were people quite adventurous with food or no? Sorry.
Depends on the person. Katie Jones was great. She actually ate, I think it was a chicken heart by accident at one point, or a chicken head. I've got a video on my phone actually of it. That was accidental though. I think she
Your
just
face says
took a
it all.
bite. It was a bit crunchy and then
You'd think you might be able to see that it was a
Head.
yeah.
Yeah. You would
She
think
was
you would
gutted.
think.
I think she cried a little bit afterwards actually. No, yeah, not ideal.
How's your day been? Fine.
Just a bit. Oh my gosh. I wanted to try a lot of the kind of local dishes or like more well-known dishes but I wouldn't have gone for something that would have had a chicken head in it. So it depends on the person, whereas other people it's just like Nando's over and over, which I think is a
Classic.
bit diabolical.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
And what was it like going into the team as well? Because it's clear that you're obviously a gregarious person. Presumably you took that all in your stride, but it's a new environment.
Yeah, it was and it wasn't in some ways because luckily the previous World Cup I'd been involved in the kind of training camps prior because I was a non-travelling reserve for it. And that was when I was 16 and like definitely very young and very fresh. And so I'd kind of gotten a bit of an understanding of what that environment was like and obviously met a few of the people who would then continue on in this next group. And the coaching staff as well. So I'd become familiar with it already, but definitely in this one I then kind of took on a more senior role. There was one in between that I unfortunately had to miss out on because of injury. That wasn't a World Cup. But yeah, I'd kind of had a while of kind of being involved in the setup. So then it felt less intimidating, I would say, that time around. But I definitely always felt like it brought out brought out the best, I would say, in me. So it was a really great learning experience.
And people generally who I've spoken to feel like you're on a path to make the step up. In fact, it'd be interesting to hear what you think about Jimmy's.
I'm Jimmy's biggest fan.
Here we go.
I love it.
Yeah.
I'm your biggest fan.
We just spend our whole time like complimenting each other.
Yeah, so true. I'm literally like not even batting and I'm watching Alan Net and I'm like, yeah, I just became a better batter just by watching what's going on.
And then I watch her bat and then afterwards I'm like, that was so good.
What do you think she would bring to the England setup?
Oh gosh.
She plays shots that other people can't. So
Don't know about that. But
well, you play them better than other people can.
Don't look at her. You tell me. She can be
that's
all
fine.
like
I can tell it. I
blushing.
can say this directly to her. I don't care.
Exactly. She's getting awkward.
You are good.
yeah, well, thanks. So are you.
Thanks.
I'm just gonna give
Stop
it all back.
deflecting.
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
Um,
Shut up.
Jimmy brings like, as you can tell, like a massive energy to any team that she does. But also, she's so dynamic when she bats. She plays shots that other people don't necessarily play or aren't bold enough to play in their first ball or first 3 balls or something like that. And yeah, she's so good at those shots. So say the reverse. You now started bunting people straight over the head as well, which was very fun
change,
to watch.
yeah.
I know, because everyone thinks she's going to reverse sweep and then sweep and everything tends to be behind and then she just stands and whacks you over your head, which I'm not sure that many people can do. So yeah, I think the sky's the limit for this year and I'm just quite excited to stand at the side and watch and occasionally give her a little tip along the way / just be a biggest fan and be like, whoop.
Many tips. Definitely many tips.
That wasn't too bad, was it?
It's a little bit uncomfortable.
Coming in loving. Come on.
Nah, she's going to be great. We're literally the opposite batters. It's phenomenal. When we bat together, I enjoy it because we do such different things.
It's very different. But then again, Al's also the batter that I kind of want to learn from the most because she's so like incredibly technically correct and smart and that kind of thing. So even though we're very different, I definitely look to her to learn loads all the time. Yeah.
You can do a little poem about how great she is.
As well. We don't. Poem, lovely. We don't need to do that. That's fine.
Oh, okay, right. I had to do it.
No.
She does sell herself short massively. Like, Jen, you always do. You're just as bad as me when it comes to
yeah,
actually. Like,
yeah.
Well, I think everyone actually sucks at listening to nice things about themselves. But no, Al is definitely, has always been probably my biggest kind of learning point and inspiration, I would say, with batting, just in general. I just think there's no one. What was it? Oh yeah, I said if there's anyone who I could choose to bat for my life, it would be ADR, like for sure. Genuinely, yeah, just because it's just so calm and focused, and she knows her game so well and reads bowlers. And obviously, I think your bowling experience as well helps you a lot with understanding what's needed. And again, just I was brought up to be very technically correct and quite conservative by my dad, which was, I think, the right thing to do. And I've had to kind of change a little bit. But so ADR is definitely then the kind of player who, I mean, she's got that solid correctness, but then also can tear you apart because she's got the shots in the bank to do that as well. So it's kind of both. It's great to watch. It's always brilliant. Yeah, I love it. Thanks.
You're smiling. You don't mind it. I
doing
think
better
this
than
could be a
me.
feeach actually. Like, people just say nice things.
Nice
about each
things.
other the whole
And then
time.
you just go, thank you.
You have to, yeah, you could catch on for like the American market, you know.
Yeah. In Parry, people.
Oh god, not the American accents.
No,
Don't
we
get me
can't do
started.
that. I mean, we can, but we won't.
No, we shouldn't.
No. No, because we could be here a really long time
If we
whilst we
go
go
through
to like
all
a
of
deep
them,
South accent.
yeah. Oh
Or maybe
my
that can be
lord.
for like Patreon subscribers
Yeah.
or something. in the
Exactly,
future.
exactly.
If we branch out, when the LA Olympics come around, then
Yeah.
maybe get
You've
Yeah,
got
there
to
you
tap
go.
into that, right?
When you're going to that.
Well, no, that's not what I meant. For God's sake.
We built her
I'm
up for
just
2
I'm
seconds.
just planting seeds.
We built her up for 2 seconds.
I know,
and she
she's
is
just-
absolutely taking on the
Yeah, I
world.
know,
And
I know.
that is what we
not what I-
love to see.
I'm just gonna sit here and take it. Yeah. I'm just,
Yep. You're ready to go to America with your bandana thing anyway.
Oh, yeah?
Do you think that's an American thing?
I don't know, is it? Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. Mona's keeps noticing that I when I've got this and I'm making a point, sometimes I like tuck my non-existent hair behind my ear when I've got my bandana on. Yeah, yikes, not ideal.
That's so good. We're back in the fashion corner.
Sorry,
yeah.
it's a natural
Always
call.
That's absolutely part. You're welcome to. So we've run out of time pretty much. We're just coming to the end, but we've got our quick fire questions in honour of our official headline partner, Kia. These are going to find out what you love on long trips. Okay.
Favorite car brand. Kia.
Thank you. And I agree.
Yes.
Where is your
Sponsored.
road trip destination of choice? So you're getting in the car, you're driving. I guess you could drive into Europe, but you might.
What's
just
the
drive
minimum?
around.
How many different destinations can we have?
Oh no, I think you've got to pick just one each.
Oh.
I mean, because there's a few more questions as well.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, I've got a quick answer, but it's
You go,
for
you go, you go.
Yeah.
Scotland, Cornwall, Ireland, Iceland,
Ooh.
Norway.
Okay, that's
you
so many
drive to
destinations,
Iceland?
But I love it.
No, but you can go over there and get a camper.
All right. Oh
And
yeah.
that is a dream.
That would be so good.
Yeah,
in
no,
Iceland.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'd love
All
that.
those gorgeous
Okay,
scene.
Rogue for me. I was watching a Top Gear episode. This is actually this is my boyfriend.
Where
not
on
really
earth
me.
are you going?
And they were driving. It was the Patagonia special.
Oh, fair.
and some of the scenes
Yeah,
were
fair, fair.
unbelievable. So I guess that could be one.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty cool.
That's a
Great.
bit more concise than mine. Everywhere.
Actually, the whole world. Yeah.
This is a bit of a leading question, but which teammates would you take on your road trip?
Not Jimmy.
Not Jimmy.
That's
Okay.
tough.
I
was
would
gonna say
take
you,
you'd.
but-
That's tough.
I guess if you're fitting 3 into the car, maybe.
Okay, no. Honestly, though, why?
But why though?
Seriously,
No,
tell me.
because you can help me
I'm so
DJ. I like your music.
Oh
Yeah,
music
we've
is
got
good.
quite similar music tastes as well.
yeah. Proud
We've got-
Mary.
yeah,
Get it
yeah.
on.
I would take you. I'm going to take Alice Monaghan because I feel like if I say an adventure,
Yeah.
she would just be there going, yes.
So up for it.
She
She's
would
a
be.
yes girl.
She would be a yes girl, and then I'd balance it with an Ailish.
Okay.
Get it? Like, yeah, understood.
She's there
kind
for
of-
the sarcasm. She's there for the ridiculousness.
She'll have a good time.
She'll
but then
have a good
also be
time,
good in a crisis,
but it
like-
would just be funny. I'm there with an Ailish.
Nice.
Yeah.
Is that
thoroughly
your
agree with
4-person
that.
car? Is that going to be your team car?
I'd
Do you want your own car?
happily be in that team car for
It's
sure.
a good car.
Yeah.
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 And you've kind of started to answer this next one, which is what is your role in the car? Your role is DJ, sounds like.
My role would be DJ. Also probably poor chat. I would say another word, but I'm not allowed. That would be my role for sure. I just bring
Poor chat.
entertainment through embarrassing
Smelly
myself. So,
banter.
yeah,
Yeah.
basically. Yeah, that would be me for
Are
sure.
you driving?
I'm
What's your
probably
role?
driving
Yeah.
and then veering off towards any ice cream shops I can see on the way.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, hell
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Nice. And what song are you adding to the road trip playlist?
It's got to be Proud Mary.
Proud Mary.
Yeah. I'll put that on in the gym a while ago, and it's become like an absolute repeat for me.
Absolutely banging.
Obsessed. Yeah.
Good. It
welcome.
sounds good that there's not going to be that many debates.
In
Like,
that gym session, it was me, you, and Monners.
And just yes. So there we go. That's all the
Meant to
vibe we
be.
need. Yeah, for
It
sure.
was just all three of us dancing wildly in the gym. I can't move, and those two can, so it was quite fun.
Monners and I love to learn a TikTok dance together. Yeah, it's great.
Do we know who the best and worst drivers are in the team? Sounds like you're backing yourself as one of the better ones.
Yeah, I'd say I'm pretty sturdy.
Okay.
I've only crashed a car like 3 times.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
You're
I'm
no longer the
joking.
driver.
I'm joking.
Been demoted.
I'm joking. Guys, I'm joking.
I would personally. She's gonna be so upset when she sees
Who
this.
are you
but
going to say is worse?
Lambo is not.
No,
something like
yeah,
that.
fair.
Purely
She
because
has
she had a bit of
crashed.
a
She
bump.
has.
She had a bit of a bump the other day.
She's twice with the bumper.
Is it?
Yeah, she's done a bumper twice.
Oh bless her.
She went in a tree.
She'll be upset with me to say that.
Yeah.
But we
And
did
her,
once.
and her insurance premiums are going to be going up.
Yeah, no,
We
gutty.
once pulled
She's
out of Beckenham, and it was kind of the first. I'd started driving, I think, a little bit before. Maybe I can't remember. And we were pulling out. We were both going to the same place, and I literally watched her nearly get in a crash behind me as we pulled out of the junction. It's like, oh, that's tragic.
Are you a good driver?
Yeah, I back myself. I back myself.
I feel like anybody who
I
says that
only
is
say that.
terrifying.
Yeah. La 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 la.
No, I only say that because my dad, again, who
Hennes.
clearly, he'll
I
be
do
honest.
want to be your dad when I grow up.
I know you do. I know for sure.
really do.
But he is a very good driver, and he definitely thinks that I'm a good driver.
Okay, yeah, fair.
So then I think I'm a good driver because he
And
thinks
therefore,
I'm a good
I
driver.
think you're a good driver. There we
Because
go.
if Hennes says it, it must be true. Except for when he's
Exactly.
talking about my singing.
Of course. Last one. If you've broken down or driven into something, which teammate are you calling and why?
Well, funnily enough, Lambo called Paige actually.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
Because it was on into a game actually.
Paige is slowly becoming the team mum.
She is mum. She's mother.
I mean,
Yeah.
Danny White Hodge will become the mum.
I know.
I know, cute.
So cute.
I'm not calling her if I crash my car though.
Who? Danny?
Yeah.
No.
No.
Yeah,
Right.
no.
No.
Definitely.
She might be becoming a mum, but I'm still not calling her if I crash my car.
So you're on board with Paige?
I feel like Paige is a good
Paige
person.
could be a pretty sturdy one.
Yeah.
Danny Gregory.
Grego would tell you
Yeah.
exactly what
Yeah,
to do.
she's
Just
got
like-
she's probably got a
You'd be-
she's got a pre-prepared like list.
Yeah, she'd know
Yeah,
exactly what
yeah.
to do, in what order, who to call.
She's actually probably got it in a file in her.
Yeah,
car.
true. I reckon you'd be up there as well.
Yeah, it's pretty chilled. Like,
I
what's
know for
worst
sure
that's
no
happened?
one would
Like,
be picking up the phone to me.
You wouldn't be the first
100%.
that's crossed through my
I think I'd
brain.
probably be the last actually.
No, you're not last. You're just not in the top 3.
I'd just be like, oh, sorry, do you want me to come?
You'd be
I wouldn't know what to
laughing.
do. I would laugh.
You'd
actually,
be
that
there
would
laughing on the
help.
other side.
Whoops, yeah.
So if you're feeling bad about yourself, just call Jimmy. She'll be laughing at you.
Yeah.
And then you start laughing.
Laughing
so it's
with, laughing
Yeah.
with. Or I'll just make myself embarrassed to
Yeah.
then make you laugh. So yeah, if someone.
But you
says
won't come
something,
out with anything useful.
No.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm bringing the vibes purely.
Perfect. Well, that's it. That's it for the first episode of Under the Hood. Do you want to sing us out?
I don't. No. Actually, no. Not in this pressured environment. I'll sing out.
Isn't that when you thrive though?
That's okay. Maybe not with the singing. in other
Just the
ways,
cricket.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I'll just sing all the time. But the second someone actually asks me to, I'm like, absolutely not.
Just keep the mic on her
catch
when
me
we
on a karaoke
leave.
night. Yeah, keep this on.
I'll get her singing. I'll take mine off. Start singing. Get her singing.
It's the
Fine.
wicked riff. They're sick of me doing that all the time.
Which wicked riff?
Don't. You know exactly the one I'm talking about. You're trying to get me to do it. Nice try.
No, but I honestly don't know which one you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Everyone knows.
No,
the
I
wicked
don't.
riff.
I don't.
One
Is it
more
on
episode-
TikTok or Instagram or something?
It's a film.
Jimmy,
And
do it for the.
play. You see plays all the time.
I do see plays all the time.
You know Wicked.
But which riff?
Do it for the pod.
You know the that's my line. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm keeping the
I
mystery.
actually-
I'm keeping the people wanting. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Respect my decision.
Thank you for listening. Thank you, and thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, Al, for your contributions.
Sorry about the chaos.
I loved it,
Yeah.
and hopefully you did too. And we'll catch you for another episode of Under the Hood, brought to you by Kia.
remarkable feat and is taking 5 wickets in an innings and scoring a century in the same first-class match. We'll reveal the answer to today's Tea Time teaser after the afternoon session. Please welcome back our umpires Paul Pollard and David Mills. Hampshire's fielding side, led by their captain, number 10, Ben Brown. And resuming Surrey's first innings on 85 for 2, Dominic Sibley on 35.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. We are one session into this county championship clash between Surrey and Hampshire. The visitors won the toss, and as is custom here at the Kia, they elected to field, and they picked up a couple of wickets in the first 2 hours of play. Rory Burns, who was bowled by Potgieter, the South African, bowling for Hampshire, bowled by Gooden. Then Will Jacks spooned a catch to backward point from the same bowler when he was on 10. So from 27 to 1, that moved to 53 for 2. And this pair of Dom Sibley, who's been serene as ever, up to 35, has added 32 with Daniel Lawrence, who is 15. So 85 for 2 is where we resume. I'm Adam Collins, and sat next to me is now former Surrey all-rounder, among many other things, Cam Steele. G'day, Cam.
G'day. Thanks for having me.
Great to have you. Looking forward to, I'm sure I know you've already been on when I was running around doing All-Stars this morning, so I haven't heard your first half an hour, but I'm sure you brought your eloquence and analysis to the fore here, and we will do more of that as we see James Fuller take the ball to start off from our Vauxhall end. Dan Lawrence has 3 slips behind him. Traditional 6-3 field. We're playing just over towards the Archbishop Tennyson School, so the leg side as you're watching. The players are about to be called to attention. They are now. We're away. Second session here at the Oval.
Tidy first session from Surrey. Dom Sibley doing the bulk of the work. And Dan Lawrence was straight into his stride when he came to the crease with that dynamic trigger movement he was speaking about just before lunch.
Yeah. Seems to enjoy a lot of confidence when he immediately walks out, Lawrence. Some players, it might take a dozen balls or half an hour, whereas Lawrence is like, no, if I can score from that ball, regardless of how long I've been there for, I'm gonna back my swing. Is he like that temperamentally as well? Is he that kind of person who carries that confidence with him?
Very confident middle order we have today between Jacks, Lawrence, Pope,
Quite.
Curran. In serious confidence and aura about a few of them. And Will Jacks started his first ball with a boundary as well. Just a self-belief that is so important in the best players. Dan Lawrence is certainly one of them.
And Sibley doing what Sibley does. He must just provide such calm when watching out on the balcony over there on the Bedser stand, when he's doing his thing and he's in that groove like he's been so far today, that you know that things are heading in the right direction.
I mentioned before to Yas on comms that if there's a tea scale, how many cups of tea can you have before you have to think about batting when you're in the middle order? And Sibley's pretty high on that.
Oh, yeah. That's a great way of measuring it, isn't it? Oh, good in there from Fuller.
He's just so organised. Dom Sibley, one of the best in the game at it across the world, knowing where he scores, where to defend. Watch out if you bowl on his pads.
And the way that he's able to make effectively all three stumps his pads, which is such a calling card of the way that he scores, right? The way he whips through the onside with a minimum of fuss. And seemingly no risk either, whereas for other players, playing out towards mid-wicket from the off-stump line might look like that's laden with risk, not Sibley.
When you can do it well, it makes you so hard to bowl at.
Yeah.
And he gets right across, almost outside off-stump. And Lawrence does the same as well.
Yeah.
But he keeps his eyes so perfectly level. And the powers of hyper-focus on the little piece of leather coming down at him.
Right on cue, well timed, but superb bit of fielding there.
Manny Lumsden, sub fielder. Not sure who he's on for. I thought he might have been given a go today. He closed out that final over on Friday night. He's an exciting talent. Got some handy pace.
Looks like he's going straight off the field as well. Saved the boundary. Job done.
Someone was a little late finishing their lunch.
Yeah. 86 for 2, so 1 run from the over. Jake Lehman, there he is, the Aussie import. Although he's now got that eligibility where he's no longer playing as the overseas, right?
He's now an overseas at South Australia.
Yeah, it's quite clever.
Yeah.
So Kyle Abbott, who bowled so well in that spell before lunch, one edge. It didn't quite carry 3 balls before the long break. Ooh. That's rare from him. A loosener, which Lawrence makes the most of.
Very, very rare to see that from Kyle Abbott. But a 10 over spell before lunch is, well, it wasn't a spell. 10 overs before lunch is a lot. But you don't see this very often. Very rarely strays from the top of off Kyle Abbott.
It's kind of vanished from the game, the loosener, hasn't it? There was a time in life, for a long time really, where a loosener was an accepted part of being a quick, or any bowler for that matter. But now the expectations are that, you know, you will do what you need to do to make sure, right, that you can get to the crease and get through your action first ball.
He's been the pick of the bowlers so far, minus that 1 ball at the start of this over. Made Sibley work hard for his runs in the morning session. Navigated well.
Just that subtlety there, the way he uses the crease. A bit wider on it there. Has all those tricks to draw from. Most of them subtle. Like, you would have faced him quite a bit over the time, both when you were loaned at Hampshire for a while. Is that right from memory?
You would have
faced him a bit down there in the nets, and what a handful that must have been as a bloke 22 yards away.
Certainly is. Just as tricky in the nets as he is out on the field, I can tell you that.
Proper competitor. There it is, back in the shoebox.
So economical with his energy, obviously with his run rate as well. Same before lunch. He's got far fitter over the last 3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah, I think I reflected on it as well after you jumped out, that he told me that he sort of realised he had to. It was wasn't a sort of a, I'll lose a few kilos here for the sake of doing it. He made a sort of a tactical decision about the way he wanted to approach the latter part of his career is like, I need to be a little bit leaner to make sure that I can spend as much time on feet as you need to as a county bowler week in, week out. So I suppose that the difference to a lot of cricketers who towards the end of their career might go the other way, but Abbott, ever the professional.
Still the same with Jimmy Anderson towards the end of his international.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still playing now, but ever lean and athletic.
Even wider there from Abbott to finish the over. So all dots after the loosener, 90 for 2. Yeah, Anderson meets that criteria of being lithe. You don't really describe a young man as being lithe, do you?
I don't think you can.
Yeah.
Adam Lythe isn't young either.
True. That test match, if you're wondering, has wrapped up at Lords, where England were victorious comfortably on morning 4. A reminder that if you've got a ticket to Lords today and you want to rock up at the Oval, you can do. Only a £5. £5 to get in for the remainder of this day at the Kia Oval. All you need to do is provide evidence that you had a Lord's ticket, which is pretty easy to do on your phone, I'm sure, and they'll let you through for £5. Make a full day of it. Given how starved for cricket we've been in the last week or so in London with so much rain, fill your boots on a Sunday afternoon.
Well, at the best ground in London.
I love that ongoing debate. It's going on for over 100 years, right? What's the best ground in London? Inside part of the blade. Do you catch much of the test match yourself?
Fair bit of it. It was all highlights.
Yeah.
Gus Atkinson with another fifer. Good to see.
We were going through at lunch. There's like 4 bowlers ever to have had their name on the honours board more than Gus Atkinson as a bowler at Lords, and he's played 3 test matches there. It's a scarcely ridiculous start to his career on that side of the river. And of course that Test 100 as well. The second time he played there a couple of years ago. It's a bit tangled up there from Fuller. Good start to Sibley.
No one gets hit in that area more than Dom Sibley. The unmentionables.
There are players, aren't there, who have a habit. So Ben Stokes is another.
Mitch Marsh.
A nice slow-mo. Mitch Marsh, who missed some cricket this year. Ouch. Kane Williamson's another, which is why he recently has developed his own box. I've been talking to the creators of it. They've done like 5 years of R&D. I'm trying to get it absolutely perfect for its release, which happened last month. Faf du Plessis, another. He got hit there so often that he kind of had his own hybrid box, didn't he? I don't know if you ever saw a photo of that. He had 3 boxes put together, which might be a bit of a flex from Faf, to be fair, but it was a remarkable thing that he was getting around in.
Well, I suppose it's 2 flexes, really, isn't it? It's one, having the appendage that warrants 3 boxes, but also batting long enough and being good enough to have the opportunity to be hit there. It's making me realise I didn't bat long enough.
Yeah. Tempter again. Been meaning to ask you actually off air, but forgot to. Have you, because you've not been playing obviously since you retired and had that injury that kept you out, have you been sort of missing the playing this season yet, or have you been able to draw a line under obviously your professional career and then kind of divorce that from your day-to-day life, or have you been kind of thinking, I wouldn't mind getting the ball in my hand right now?
I think so far I've been so busy since announcing my retirement that I haven't particularly thought about it.
Okay. Down leg to finish.
But there have been some times where I've been pretty emotional about not being out there and with the guys.
So more that than the actual, I guess I'm saying here is, or what I'm asking is you're so battle hardened as a professional cricketer for over a decade, having done that one thing or that skill set that you possess so often, that not being able to do it at all. It's not like you could jump in the nets tomorrow, 'cause obviously your injury's been a serious one. Just the act of bowling a cricket ball or hitting a cricket ball. It's quite an abrupt end, isn't it? When that's what you've done for so long.
I suppose if it was an option to do it, then I would feel differently. Whereas I'm now not able to do it, so I'm throwing it to the back of my mind.
Okay.
Maybe whether that's subconscious or not.
Might be the sort of thing that you come back to in 5 years. There's no reason why not being a professional precludes you. You could play cricket into the future again if your body was up to it, of course.
If body's up to it, yeah. I mean, there was one moment in the win against Sussex where I really started to get emotional. It was when Jordan Clark got fifer. I find it really hard not celebrating those moments. And the win itself, that was when I spoke to the lads to sort of say my final words of retirement and sort of not cut myself off, but get out of the changing room, as it were. And that was really hard to, well, not cry and rue what could have been, and well, what was the best time of my life over 13 years and 5 years at Surrey.
So a false stroke, bisecting third slip and backward point. Never realistically going to be caught from there, but the edge runs away for 494 for 2. Almost felt like it could have been back of the bat from our angle. We'll see it again here.
Aggression from Lawrence. Whip that through mid-wicket.
So a lot of work goes in, doesn't it, from the PCA to prepare you for that time, whenever it is. So it's not perhaps as abrupt as it might have been, say, a generation ago before that work was done. But still, it's a moment in time in your life, not just your cricketing life.
Absolutely. I can't thank the Surrey and the PCA enough for the amount of support that they've given me and tried to help me soften the blow for the next step. They really did both do a great job.
Again, that's Abbott's ability to just bring it back enough, but no meaningful appeal from the bowler, knowing rather that it was going over the top.
In my case, I was injured for so long and I got injured at an age where I decided to start writing and putting myself out there a little bit in case it did.
Yep.
It was the end. I'd never expected that rolling my ankle would be the start of the end of my career, but I suppose I am fortunate that I had the help to do those kinds of things.
Just that boundary through backward point from the over, 94 for 2. They've added 9 runs since lunch about 15 minutes ago.
But then also to guys like Mark Church as well for getting me in on radio comms and helping me start to learn the trade, which hopefully I'm doing okay at.
And getting other opportunities. You were doing some ICC this week.
I was commentating on the women's warm-up games, Netherlands and Scotland and Sri Lanka, Pakistan yesterday. Top experience up at Derby, the county ground. It was broadcast, face for radio, of course, but
I don't know about that. You know what you're doing. We've got Mark Ramprakash, who's going to be joining us later this afternoon. I'm just told here, which is great to have the great man back in. Do you have a question for Mark Ramprakash? surreybroadcast@gmail.com. They'll get filtered through. Got George with us here at the back of the box. He'll get them on the screen for us when we're on comms with Ramps and run through that conversation a bit later today. Second time Sibley's been denied. All there to his right. So second time since lunch, I should say. Short side of the ground.
it's ended up being economical. James Fuller. Only 7 runs from his 6.2 overs.
Did his bit before lunch. Mentioned Abbott probing before lunch, but Fuller down the other end giving away absolutely nothing in his first spell.
It's a useful man to have in your team, James Fuller. Good pro. bat, ball, and field.
Been around a long time now. Yeah, 36 years of age. Another player in this game who started his life in South Africa. Quite a few of them, actually.
How many?
Well, if you broaden it out to
Actual overseas.
Southern Africa, so you can include a couple of Currans there as well.
Yes.
That seems like the kind of question that Daniel Norcross will eat up when he's on commentary soon.
Probably knows it off the top of his head.
There's a chance. Gets that fine. And fine enough. So not where Sibley was trying to place it, but extra movement off the seam. His 100th ball brings a boundary, 98 for 2. Yeah, it's a fun Surrey team, isn't it? With Jack's 3, been and gone, yes, but doubtless will make a contribution through the game. Seeing back here that inside edge found.
It's actually played that well, Dom
Yeah.
Sibley. He's just nipped back, been able to hold his shape, keep that along the carpet.
Ollie Pope down the list for his keeping this week. And you got the Curran brothers playing together. Tommy played 1 game last year. Don't reckon that was with Sam, though. And then Matt Fisher, who has been with England this week. Saw him running up and down the stairs doing 12th duties on day 1. And Reece Topley, who's made his return to first-class cricket this year, having been away from the red ball stuff for about 4 years. So, few injuries, few opportunities for the home team. Close, got to be close. Yep. So Fuller's been probing away. And perhaps the first time Sibley's missed on that line brings his downfall. 98 for 3.
Fuller from Fuller this time. So rare that we see Dom Sibley miss these. This is bread and butter. And I'm not sure he'll quite believe that he's missed it. A ball that is so fruitful for him, but he has to depart. 39 off his 102 deliveries.
So seeing it back here, yeah, it just came back nicely, didn't it? Started on leg, hit in line with middle and leg, would have hit middle and off. Just what you want from that angle. The experience of Fuller on show there. Get the sense from the body language that Sibley knew as well. And that look back towards the umpire was more in hope rather than expectation. So partnerships today of 27, 26 and 45. Dan Lawrence to be joined by this week's wicketkeeper, Ollie Pope.
What I would say about James Fuller is he does try a lot with his bowling. He tries to bowl in swing, out swing, every other ball. And he was certainly doing that to Sibley. It can make him quite hard to line up.
Mm.
And that's the only reason I can think for Dom Sibley missing that ball. Even though it has swung back lavishly, he'd usually just park that straight into the square leg fence.
It needed to move, didn't it? And it did. So credit to Fuller for backing that Fuller ball. Softer hands from Lawrence earns him another boundary towards deep third. Couple of oohs and ahs, but that was into the turf. 28 for him. Brings up the Surrey 100 as well. 102 for 3.
Deft touch from Daniel there. Just opening the face slightly. Doing well to play that ball nice and late.
He's had a very good season so far, Lawrence. 300s. Laying a foundation here. Still 3 slips behind him.
He crunched it on Friday night. Some of the shots he was playing, the sweep shots down the ground. Gorgeous stuff.
Yeah, Lawrence at full flight. Sight to behold. Ooh, it's a seed. So I just noticed then when we had that shot of the stairs of the players' dressing room that pretty much right over the bowler's arm this week, where Surrey would be watching from. I'm seeing Abbott do just that.
Well, that's one of the things about watching Kyle Abbott. He's got probably one of those balls in him and over, especially when the ball's this age. I never like to watch too much from behind the bowler's arm for that very reason.
You hear different views on that, don't you? I remember Ian Chappell used to say that it was better at Adelaide Oval because you square the wicket and it would give you a sense of the pace of the ball more than the line of it.
It's Jordan Clark.
Yeah, so where he's sitting right now is pretty much a direction that Abbott's walking now. We're in line with about second slip down the other end of the ground.
I just wonder whether Dan Lawrence wants Jordan to move.
It may well be, because a couple of times this over they've just taken a pause, but he'll go again. He's the only one in the line, isn't he? Or near enough to it. There wouldn't be too many places where you're right over the top, right? Because often the pavilion will mean that there's one team on one side, one team on the other.
Everyone has their own habit for watching.
Where did you normally camp?
Somewhere in the balcony there.
Yep.
But not fully engrossed, I'd say. My favourite was Kemar Roach.
Using his feet to get outside the line. Lawrence there. Another good over, 102 for 3.
Yeah, Kemar would sit hunched over in his spot in the change room where there's no sight of the ground. In his whites, he would never get out of his whites. And pretty much stay there until he was next in.
So he wasn't actually watching the game itself?
No, the stream will be on in the change room. But very rarely would he watch you, just be sat there.
So basically where his locker, you mean when his room?
His locker, yeah, his locker. Right. Just sat, not particularly comfortable. It's not as though all the places you can recline in the dressing room, put the feet up. No, he would always just sit in his whites with his phone.
Love it.
To know who he was texting.
Ollie Pope, a fine first-class career, especially here at the Oval, not least against Surrey. First ball here, forward, hit a dazzling 100 against Hampshire in a fourth innings chase. Would have been, I'm going to say 3 seasons ago, 2023, to get Surrey's season going. The way he hit the ball that day was to die for.
Certainly was. This I might be right in saying this is the first time we've played on this pitch against Hampshire for a few years. Usually it's further over towards the other side of the ground. But Ollie Pope's got 1,261 championship runs against Hampshire. 600s.
Great going. We'll get off the mark here with a gentle prod. It's probably the one difference between, well, not the one difference, but a difference between professional cricket and the more relatable Saturday afternoon, Sunday afternoon stuff, where you're expected to be audible when you're playing normal cricket, not pro cricket. So your batting pair can hear you out there cheering every run or cheering every boundary. Except when you're a pro and there's people doing that for you in the crowd, you can kind of hide in the dressing room like you're describing there. Your presence is not needed.
Never thought about that.
Many years ago, must have been around the time of the 2019 World Cup, I sat down and spent an hour with Steve Elworthy. I was making a documentary at the time that was in part around the tied World Cup semi-final that he played in 20 years before in 1999. And he told me that where he and others were gathered at the very end, he was run out in the penultimate over, were in the dressing room out the back. They didn't even see the moment. They heard the roar, and because the television broadcast was sort of 5 or 6 seconds behind, they didn't know whether that roar meant that South Africa and Klusener had won the game. Short, punched, thud. Lawrence on top of the bounce. Economy of movement, timing outstanding.
First long hop we've seen from James Fuller. And put away with ease by Dan Lawrence. Just a little scratch of the footmarks afterwards from James Fuller, as is customary
Got to do it.
when you bowl a short one.
You got to do it. It's got to be something wrong. Must have
Must
slid.
be.
Must be. As a spinner bowl, long hop, got to rub your hand in the dust.
Oh, yeah. Every ball for me.
I got rumbled doing that yesterday, actually. Shot. Even better than the one that came before it. The on drive from Lawrence. When he's playing that well, you know he's in good nick. Up to 36.
Shot of the day from Dan Lawrence. Sumptuous on drive. Such an economy of movement right across his stumps, but gorgeous. Full face of the bat. Worth every one of those 4 runs.
I love seeing a non-striker having to get out the way of it on drive. It's a sign that it's been hit splendidly. So 9 runs from the over, 111 for 3. Yeah, imagine that being in that World Cup semi-final, pressure cooker, thrilling finish, all on the line, 9 wickets down, and a few of the South Africans were huddled at the back, unable to watch, only aided by their television set. You can imagine what sort of TV it would have been, quarter of a century ago. And then hearing that roar and knowing for 5 or 6 seconds that might mean you're playing in a World Cup final, or it might mean it's disaster. And on that day, of course, for the Proteas, it was the latter.
Is this your way of telling the viewers that Steve Elworthy was having a smoke out the back?
It isn't, actually. I didn't know that, but, I'll take your word for it.
I don't know.
No, I think they were actually, as he explained it to me, there was a little ante room at the back. I think I'm right in saying next to where their kit room was at the in the Edgbaston sheds.
Okay.
However it looked back then.
Okay.
And I think he said Herschel Gibbs, who got off to an absolute flyer before Warne bowled him, was out there with a couple of others, and he was one of them, having been run out in the previous over. But yes, for someone who was involved in that loss, well, that tie, really, it wasn't a loss, but it was a tied game that Australia went through on anyway. He spoke most eloquently about it, and has clearly been able to process that over time, which can't be easy for anyone in that dressing room.
I'm looking forward to hearing in 10 years' time how the New Zealanders felt about the 2019 World Cup final.
Gosh. Steered again, 3rd time since lunch. 2 of them via Lawrence, now once via Pope, where the angle of the bat spin opened up, and there might be pause for thought in terms of depositing a 3rd man back there. That is the shorter side of the ground.
I hear the groan of some Hampshire members.
Yeah.
Get a 3rd man in. But it's nicely played by Ollie Pope.
And right on cue, that's where Alior's going to stay down at deep 3rd. Out comes the backward point to facilitate that. That was the same, wasn't it, the story that was told after 19, where England had tied on the final ball of the game. Easy single. That Stokes himself had gone into the showers, lit a cigarette, threw it down, back out again. Right on brand for the England, what would be the England captain. Right, job to do, back out there.
It worked, didn't it?
It worked. Remarkable day. Were you there at Lords that day?
No, I was in my flat in Chesley Street when I was playing for Durham at that
right.
stage. I was on my own.
Yeah.
I reckon I had 4 cans of Foster's watching that game just for the nerves.
Oh, what a ball that is. I was coming onto commentary with 5 overs to go. And I remembered that semi-final, that 99 semi-final, we're making that doc. I remember talking to Simon Mann, who did the TV commentary on BBC for it. And he told me the thing he was most pleased about was that he sought advice as to what would happen in the event of a tie. So his bit of commentary reflects that there was no ambiguity. He knew what was going on. He had it in his head. So I'm very grateful that I checked what would happen in the event of a tied super over before, because of course that went on and on, that last commentary stint, because the super over followed. Oh, gosh, that kept, dare I say it, a wee bit low. At least it didn't get up as far as what Lawrence thought. They're looking at each other. Yeah, they're looking at the pitch. Smiles are exchanged. Gardening will follow.
It's been a probing over from Abbott, as always. Ben Brown in a little bit of discomfort. Keepers take a battering. Their thumbs and fingers, especially when they keep low like this one.
Yeah.
No issues with the line, but might have just hit one of the divots from the morning session.
He's doing a fine job here, Abbott. 116 for 3. 1 wicket in the session so far. That of Dom Sibley, trap leg before, and the bowling of Fuller for 39. This pair have put on 18 since, but a number of deliveries have been likely types. But yeah, the chaos, the media centre was shaking in that feeling of it rocking from side to side almost in that super over. Something else. And Jimmy Neesham's response on social media that night saying, don't play sport, don't play cricket, don't waste your life, do something else. Why would you want to do it to yourself?
My favourite was all the photos of the England team having to, was it here? They had to come the next day?
Oh, that was rough.
That was rough. Liam Plunkett.
They weren't best pleased, I don't think. It was a great sight with the All-Stars kids. Anyone who was involved in the game or had been at the game in any professional capacity had been, light on sleep, needless to say. And the players doing that lap around the ground with all the kids having to sign every autograph, take every selfie. I'm sure adrenaline pulsing through. But yeah, big sunglasses. Big sunglasses. There was also great shots from, were you playing that after? No, you weren't. You said you were on the couch. But there were games being played around the country. Remember Stuart Broad was playing a game for Notts and having the same experience as any other England fan would have, being huddled around a television. Ooh. Shot. Fierce through the onside, Ollie Pope. Races to double figures.
Sumptuous from Ollie Pope. It was the hardest shots to play. Getting that ball through straight mid-wicket. Just leans on it. It's nicely into his work already into double figures.
Didn't need to overhit it, didn't overhit it, but boy, it raced to the rope, didn't it? That's just timing 101. Batting at 5 today. Wouldn't have batted at 5 too often for Surrey in recent years. Of course, that's owing to his other job this week as wicketkeeper. But yeah, I remember Brody posting a photo or posting a video, whatever it was, of them jumping around the dressing room, I think with the Oppo as well, if I recall correctly, as they were all watching the game at what must have been after play by the time that, all in their white still, didn't even bother, getting into the Birkenstocks and the shorts, they were straight into it. I think there was 10 million people watching that on television or something ridiculous, which is a reminder of these big events.
It was an amazing day for sport, wasn't it? Wimbledon final as well that
yes,
day.
that's right. And that went to the 5th. And the radio station I was working for kept asking me to throw to Wimbledon for updates. And I was saying to the guy down the line, right, over to Wimbledon, you've got 10 seconds. You got no more time than that. The cricket's got to come first today. And was it Silverstone as well? I think the F1 Grand Prix. And all of them were finishing at about the same time. What a wild day. Well then. Interesting. Is that just Pope trying to keep pressure as much as he can on Fuller as we watch it back here?
I feel as though it's the right shot. He's been given the width for it. His game's been in lovely order, Ollie Pope.
Yeah, that would have been. And there you go. It's a quirky over. He's played 2 gorgeous shots through mid-wicket. And in the middle of that, a player missed it, went actually past the inside edge, which had it collected the edge and gone back onto the off stump, it would have been ugly. But at 120 for 3, Surrey back in a strong spot. So
And that's what I was alluding to before
Yeah.
with James Fuller trying a few different things. He's gone into Ollie Pope's pads and dismissed it for 4. Top balance from Ollie Pope.
So to my right, I've got Mark Ramprakash sat with us at the bench, and on the bottom of the screen you can see, have you got a question for the great Mark Ramprakash? Get in touch on email, surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Ramps is with us later. I better find out when he's on. Can someone put on the screen, please tell me when Ramps is on so they know how long they've got to compose their email. So Sonny Baker can have his first crack after lunch. So in about 3 overs time, Ramps will jump in and replace Cam Steel, who's to my left. Sonny Baker, 2 spells before lunch. The first, the more frugal of the 2, away from the pavilion. He also was with England, of course, this week, running up and down the stairs of the pavilion, running drinks, that type of thing. Now back here, very convenient, both for he and Matt Fisher getting the chance to play right now. If you think about the way that the season's broken up, this is an unusual game. Scheduling-wise, with the blast still going on, getting these 4 days in particular means that both bowlers can play.
Wonderful that they've been allowed to play.
It's good, isn't it? Yeah. Got a catcher on the leg side around the corner for Lawrence.
Might see a little bit more short stuff here. Got a fine leg and a deep square. He's about 10 yards off the boundary. Little leg gully. First 2 balls full. But he has got a quick bumper, Sonny Baker. Dan Lawrence does like to take on the short ball.
Yeah, when he gets ahead of steam, Baker, boy oh boy, he's something to watch. Real talent. Upish. They've got the third man back now in ore, so it's only worth 1 to them, 125 for 3. Baker, who's refreshing in his determination about being a test cricketer. Of course, he's had the chance to debut in both white ball formats, but I interviewed him in January and he's like, no, love all of that, but I want to be a test bowler. He wants to be doing his best work with the red ball. Not far away in that 12, wasn't he, for Lords? Didn't make the final 11, but an emblem of what they think of him too. Chopped down hard the third man. Been down there a bit this session.
Slight change in the field for Pope. There were 3 slips, no leg slip for him.
Oh, can you answer something that Phil and I were talking about before lunch? The helmet that Dan Lawrence is wearing, which is very clearly a different colour to everybody else's.
It is the GM helmet. Gunnermore.
Right.
I don't know if they've done the different colour on purpose. I mean, they're my sponsors. GM.
Great.
I'm not sure if I think. Well, I was potentially going to wear the helmet this year if I got back on the park, but I didn't.
Okay. I enjoy that because you go back 20 or 30 years and you might watch England play. There might be 5 or 6 different coloured helmets worn. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but you'd have the white. Occasionally you'd see a red. Of course, you'd have the blue.
It's a shame that the white helmet's gone out the game.
Yeah.
In all levels of cricket.
Got to get it back. I've got a teammate who wears one and he still wears it because he doesn't want to give it away because he feels like he may struggle to get another white helmet.
Has he got lots of cherries on it as well?
No, that mostly been cut away for that particular teammate. But no, it stands out, doesn't it? Catch was the call. 4 runs the result. 4th slip would have been interested, but only 2 in the cordon. So 6 runs from the over, 130 for 6, but extra pace to finish.
First ball, back of a length from Baker. Good pace, but nowhere near the waiting slip cordon. I must say, Dan Lawrence deserves that luck for moving the field in the way he has. He's been dynamic so far, as he so often is in this Surrey middle order.
You can kind of see Alex Stewart wearing a white helmet, can't you? You think about what Mike Atherton used to occasionally wear a white helmet early in his career, I'm pretty sure. Maybe that's a question for Ramps. Maybe Ramps wore one, I can't remember. No, never a white one. It's all a blur, he says. Podgita, who picked up a couple of wickets to get Hampshire going earlier today, will replace Fuller at our Vauxhall end. Partnership of 32. Picked up Burns and Jacks earlier.
Bit of swing to start. With the angle of his arm. Ollie Pope, watchful. Always like it when players watch the ball straight through into the gloves when leaving. Sort of habit you learn in junior school. Watch the ball all the way.
All the way in. This is down leg here, fresh in the new spell. So, Gita, 29 years of age. Played a couple of games for Hampshire so far in this stretch there. His numbers read like the quintessential coal pack player from a generation ago. He's got a first-class bowling average of 23, batting average of 43. So many players that came to the county championship, flicked away for 4 here, mind you. Misses on the leg side, and Pope capitalises to 19 for him from just 15 balls. 134 for 3, partnership already 36. So he's down the leg side altogether, and then Pope across the stumps, leg stump line. Thanks for coming. But yeah, runs and wickets at first class level in South Africa. Perfect recruit for the county championship.
I mean, the question is, has there been a country that's produced better cricketers than South Africa?
In this comp, especially. Yeah.
Just in the world. I mean, the amount of South African immigrations. Neil Wagner.
Yeah.
Devon Conway for New Zealand this week. Not this week, for Wagner.
Yeah, interesting thought experiment. If you put together, say, a team of the decade, say over the last 3 decades, of the best possible 11 cricketers who were born in South Africa, they'd be pretty useful teams. And as you allude to there, quite a number of them wouldn't necessarily have played for South Africa for a variety of reasons. But so many have turned out here in England in the championship. Gita making his mark today. Over pitching. Doesn't make the most of it. 134 for 3. Cam, that's been most enjoyable. I'm going to jump out. Daniel Norcross will replace me. 41 for Lawrence, 19 for Pope. 36 the partnership. Sibley, the man to fall since lunch. League before for 39. After a 45-run stand with Lawrence. Your thoughts on what you've seen so far since lunch? Then Daniel.
Been mixed after lunch. Dan Lawrence going along wonderfully for his well-made 41. Ollie Pope straight into his work. Now on 19.
How do you think he's looking? I say that because I've got a bit of a thing for Ollie Pope. You know, much the same way that Phil Walker talks about Daniel Lawrence, as if he's actually possibly his love father. I have a thing for Ollie Pope.
Don't we all?
When he's smooth and comfortable and happy, I think he just looks fantastic. As Baker resumes. Tucked away at the onside, must be the single. It's still just looking a touch busy for me. Just a touch busy.
The only shot that has been more busy than the others was that flash outside the off stump,
Mm.
where I feel as though the ball was still there to hit, but he just happened to miss it. He's been looking smooth.
He played a little bit of a jabby one down the deep third, which made me a little nervous. I mean, it could just be me getting unnecessarily nervous. See, that looks solid. Solid as a rock.
Well, the
So-
average is 90 against Hampshire.
Yes, he does, doesn't he?
So, I mean, what do we know?
Yeah, he's brutal against Hampshire. And he'll have faced their very good bowling attack on many occasions.
I remember A.D. Birrell over the years is always just kind of go, he always does it.
Well, he does.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. Do players have... I mean, he must have a team that he likes to play. He must love playing Hampshire, or is it just pure coincidence?
Well, anyone at the Oval really is. Records unbelievable here.
Yeah, averaging mid-70s, I think, now. Not bad.
It's ridiculous. Especially given the pitches that have been prepared over the last few years. I know there's been more runs this year, but it's been tough work for batters, especially in the first couple of innings.
Because they are tough. We heard a lot of talk in the Lord's Test about how actually Bazball, for want of a better word, was the appropriate way to go because the pitch sort of, there's a ball with your name on it, that standard cliche. But teams don't tend to play like that here at the Oval, even though we know that the first day is the toughest day to bat. Got away with that one. Bit of an under edge. It's going to fly away for 4. It was there to go after a bit of width and a bit of pace from Sonny Baker. Takes Pope into the 20s. So do teams talk about that a little bit? Say, right, it's the first day. Let's get after it. I mean, take a look at that shot again. I don't think that's a function of the pitch. That's, a bit of width, a bit short. It's going to go after it. But generally speaking, you all know the way the numbers work. Oh, plays and misses. One that just leaves him. Goes through quite low, the keeper.
We do. Not so much at the Oval, though. We know what it's going to do. We know it's going to... You get value for shots here. You get value for good balls. Carries to the slips. So it's a little bit more old school here in that the team who plays it best generally gets the most out of it. If you bowl straight and you play straight, it's usually going to go pretty well.
Yeah, I guess it's not really, unevenness of bounce we're talking about here.
No, and that's the thing is the pitch is so well prepared by Lee Fortis and his team, as it is the end of the 39th over, 139 for 3. But no, you can trust the bounce, and I suppose that's the difference with the Lord's pitch. As soon as it's going up and down, you could get hit in the face or the toes, and it was really
up. Yeah.
That's when Bazball, for want of a better term, comes more into its own.
Now, I've got some Sunday Gate news for you. And it is quite noteworthy, actually, because this is the 4th home game of the season. And Sunday Gates aren't usually as big as Fridays and Saturdays, as a general rule. Fridays are often the biggest day of County Championship season. So we don't always expect to get our biggest crowds. There's Potrita in the attack. That'll be a leg by, just dribbling down to long leg. So on April the 12th, way back, the first home game, 1,906. April the 26th, I think there's a bit of a promotion on or something that day, 3,697. This was by the end of Sunday, by the way. So we're not anywhere near the end of Sunday yet. And the last home game here, 2,211. We are already at 3,800. And if you have been let down by Lords, and let's face it, that's happened to a lot of people over the years. But if you've been let down by Lords today, and you spent a lot of money on a test match ticket, and you were hoping to see a full day's play, and you didn't get that, well, You bring your ticket. You click on a QR code or do something or other, and you can get into here for just £5, which is a pretty good deal. Not very far away, Lords, as well. Why not? Why not have a full day's cricket in London, but in 2 different venues? Oh, now then, that one's left Pope again. Mark Ramprakash has come sit down alongside me. Welcome.
A very good afternoon.
And to you. There's still a bit going on out there, isn't there?
There is. I was actually at Lord's this morning, and I made
Were
the
you?
journey across. Didn't take me too long on the tube. And
Do
what
you?
could,
Down
what
to-
could
down
be
to- down to
better?
Green Park and down, yeah.
Green Park and down.
Yeah.
Got off at Vauxhall. You know,
Lovely.
got a cup of tea on the walk for the walk to the Oval. And what could be better? Watching cricket at the Oval, runs flowing, some classy batting here. I've been very impressed with Ollie Pope, the way he's settled. Such a difference watching him play for Surrey than in his when he was been recently playing for England.
What is the difference?
Well, technically, you'd say it's his head position. So when he does his little pre-delivery movement, his head is much more upright, going towards the bowler. When he's anxious, so mentally, when he's a bit anxious and in the England shirt, his head would fall across to the offside, and then you lose balance and you're in a world of trouble.
Yes, well, he got himself into a position, didn't he, in the Ashes back in 2021 too. But he just kept moving further and further and further across, almost to counter that. And of course, getting bowled down his legs.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of modern day players do that, and that they, when I ask them about it, they say, "Oh well, I know where my off stump is," and yet they still play defensively at balls that are missing the stumps by miles,
even though they're now standing on, or sometimes even outside off stump.
Yeah.
That's a nice flashing square drive. That'll run away for 4. That is when we love watching Ollie Pope bat, especially on the front foot. It's when we get those slightly cliche comparisons with Ian Bell, isn't it? Because I suppose partly height and how he looks generally.
I think it's a good comparison actually, because Ian Bell they'd be similar. I mentioned their little pre-delivery movement. It's just a little shuffle of the feet to get into a position where they can react, either to get forward or back. But they're basically side on, and actually the game is so much more simple when you're side on, because you can present the bat face through the line of the ball a lot longer. And we've got some quirky techniques here at the within the Surrey side. Rory Burns, Dom Sibley, and actually Dan Lawrence as well. He gets himself into some interesting positions, and they can look like they receive the ball of the century at times. But actually, it's partly because their shoulders get very open and the bat comes from gully across the line of the ball.
Now, it's a rather hopeful appeal, I would say. Only the bowler interested in that, as Baker is continuing. There is. I'm entirely with you, and I would obviously bow to your greater knowledge on techniques, and this isn't to disagree. But there are 2 exceptions, I suppose, to the side-on rule. And I say that, I mean, actually, when you look at footage, they are kind of side-on. It's just that the bat isn't. It's the great Don Bradman and the new lad, Suryavanshi.
Oh, well, you've opened a can of worms there, haven't you?
I have.
Yeah.
Didn't quite time that. It's going to get just a single for it. There is a man situated, good 15 yards in from the boundary. I'll just keep them down to 1. He's been selected for India's white ball tour, so he's going to come over here, aged 15.
Wonderful. Yeah.
What is he doing? Because
it's fabulous,
you look at where his bat comes, and it sort of describes a figure of 8 almost.
Yeah. I mean, look, the great thing about the game that I've been involved with for a long, long time is that you'll always get people who do it their own way, and long may that continue. That's a great strength of the game. Viv Richards did it to Mohammed Azharuddin. They did it differently. And Dan Lawrence, he has his own way of doing it, and he's been very successful doing it that way. And as you get older, you sort of refine little bits and pieces. I think Don Bradman, he's obviously probably the best who's ever played the game. So he had his own style, I think, brought up in Australia. Yes, his hands used to get up and out a little bit, but they used to come back down close to his body, I think, and not across the line of the ball. And I think that's probably a key difference. As for the youngster, the 15-year-old, And that's a solid forward defensive shot from Ollie Pope. Just made it look so simple. Own the top of off there. Really, really good side on position. Full face of the bat. Good balance. The 15-year-old's interesting because I don't think the white ball does much. It does, and actually the whole mindset's completely different. You've got to go after it. But you spoke about his hands going up and out, outside the line of the stumps, out to sort of gully. It gives him incredible range of shot that he can, the straight balls he can whip onto the leg side, and he can pick up the short ball. They're in a good position to do that early.
And he good leave. Sorry.
He also, but he also doesn't cut off the offside. He can still, with his great hand-eye, can still hit the ball over extra cover for 6 if he wishes. So it's a wonderful style. It's individual to him. I'm sure a lot of people will try and copy him. Moeen Ali had something similar. In fact, Syed Anwar used to bat in a very similar way. They managed to play Test cricket and get hundreds. So that's going to be a fascinating thing to watch this lad as he develops, and hopefully he will want to play Test cricket, and whether he stacks up the numbers, to merit selection.
I've heard a few people discussing that. Some people who've been out at the IPL, end of the over, 41 gone. Surrey going along quite nicely at the moment. Run rate just over 3.5. Almost as if to suggest, he's not going to play Test cricket. Well, if you can see a ball and hit it like that, why wouldn't you? I mean, India is a place that reveres their great Test cricketers. Yeah, they go in large numbers to watch IPL, but the thing that really floats everyone's boat is, when Virat Kohli was #1 batter in the world at Test cricket, when he scores Test match hundreds, that's when the country comes to life. And that, those numbers are the ones, especially in a country like India, which does actually revere numbers. You remember, you'll be old enough to remember when Sunil Gavaskar was about to become leading run scorer. The entire country came to a standstill, getting the most number of hundreds. When Sachin Tendulkar was searching for his 100th international 100, Sachin top of the tree. These things matter to India, don't they? I would expect that he will want to play Test cricket. Question is,
I think he was quoted as saying that his father's told him every day that Test cricket is the ultimate test.
Right.
And so I think there is an aspiration. Meanwhile, he's having a lot of fun in front of some very big noisy crowds on the biggest stage domestic one-day competition.
Must be weird to go play a Ranji Trophy game after you've just sort of been in a semi-final of the IPL, I guess. And I don't know whether it's hard or not. It's so completely outside my zone. When I was 15, I was trying to hold down a place in the school first team, batting at number 6.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes I think at that age, you're so wonderfully naive, really. And actually, he'll just go out and play another game of cricket. Of course, the ball in India, on most of their pitches, it doesn't do anywhere near as much as, say, what we're seeing in English conditions. It's probably the away matches that will be the biggest test for him.
I played that bit on the walk there, did Lawrence, and Podgieter getting good carry still, even at 75 miles an hour. Yeah, I mean, I would love to see it. He's quite terrifying. Watched him in the Under-19 World Cup.
Yeah, I saw that innings as well. Yeah.
Felt for the bowlers, didn't you?
Well, it was men against boys, wasn't it, really? I mean, I know Seb Morgan is a very good bowler, Middlesex boy. And at one point, he bowled mid-off and mid-on up, and he bowled a short ball, and he tennis batted it back over his head into the side screen.
Didn't find the gap on this occasion, Lawrence.
It's a fabulous talent. I mean, to go into, first ball from Bumrah, back over his head for 6.
Ridiculous.
Pat Cummins was treated like an off-spinner. I mean, it was extraordinary, the talent and the mindset. But it's whether, it's whether India deem that they want to throw him in or they give him a bit of time. I think it's fabulous that he's coming over on these in these T20s, and you'll give him a taste of what international cricket's like over here.
And this time he has found the gap. He's going to pick up 4 for it. Played a couple of shots on the walk in this over. This time he got right to the pitch of the ball. 77 miles an hour. I think Dan Lawrence has deemed is not quick enough to keep him in his crease.
I think he's played really well here, Dan Lawrence. He's had to work hard. He's concentrated hard. He has walked into that run. You're right, Dan. He got his head going towards the ball. Sometimes when he he goes across just prior to delivery. He's sort of crouching, and his back foot's well outside off stump, and he's crouching. This one, he actually moved towards the ball and got his head and weight into the ball, and be able to cash in on that half volley.
Come again. Ball this time's found the gap through the onside. Fabulous work. It's packed onside field, as you often get with Dan Lawrence, because they know he likes that side of the ground. That boundary brings up his half century in 66 balls. Then part of a partnership that's now gone beyond 50 with Ollie Pope. 57 they put on. With a nice fluent knot from Dan Lawrence, who's been in terrific form all season. We talked about Dom Sibley, but Dan Lawrence from the middle order, just quietly making his way to the top of Surrey's run scoring charts. And he's played some very valuable innings. A bit of a stop-start season so far for Surrey. Absolutely hurled his bat at that. Podgeter's not happy. Throws the ball back. Crowd get involved. All great fun. So, yeah, 50 partnership came up with the previous 4, of which Ollie Pope's made 28. As we just see this one again. Just a bit of adrenaline from both players, actually. Lawrence going after it, having hit a brace of boundaries off the previous 2, and then Podgeter less than impressed, as all pace bowlers are, with the implication that they're not quick enough to keep you in the crease. That's basically what it is, isn't it?
Oh, well, I mean, Dan Lawrence has played really well here. I think this knock will give him a lot of satisfaction, because clearly batting first on this surface first morning is tricky, really tricky, and there's a lot of lateral movement. The bounce has been even, relatively even, but it's been a real test of skill, and he's concentrated really hard, and he showed great adaptability, hasn't he? I mean, 1 minute you're playing the blast, T20 blast, you're trying to smack it out the ground, and then what's David Mills?
This is 5 penalty runs. I think this is for the throw, and I don't like this. This has been something that's been coming in recently, is umpires stamping on bowlers, or indeed fielders. I saw this in the women's game last year. I don't know, you aware of this? A couple of throws came in. They were a bit too close to the batter, and the umpires decided they were dangerous and penalised the player and cost them runs. And I found it a bit prissy myself. I think that is a 5 penalty runs because of Podgeter throwing the ball.
But he didn't throw it anywhere near.
Didn't throw it anywhere near.
I mean,
him.
if he's like 15 yards away, if he wanted to throw it at Dan, he would have hit it. He
Right.
didn't. He didn't throw it at the batter.
It was 2 yards away.
He threw it at the wicketkeeper. Yeah.
I think that's what that's for.
I mean, the players are going to show emotion. You want them to, don't you?
Yeah.
And it's a hard fought contest. He's trying his socks off. He's been hit for a couple of boundaries. Ball hit back at him very hard. I didn't see anything in that at all.
And also think of the scorers, because it's not easy for them to work out where to put the 5p.
Do you know, my first thought wasn't for the scorers, I have to be honest, but that's just me as a selfish player.
Well, I'll be honest with you, neither was mine. But yeah, I don't like that. And I'm pretty sure that that's what it must be for, because it can't have, I don't think it was for hitting a helmet or anything.
Yeah.
We'll just ask our producer just to trawl that footage, make sure the ball didn't touch a helmet or anything. But I'm pretty sure that was seen as an intimidatory gesture.
The game has changed. I mean, I'm just thinking of a few Australians that come to mind that
right
would have fallen foul a few times.
Well, arguably one of the most significant moments in recent English cricket occurred at this ground when a bowler hurled a ball back at a batter. In 2010, Alistair Cook was on a trot of very poor form. Do you remember?
Yes.
Couldn't buy a run, and he came to the Oval. It must have been the last game of the season, I think.
Yeah.
And it was Mohammed Asif was the bowler, and he was on about 98 or 99. Drilled the ball back at him. Mohammed Asif picked it up, threw it at Alistair Cook. It went way over his head, over the keeper's head. Got Cookie his 100. He got selected for the Ashes tour, which England won, and he got 766 runs. It wasn't the first time he's gone to 100 with overthrows on this ground. In his very last innings in Test cricket, that's how he got to his 100 as well. Throw from backward point.
Yeah.
It sped out towards the groundsman's top.
I mean, how you reckon? I was here for that game working. I mean, I can't remember things like that. How do you do it?
I was on comms for that ball.
Is that your mind palace there? You've
Yeah,
just locked it away in a little area.
It is a bit. I've got overthrows at the Oval. Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I mean, back in your day makes you sound like it was years and years ago. But you'd have faced some pretty hostile bowlers, and it was just part of the course, wasn't it?
I mean,
Someone would throw a ball back at you.
It's just forever at you.
Merv?
Forever at you. I mean, I remember. Well, Merv, yeah. Merv. Yes, I mean, no stump mics in those days. So, yeah, there were some fairly blunt things said.
Did you go blunt back, or did you? What was your plan?
To Merv, I didn't. Funnily enough, 6'6" of Australian muscle, skinhead, quite scary looking. Bowled very quickly. So I thought I had enough to deal with. Got involved with some verbals with Glenn McGrath on several occasions. Didn't really like him. Didn't get on with him at all.
Really?
No.
I mean, he's such a gentle man.
People keep telling me that.
Oh well,
I've not seen that side.
Well, I met him for the very first time actually on commentary. Do you know how it's one of the weird things happens sometimes on TMS, isn't it? We were out in Brisbane. Hadn't had a chance to meet up with him beforehand. He sat down, as you know, big fella. And it was literally shake the hand, say, well, welcome for the first time Test Match Special. And it's Glenn McGrath. And my sense was I was going to bristle and bridle, because of what he'd done. Not to me, but to you guys. He's pulled that fine enough. He has, and with great power, Dan Lawrence. Just straying a little bit there in line, Sonny Baker, and Dan Lawrence is able to get well inside the line of it and get it fine enough to beat the right hand of Long Leg away below us.
That's a really well executed hook shot, and that's something that you would have seen probably in the 70s and 80s. No helmets, get inside the line. That's why people used to move across to the off stump, short ball, get over inside the line, no helmet on, so you didn't want to really get in line with the ball, and then of course you follow it around. So he's used the pace of the ball well there.
Similar ball actually, bit of a tempter, but he eschews 167 for 37 off that over Lawrence to 56. Sorry, yes. So yes, he turned out to be an absolute
so you're great
sweetie.
Mates. Yeah, you sent a birthday,
really,
Christmas card.
No, I didn't go that far, but no, but I was ready to be combative, on behalf of England.
That doesn't sound like you.
No, but
I believe you.
But I was ready to pick him up on anything. I was going to be there.
Yeah,
try and get him back for all those wickets he'd taken.
Verbals,
yes, and I couldn't find fault with him. It's really annoying. But he was just one that rubbed you up, was he?
I mean, he beamed. Where did he beamed me?
He beamed you?
Oh yeah,
right.
No, he beamed me. I mean,
Okay.
it was a beamer. He'd been chuntering away, saying all sorts, and then there was a beamer that I didn't pick up at Perth, which went straight into the top bar of the helmet.
Oh, nasty.
Yeah. Well, if I wasn't wearing a helmet, which I didn't when I was younger, I shudder to think what would have happened there. And then of course, the obligatory bouncer afterwards, and no apology. It was only when I think it was Mark Taylor went up to him and said, "Hold on a minute, you can't do that."
Yeah.
But it continued. I was lucky enough to play against Australia on quite a few occasions, and he always seemed to be playing and always seemed to be bowling whenever I came in a bat. And he was not shy of a word or two. But then he's Australian, isn't he?
Well, he is Australian. Felix Organ is coming into bowl. I think the best sledge against Australians was by Mike Brearley. I don't suppose you won't have been captained by him. You're not quite young enough for that, old enough for that, are you?
Not quite.
But he came on to Parkinson. Remember the chat show?
Yeah.
Michael Parkinson.
Absolutely.
He came on, and it was after England had won some Ashes or other. And he came on with this glove puppet of a dinosaur, right? Mike Brearley, this is, you don't imagine him with a glove puppet.
No.
Oh, now then, he's gone after this. He's got hold of it. It's gone over long on, into the crowd for 6. So Dan Lawrence is signalling his intent here. He's not going to let Felix Organ settle. Bit of use of the feet and then lofting it. There is a fielder out there, so there was a bit of danger, but that's not bothered him. And just get the feeling Dan Lawrence here, or Daniel Lawrence, as Phil Walker likes to call him, is on something of a charge. Anyway, he's got this glove puppet, Mike Brearley. And Parkinson says to him, so tell us about this thing you've got here. And he says, yes. Well, this I call this Dennis. He said, oh, yeah. So why is that? He said, well, making the mouth open and close. Now he's got again, swung this away. And that's going to be another boundary. Just wait to see. Yep, 4 signal by the umpire. So Lawrence is definitely after Felix Organ here. 178 for 3. So just to finish the story, he goes, I call him Dennis because if you look at it here, you'll see it's got a very big mouth, but a tiny space for the brain. Which I always think it's a very, very English sledge, that. Cut away behind square. Fielder's got a lot of work to do. Should get around to it and will, but they'll come. Oh, little fumble, but it hasn't cost them any runs out there. Couple more to the total, and you just get the feeling, don't you, here that Dan Lawrence feels he's in, and he's certainly not going to let a spinner bowl on day one at the Oval.
I was thinking off spinner to off spinner here, actually. I suppose, but yeah, it's fascinating to the way that Lawrence is thinking here.
He's gone again. Oh, that's sailed over deep mid wicket. That's 6 more. Well. As the 4,000th person enters the ground here on this Sunday, 168 of them have come from Lords so far. Many more are welcome, and if you get down here quickly, you'll get to see a display of, hopefully, for a little while yet, fabulous batting from Dan Lawrence, who, well, he went to his 50. It felt like a moment ago. It was the previous over, and he's now already on to 74. And this partnership is flourishing now. 88 has been put on between Lawrence and Pope. Did you ever, I mean, people love sledging stories, but the Australians, it seems to just come naturally to the Australians. It's just
Very
the
much
way
so.
they do their cricket.
Very much so, yep.
So would you guys have talked about that? Would you have talked about what because, you know, people would always say, don't sledge Kohli. Don't speak to Kohli. He's going to score 100 if you do that. Were there some players you thought, well, actually, you know, we need to give it back? It was notable, wasn't it, 2005, in that first test match at Lords, when the Aussies went after somebody. I'm trying to remember who it was now.
Well, no, we roughed them up, didn't we? At Lords.
We did. But
Ponting got hit,
but I think a batter might have
Hayden,
gone after somebody, and then everybody came.
Yeah, I think
Hayden
said something.
Yeah.
To one of our guys, and quite a few of the outfielders sort of flew over and got involved, which I think really, you know, that was really important to show that togetherness. We lacked that. I remember 98 playing South Africa at Lords. Dean Headley gave Alan Donald a few bounces, and when Dean Headley walked out to bat, the whole South African side greeted him as one. And we were not together in those days as an England side. So poor Odino, you know, he copped it.
Right.
Whereas really, you know, as a unit, we should have been right behind Dino and getting into that. But the South Africans were ahead of the game, and that as a team, they were protective of Alan Donald because they knew how an important player he was. In terms of the Australians, I mean, yes, you go and play great cricket, and it's just, you know, it's just part of the game, and everyone has their own individual way of sort of dealing with that. You know, batters, you know, you can think of Andrew Strauss, you know, smiling away, just sort of unperturbed. The same with Alistair Cook; they didn't really get too involved. Joe Root, you know, has a little chuckle.
I mean, Atherton actually just smiled back at Alan Donald, didn't he? That famous passage of play was at Edgbaston.
I don't know if he smiled.
Well, right.
it was box office. I was next in actually when that was happening. So, but you know, Atherton, he was stoic there. I think he was serious because it was serious. But everyone has their own way of sort of coping with those situations. I'm trying to think of, I mean, Justin Langer, actually, of course, he was Australian. Sometimes he would go looking for it as a batter,
right?
You know, and that would pump him up and he'd get the best out of himself. That's a rarity. There aren't too many batters who used to operate like that. I think you're right in what you say about Virat Kohli. His mentality, he loved it. He loved the competitive nature of it, and it brought the best out of him. Most players, most batters, you've already got a lot to think about. You've already got a lot to concentrate on. And if you take 1% of your concentration off playing the ball. And then, of course, the fielding team and the bowling team have won that little battle because they've distracted you away from your concentration of just playing your innings.
Has he got that fine enough? No, he hasn't quite. There is a long leg down there. Brian Lara felt like another one that there's no point in giving him any more motivation than
he was quite good, wasn't he?
Needed. Yeah.
He was quite a good player.
He was rather good.
We never had enough fielders when he was at the crease. I experienced that for 2.5 days at Antigua.
Oh, crikey.
Where
sorry to bring that up.
He just toyed with I remember Angus Fraser bowling very accurately. We had 2 slips, gully, 3 in the offside ring, and he late cut Fraser to third man. And we thought, no, we'll let him do that again, see if he's good enough. And of course he did it. So then we moved extra cover down to third man, and of course, where did he hit the next one? Yeah, through extra cover.
Oh, beats the bat. That is a good comeback from Baker, who I feel is coming towards the end of this spell here. But Surrey, well, he may have another over in him, but if he hasn't, they've seen him off. 187 for 3. That cut he used to play, it was almost off stump. That was what I could never understand, how he managed to create room that was not there. It's amazing. Wrists, is it? What's
well, he
going
had
on
that.
there?
He had an incredible backlift, didn't he, Brian
Yes.
Lara? Now, I remember speaking to Desmond Haynes quite early in the piece, early in Brian Lara's career, and Desmond Haynes said, well, that's a high backlift, you're playing high pace, wasn't sure how much success he would have with that against express pace bowlers. But of course, Brian Lara from the West Indies was brought up on pace bowling, and actually retained that backlift all the way through his career. And I spoke about players refining their technique and tweaking things here and there as they get older. But Brian Lara actually wonderfully pretty much stayed the same throughout his career. Wonderful, wonderful talent, natural talent, high hands, which was brilliant for the cut and the pull. And he got incredible power. Not a big fella, only 5'9". Not a big fella, but he hit the ball as hard as anyone. Partly because he got that bat up so high that when it came down, he and it hit the middle a lot. It hit the middle of the bat a lot. So, yes, I felt that at square point.
Bit too full from Fuller. Pope moves to 33.
But I was just sort of going to talk about Dan Lawrence's attitude, because it's given Hampshire a real problem here, because they would have loved to get a few overs from the off spinner, and they've whipped the off spinner off because of that assault by Lawrence. Now, I'm trying to think of many situations where the off spinner would have bowled, and a lot of players would have thought, well, he's not going to get me out. He's not threatening me. So I'm not going to bother to take a risk, and I'll take what's on offer. And we'll tick along at 4-5 and over without a risk, and the partnership will continue. Cut.
Cracked away that one. There is a bit of a gap between point and extra cover, and Lawrence has found it. He's in terrific touch, and he's now gone to a runner ball 78.
Of course, the thing about Dan Lawrence is a fabulous one-day player. He's just been practicing for the blast, and he thought, you know what, I fancy this off spinner. He's not really turning the ball on this surface. The boundaries are not the biggest here at the Oval, and he was hitting towards the Vauxhall end, and that assault has taken the off spinner out the attack. And now, of course, if he'd been caught long on, right, there may have been a discussion about, okay, what do we think? But we've seen with the positivity and the power what that's done. Hampshire now have had to go back to their seamers, who perhaps would have liked a little break, and the field is starting to spread.
Well, absolutely, because Felix Organ's a guy who they would love to be able to bowl for 6-7 overs here, so they could just bowl pace at one end. As it is, the pace bowlers, well, Abbott and Baker have already bowled 14 and 13. So in an average day, you don't want to be bowling more than 22 overs, do you, really? I mean, if you could avoid it, not 22. So they're only 2 pretty small spells away from their allocation for the day, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
And then you're looking at, what, 8 overs from Podgita and 9.5 already from Fuller. So, yeah.
I think Cam Smith was talking about how orthodox cricket here at the Oval has worked, as opposed to the sort of, chance you're on baseball type style. That even though there's been lateral movement on some green pitches here, that it's still been orthodox cricket that's won the day. And when the ball does get a bit older, actually it's a really fast scoring ground. And, the Surrey middle order, I know Jack's missed out today, but here we've got two players in Lawrence and Pope, and of course some batters to come, that when that ball gets a bit older, they can really hit the accelerator.
Yeah, still a little bit of lateral movement off the pitch there, but the ball has been given quite a shellacking in the last 15 minutes, and some of it's gone out into the bleachers, so it'll probably be getting increasingly soft now as we're coming towards the end of the 46th over. We're not halfway through the day's play, by the way. Surrey haven't been put into bat. If they were able to keep going at this rate, they'd be looking at 400 in the first day at the Oval. I can't remember the last time a side's scored 400 in the first day.
And yet, as I say, it's been through some classy stroke play, and the first session was tough. Dom Sibley worked hard the first 2 hours of the game, but Surrey, to me, have earned the right for their stroke players to come in and be aggressive.
46 gone. Is it time for a change? I've got one more. 50 overs remaining in the day.
One more. Take your sweater off, bowl one more, and then you can go off and have a shower.
Well, speaking of that, is there going to be a change bowler? Because Sonny Baker, we were talking about him having bowled 13 overs. I think he's bowled 5 in this spell, 4 or 5. So if they don't keep him on, we've already had a bit of Podhita just now.
Yeah, Abbott's bowled a few, hasn't he? This
14, I think, overall.
Yeah.
So
yep.
Now they are going to make a change of bowler.
Oh, yeah. Change of ends.
Is it Organ from the pavilion end? Now, what's the thinking here? I suppose it's a bigger deep mid-wicket and deep square leg boundary. In fairness, Dan Lawrence was going pretty straight. He did hit one, didn't he, through sort of forward square leg. And that is now a bigger boundary. And actually, there's a fielder being moved into precisely that position because it is quite a long way out towards the gas holder side. We're slightly towards the Harleyford Road for this game. Just tickled away fine. So let's try again, says Ben Brown. Let's try and get Felix Organ into the match from the other end. Tell you what is on. And Ollie Pope does like a reverse sweep off an off spinner, doesn't he? And he's just been in T20 mode.
Yeah, so. He has. And I do admire the modern day players, the way they can just switch formats. But inevitably, sometimes there might be a little bit of loss of concentration and they try something a little bit, unnecessary. You would think that with the sun out and this partnership growing into a really good one, a really productive one for Surrey. You sort of look at it and think, okay, well, what does the team need here? And I think Ollie Pope's got enough in his locker to play pretty conventionally and still score very quickly.
I mean, you guys shouldn't put yourselves down from your generation, though. I mean, you look at the crazy schedule that you guys had, and you would have been playing when there was Sunday League. So you might even find yourself in a weird situation when you're playing Champo on the Saturday, 40 over on the Sunday.
Shot.
There is a sweeper out there, but pick up an easy single.
Dan, times have changed. The game's moved on.
Well, I suppose you probably didn't go at 8 and over in the 40 over game unless Ali Brown was playing.
There were times. But the rules were different, for sure. And
you still playing with a red ball when you played limited overs?
Well, of course. I mean, when I started in 1987, the NatWest was still, you'd play with a Duke ball. So, wickets were important. The bowlers were in the game. It was actually a good game because the bowlers could take wickets if they bowled well.
I like that,
Funny enough.
Gideon Haig wrote a very good piece about how he thought that one-day internationals should be played to test match rules with test match balls. And I thought, That would make for an interesting
Well, they
game.
used to be.
Yeah.
Texaco Trophy used to be red ball. So obviously the scoring rates would come down. Look, I don't know whether the modern day cricket supporter would enjoy that or not. I don't know.
I would.
Well, those were the days.
Think about the late middle-aged men. Anyway, why does it always have to be about the kids? I'm getting out of the way. Adam Collins is going to come in, who's a less late middle-aged man.
He's a young and sprightly man from the look of it.
But do tell us more about how you would prepare for those one-day games, especially when you're playing in the middle of a Champo game.
Yeah, I think the players were still adaptable. I think that a lot of those players back then, what I would regard as great players, people like Mike Gatting, Alan Lamb, David Gower, that Robin Smith, they Graham Gooch, they would play their championship cricket, and if there was a bad ball, they put the bat through it, absolutely. But equally, when we came to the NatWest or the Benson Hedges, which was a 55 over tournament early in the season with a red ball and the ball would move around, they sort of still had to earn the right and respect the good ball. But once that ball got a bit older, then we would accelerate, and there was some brutal hitting and some fast scoring when the conditions allowed.
Excellent batting this pair. They put on 100, and they've done so inside 16 overs. Just when Surrey were in need of a meaningful partnership, stands of 26, 27 and 45 today. This pair have delivered it. Lawrence back on strike on 81, doing the bulk of the scoring, but Pope doing his bit as well.
Yeah, I mentioned Dom Sibley actually, because he did so many hard yards this morning in that first session. Unfortunately for him, unusually for him, he didn't carry on. But if...
Clears second slip, 4 more. Brings up the 200, not without risk. Maybe a foot above the outstretched hand.
I'm not sure that Dan Lawrence this was a voluntary shot down to third man. He sort of wafted at a shortish wide ball. Yeah, maybe he was trying to hit it through square point. Just bounced a little bit, took the edge wide of second slip. He's played so well, Dan Lawrence. It would be a shame if he had a slight loss of concentration just as he's nearing 3 figures. But yes, I was coming back to, if you're a middle order player for Surrey, you absolutely love the fact that Dom Sibley goes out there, weathers the storm and gives you the right to dominate later on with the ball a bit older.
Just seeing the way that Lawrence took to the spin of Organ right away as well. That's because the door's been opened to it, because the foundation's been laid.
Yes, absolutely. And Surrey, you've seen a lot more than I have, but of course Rory Burns and Dom Sibley they'd be right up there, wouldn't they, as an opening partnership in county cricket.
Yeah.
Vastly experienced, big numbers, and they're capable of playing on all types of surfaces, and very often they are green here at the Oval, and it's a tough job opening, and they do a very good job for their team.
I like the idea of what Daniel was describing before, when you guys would have to nip to maybe the other side of the country to play a Sunday league game and return for the remainder of the championship fixture. It's like it's from another world hearing those tales. Players from yesteryear. Bumble's a great one at telling tales about the motorway.
Yeah, it's hard to believe actually some of the scheduling and some of the journeys we had, and that we would play a championship game on a Saturday and then have to drive to a different part of the country to play a 40 over game and then return on the Sunday night for the championship match to continue.
Straight drive. Collects some sawdust on the way. Another boundary. He's been in supreme touch, Lawrence. Better than a runner ball. Advances to 89.
Pleasing shot, this one. Again, I think he's just moving so much better at the crease now. Confidence flowing. Big step across to the offside, but at the point of release, he was nice and still. He got his head going back towards the bowler. Lovely straight drive. Sometimes I feel like Dan Lawrence doesn't necessarily trust his technique, and I suppose he might say, well, I'm moving around the crease to try and create different scoring opportunities. And today I feel like he's despite the fact that he's only just been playing the Blast, I feel like he's concentrated really well. We know he's got the game, but he's managed to adapt really well to this situation, and it's a good job for Surrey, because they've need players to stand up. Will Jacks obviously having not played that much this year so far, and with the departure of Burns.
Yeah, deft from Pope. Into the 40s for the boundary, making all the room he needed. And those numbers for Ollie Pope keep building on this ground against this opponent. That's 1,000 runs at the Oval for Ollie Pope against Hampshire. At an average in the mid-120s, insane numbers. And you build on that in this innings. He's gone beyond 5,000 runs for Surrey, averaging nearly 61, and 9,000 in first-class cricket. A supreme accumulator. Another here around the corner, partnership up to 113. Something about Ollie Pope and Hampshire, it just works. Who was it? I mean, there were several for you, obviously, goes without saying, but who was it for you out of all the other opponents around the country? You had them in the fixture list. You're like, I know that balance of probability, I'm going to feel pretty good when I walk out there today. Just no respect at all.
Yeah, this
complete contempt he's showing for Felix Organ here. Daniel Lawrence moves to 93. Not an awful lot wrong with that delivery, is there?
Yeah. Well, actually, the cut shot from Ollie Pope was only fractionally width, but definitely played by Pope. This one outside off stump, reasonable delivery. Lawrence getting a long way across to get the ball to backward square leg where there was no fielder. So really clever placement, giving Organ so many issues here. I mean, he's gone for 32 of 2.4.
Still 2 left in the over. Ballooned up to where short leg can't be. Now, this is the thing, isn't it? You put the pressure on the spinner. In an ideal scenario, he'd have a catcher on the onside, but not to be at this juncture. Catches it on the full and keeps the strike, so that takes Lawrence to 94. An imposing partnership, 216 for 3.
Just listening to you talk about Ollie Pope's numbers there, and it just makes me think, well, you know, he's probably in his prime as a batsman.
Yeah.
What is he going to have to do to get reselected for England? It's not easy. I suppose he's got to come back to his county and score lots of runs, which he's done for lots of seasons now. I suppose he's going to have to be patient, wait for an opportunity to arise. It could be a loss of form, it could be an injury, but he's got to make sure that he's the first one in position, that Robert Key will phone up and say, hey, we need someone.
Might it be a good thing? It's never a good thing to be left out of the England side, of course not, but in context of a career that's had its ups and downs already, that he's having the chance to come back and really, truly earn his recall.
Yeah.
For some players, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's how you react, isn't it, when you get left out? And I think that Ollie Pope's got the mentality, and I do believe the environment. I mean, you know, people might say, well, I'm not objective, but I do believe the environment here at Surrey is one where he can come back and review, assess where does he need to improve. I would suggest that it's not a technical thing. It's just a how does he view Test cricket and all the white noise that goes around Test cricket, and that sort of appearance of looking like he was a bit anxious at times, and how he would deal with that if he gets another opportunity.
Guided away for his 95th run.
I actually think that Bazball has done him no favours whatsoever. I think that the calm assurity that he is showing for Surrey is what Ollie Pope does really well. I saw him bat with Joe Root last year at Lord's day one. He put on 100 partnership with Joe Root, and they both batted beautifully. Conventional batting, no running down the wicket, no sort of a bit frenetic or anything like that. He looked calm and controlled and played really well, and I think that's him at his best as an England player, as a cricketer.
Waits the call. I've had some numbers put up on my screen, by the way. It looks like you really enjoyed playing against Leicestershire, against whom you averaged 88. Middlesex, one of your former clubs, of course, as well. 88 against them, 80 against Somerset, and most runs, 2,600 of them against Sussex with 10 tons.
Yeah, I was going to say Sussex by the sea. Used to enjoy an ice cream down there. It was a nice, relaxed atmosphere at Sussex. I used to enjoy, we went, used to go out on the pier of an evening, a bit of fish and chips.
I thought you were going to say something else then. Maybe that as well after another 100 down there. Helps wide of the man at deep point for 2 easy runs. Just doing it on their terms at the moment, this pair. Every bit the senior players. All that England experience now for both of them. Turning the screw. To think not long after lunch, 98 for 3.
Yeah, it must be fascinating to be in the Surrey dressing room at the moment. They've all, so many of the players have got their own kind of agendas, haven't they? Their own aspirations and ambitions. So many with international experience. Oh,
Finds the gap. Barely any room to work with for Ollie Pope, but seldom needs it. Precision to 47.
well, yeah, what a technician this is. He's in a great position to thread that ball between extra cover and mid-off. It's something like a Joe Root would do. I mentioned him earlier. And actually, Ollie Pope in his younger days was a huge admirer of Joe Root. I mean, aren't we all? But I always thought that he would model his game on Joe Root, and by being in the England environment would learn so much off Joe Root. And that shot that was of the highest class.
Turns a Yorker into a single. Sharp running. Another busy over, 8 runs from it. 224 for 3. 50 overs into the innings, so a healthy run rate. Going at 4.5. The first session they were going at 3.1. So since then, well into the 5s, if not a run a ball. Looks like the spin of Felix Organ will continue as well. They're going to back him in. Gosh, it's tough work being a finger spinner sometimes, isn't it? Coming on, Dan Lawrence says, I don't really care where you're going to bowl it. You're spinning into my arc, so I'm going to try and pop you on the moon.
He's done it very, very effectively. Talking of that, I mentioned I was at Lord's earlier, and I was watching Bashir sort of run, roughly fine leg to fine leg, and not really play too much part in the game, certainly with the ball. It is a tough thing to be a spin bowler in English conditions.
Got that slightly wrong. So Organ's now bowling from the pavilion end. He started off at the Vauxhall end, so at least he's bowling with the bigger boundary now.
Yeah.
Hope 48, still 2 back on the leg side. Perhaps a snifter unusual to have the finger spinner initially starting with the short rope on the onside, given both men were set, but can he get into his work? Seeing a bit of activity behind the bowler's arm. Being held here. Can Organ keep it together? So it was one of the stewards who was moving there, just based on the shot we got. There we go. That'll feel good. Landing right where he wants it. Just trying to go through his process. Every ball here, Organ. Nice again. Nearly found a leading edge.
Adam, you've seen a lot of cricket here at the Oval. With Will Jacks returning, who do you think's the lead spinner for Surrey in this game?
It's a great question. And the way that this will work for them. I think it's reasonable to say that Dan Lawrence has earned that designation. But the year that Surrey won the comp in 2022 was in no small part due to the work Will Jacks did. Didn't look like it, like the numbers won't say that, but it was the way he enabled Burns to rotate the seamers. Bit flatter, bit quicker. I mean, do you think, having watched Lawrence bowl for a long time and having been sort of around the England setup around the time he was as well, do you think that he's got the ability, Lawrence, to take his off spin to a point where he could make that part of the discussion for him as a England player too, or is his off spin one level below that? I wonder. We'll come back to that after Organ's final delivery here. It's punched straight to cover.
It's very interesting. I did watch Bashir, and I wondered about Bashir at Lords and England's continuing to select him, and of course Jack's having been in Australia during the winter. I mean, Dan Lawrence's off spin is, as you say, perfectly respectable. So it has to be an element in terms of his potential selection for England, and it just depends on which way they want to go. Bashir doesn't really field like in the slip, so he doesn't play a part in the field, and he bats 11, so he has to be a superb spinner to warrant his selection.
Thank you, Ramps. I'll let you jump out. Interesting that Shah Bashir had one of those weird test matches as a spinner where he didn't bowl a single ball. It's happened to Nathan Lyon a couple of times. Conditions didn't quite suit his discipline. New Zealand all out inside 30 overs in the first innings and bowled out today for 138 in 40.3. So defeated by 115 runs. As I welcome Yas Rana to the chair to my left on a day when so many people have moved across the river from Lords to the Oval to watch an afternoon's cricket. Why wouldn't they? Kyle Abbott's back, a bowler of international class, bowling at Dan Lawrence, who's galloped to 99. 95, make that. Might be 99 next ball the way it's going. G'day, Yaz.
Afternoon, Collar. Quietly significant over that from Felix Organ. Hampshire have let the game run away from them somewhat over the last hour or so. Lawrence, very deliberate ploy to attack Organ first up when he was bowling from the Vauxhall end, took him for 19 in that over, taken off after just one. If Organ can exert a degree of control, that'll be useful.
He would have, as that balloons into the onside for perhaps 2. It's weighted well enough that they will return. I reckon there was a little bit of bat on that. I'm not expecting a leg by call. It is runs, so Lawrence to 97. I'm sure he'll watch back that first over and he'll say, I didn't do an awful lot wrong there. It was Lawrence making a decision to go after him before he was set. And you see that with finger spinners from time to time. I remember Jack Leach having it happen to him for England against Rishabh Pant and David Warner in a couple of test matches. It's what you do next that matters most.
I think also from Organ's point of view, his job was much more difficult in that first over, bowling with a leg side boundary that's the shorter side of the ground this week towards what used to be the Archbishop Tennyson School. Much, much longer hit when bowling from the pavilion end. Another big moment too, Kyle Abbott coming back into the attack. James Fuller, expensive in his most recent over, chuntering away to himself. And Abbott into his 15th over of the day. Just small things you look at. Hampshire 2 overs behind the over 8. They're not really in a position where they can afford to lose too many more points. Bottom of the table, 31 points off Yorkshire in 8th. So in deep, deep trouble. And it's fascinating more generally, Golo, how a side can be going so well in one competition. And then 36 hours after winning their 4th game in 5, 5th game in 6 rather, in the Blast. They're back in this competition where they've really struggled. And obviously no Liam Dawson now as well. So these are the sort of phases in the game you'd have imagined Dawson to be bowling a higher volume of overs. Felix Organ is the man that's been entrusted with that job now. You go back to early in this session, the wicket of Sibley, 98 for 3. Game very much in the balance, but now it's almost about damage limitation for Hampshire.
Balloons up as well. Could be the same result as earlier in the over. No, not this time. Not this time. They're not going to take on Orr, who gallops in from the square leg rope. It completes the over. Lawrence will keep the strike. 98 for him. 227 for 3. Surrey, a partnership up to 129 in this session.
I was just watching the last few overs from the balcony and looking at the body language of the Hampshire fielders. They feel quite flat-footed at the moment, shoulders slumped. And sometimes when the batting side is going so well, your first thought is about how do we just calm things down a little bit. And I just wonder, in that over, there were 2 balls from Abbott that seamed in, caught the inside edge of Lawrence's blade and popped up towards a short leg sort of area. Given how well these two are going, you're not really thinking get a short leg in.
You lose the ability to have that fielder in when Lawrence has played that way. So bowling to him, he bowled to Pope in his previous set and got 6 dots down there. 6 solid set your watch to it dots. For Lawrence, the field will be different. Although only one further man back at deep backward square. 1 of 3 out on the leg side. The point rope also protected. Mid off up, that's of interest. That's a short boundary. 98 for him. He won't get a 99. The box man cuts it off. Just pushing that mid wicket a little bit wider. An opportunity, Organ has to seize this. Lawrence nearing a milestone. Can he prompt a mistake? Across the line, out to deep backward square. It'll run into the rope. Appropriately so for Dan Lawrence. A fitting way to bring up his 23rd first-class 100. It has been a tour de force. Just 99 balls in the middle. 18 fours, a couple of sixes. Some hand this has been. From the moment he walked out there, he's trusted his swing. He's played all the shots. 800 for Surrey. 5th, make that 4th here at the Keir Oval, and his 3rd against Hampshire, and he's defining this first 8.
And it's his 4th 100 in the championship this summer, the first man to reach that milestone in Division 1. And he's moving this game on forward at some pace. Surrey 85 for 2 at the lunch break. And with 11.4 overs remaining this session, 231 for 3. Best part of 150 runs added. A lot of time left. And he's done so without really taking undue risk. The counter-attack against Organ first up was a calculated show of aggression. Hitting Organ towards the shorter side of the ground, knowing that if he makes it harder for Hampshire to bowl their number 1 spinner, it forced them to make some awkward decisions.
Chip there to straight hit for a couple more.
And Surrey will be ever so desperate to make sure they win this game, make sure they pick up that 2nd win this season. And it's been tough work taking 20 wickets here so far this summer. And I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. They're only on 234, but if they're going at this speed, it just injects more time into the game.
I mean, look, there is a group of teams who are blanketed in Division 1. So Notts on 85. They've all played 6 games, of course, at this juncture. Through to Yorkshire on 71. That's 14 points between 1st and 8th. Surrey finding themselves towards the bottom end of that on 74. But that's 11 off top spot. We know how quickly that can change in the space of 1 round. Ooh, cheeky. Doesn't quite get it away. 7 runs from the over, but the over where Daniel Lawrence brought up his 23rd first-class 100. And as you say, Yas, 4th of the season, a couple here at home, a couple away, putting together a most impressive body of work, 234 for 3.
Yeah, this is his 31st first-class game for Surrey. More than 2,100 runs at an average around about 54.
Yeah.
I think it has gone under the radar just how well he has done since moving over from Essex. He simmered in his first season here, but in 2025 averaged north of 50, 400s. And I also think it's interesting and telling that he's only passed 50 4 times this summer, but each time he has got past 50, he's got on to make 3 figures, match-defining scores. If you speak to people who've watched Surrey closely this season, they'd say that Lawrence alongside Sibley have been the two standout players, ahead of guys who've played for England more recently than them. Started the season so well with that 100 at Edgbaston, and he's continued in that vein. He was unbelievable on Friday night. I know that Surrey fell 5 runs short, but only him and Will Jacks got to double figures, yet Surrey nearly hauled down 215.
You talk about passing 50. He went from 50 to 100 in 33 balls today, Lawrence. That is rapid.
It's a good leave.
Yep, close. It's been a couple of those. They've had a pretty good contest, Abbott and Lawrence. Both sides of lunch.
Yeah, you feel like this is a really important spell. Abbott into his 16th over the day. Attack leader, 38 years old. You feel like if Surrey can get through this spell, they are showing him a lot of respect since he's come back. Lawrence, as you say, has been in some mood over the last hour or so. Very, very happy to let the ball go. Hampshire sensing how important this is. 2 slips in place. But if Surrey can get through this spell, they'll think they can make hay for the rest of the day. Still so much cricket left to play today. 42.4 overs, another 10.4 until the tea break.
Yeah, we often get to this stage of the day owing to over rates being what they are in modern cricket. I'm like, boy, there's a long way to go to the finish line. 235 with 42 overs to go and Dan Lawrence on the heater. This could get big. It's important that Hampshire have a good, an especially good passage between now and tea. They need it to be both dry and effective. They can't let the last half an hour or so be replicated. Let's call it last 45 minutes or thereabouts. Yeah, nice. Pope. That's the way you'd want to bring up a 50. Just timing past the umpire from the moment he's walked out as well, along with Lawrence, building this partnership, which now is worth 141. He's looked the part. It's the 4th time this season he's passed 50 at the Oval.
And the milestone acknowledged by the Kia Oval faithful. He's played really nicely, Pope. There was one play and miss outside off stump relatively early on. But since then, he's looked composed. Ooh. Pope's got a truly sensational record against Hampshire.
Yeah.
But especially so here. His
At the Oval.
scores
Yeah.
against Hampshire are 34, 145, 221 not out, 131, 127, 91, 122 not out, 13, 14 and 65.
Sometimes it just clicks, doesn't it? As if it were foretold. Ends the over, 5 runs from it, 239 for 3. I've mentioned earlier, Yas, I think we talked about it before lunch, didn't we, that there is the chance to come here from Lords, where England have had a comprehensive victory over New Zealand this morning, and spend the rest of the day at the Oval. And you better believe people have done it in their hundreds. They've heard the call. There you can see them. All they need to do is show receipt, or show acknowledgement, rather, of their Lord's ticket, and they get in for a $5. And it's free after tea anyway, so the windows work beautifully between lunch and tea here. We've got, and I'm hearing reports of hundreds and hundreds of people showing their Lord's tickets downstairs, so be one of them. Get yourself a spot in the sun. It's been so wet here the last couple of weeks. So many games have started and finished, including one we played in the other day, where you can... Felix Organ changes approach, goes round the wicket to Lawrence. You can have a nice day in June where it's not raining today. It's a Sunday afternoon for it. There is a lot more cricket to go. If you were at Lords and you got 20-odd overs there, rock up here and see half a day of county championship Division 1 action with some outstanding players going at it. This pair having put on 141. Dancing at Organ, clearing the rope over long off. Terrific hitting. Dan Lawrence. He's showing no regard for his fellow tweaker. 245 for 3.
It's where Organ's job's so difficult. You see now Hampshire responding to that shot from Lawrence by dropping mid-off back to long-off. But it just means there are so many single-scoring opportunities now for Lawrence.
And indeed, the shot that Lawrence played from that previous ball was far straighter than where long-off set back anyway. When you're willing to go back over a spinner's head, incredibly difficult for a captain to set a field to that.
And the margin for error against a player like Lawrence is so small, and if you're being hypercritical of that delivery, it's just a little bit too full. So Lawrence wouldn't regard playing a shot like that as particularly high risk.
Got a message flashed up on my screen here saying there must be someone in the ground with MCC tie on and merch. I'm sure there would be people that have come from the pavilion to the other one. Indeed, a friend of mine here is telling me that he's got his MCC kit on over in the SSE Energy Solutions stand. Ooh, that's slid across him, well bowled. That's that natural variation that any spinner wishes for, especially when round the wicket. Pope was searching for that one. So this becomes the London centre of cricket for the afternoon with the test ending so early. Get down to the Oval for a fiver if you were at Lord's today. Sweeps so well, Pope. Gets the pad out there early, watches the ball onto the bat, doesn't overhit it, finds the gap for more. And over where 11 were taken off Organ, who's now conceded over 50 runs in 6 overs. The partnership passes 150 and Surrey reach 250, all from the same stroke.
Yeah, Surrey have been deliberately aggressive against the off-spin of Felix Organ. Haven't let him settle at all. And it means that the Hampshire skipper, Ben Brown, has some decisions to make about who's going to bowl for large portions of this afternoon session. Carl Abbott into his 17th over of the day. His partnership now worth 150. It's come up at much better than a runner ball.
Oh,
afternoon, Dan.
Hello.
You've
We've
got a
been waiting
smile
for this.
on your
We've been
face.
waiting for this moment for some time, haven't we? Really. Getting to watch. It's been a curiosity of this season, Yas. That Surrey have scored a lot of runs. 1100s or 10? Is it 1100s now with Dan Lawrence getting yet another one? Maybe you can check that out for me. And, you know, some of them have been blistering hundreds and lovely hundreds from Jamie Smith and from Dan Lawrence. We had quite a lot of runs from Dom Sibley, but it's been rare that that Surrey have had 2 free-flowing batters together at the same time. Certainly in the first innings, on the first day of a match at the Oval, as Lawrence moving across his stumps, they're trying to access that leg side, which he likes. Says the reason for it is, I don't know if we can get our director to do a little bit of a pan out here. We've got a long leg by the groundsman's hut, and there's a deep mid wicket who's really quite square. So there is a massive gap between the two, and it's quite a short boundary, and it's a very quick outfield. So Lawrence is looking for that sizable gap, sort of just to the right of where the square leg umpire is.
I think there's a massive gap basically at mid-wicket. And in the previous over, Lawrence pinched 2 just by nudging it into the leg side. Tried to do a similar thing off the last ball of the over.
But Abbott's a remorselessly accurate bowler. He's going to stick in on off stump and outside, isn't he? Which is why Lawrence is trying to get outside that off stump. You can see it's a predominantly offside field. You saw from that shot there with 2 slips, 3 in the ring, and quite a fine deep third. So Abbott's looking to hide that ball from the short side. A very optimistic appeal. Bit of a brush of pad. But,
What I would say more generally is this is one of the best hours Surrey have had this summer, not just in terms of the game situation, which is obviously very, very good for them, 251 for 3, an innings run rate of 4.51 runs per over, but also just how they've managed the last hour, the deliberate aggression against Felix Organ and the respect that they've shown against Carl Abbott. very, very happy to just let the balls pass by.
Well, Abbott is into another spell, and this is not to have a go at Hampshire's bowling lineup, but Sonny Baker and Kyle Abbott are their two big threats, very different bowlers. Baker is going to give you a bit of pace to work with on occasion. Abbott, not quite as much pace and remorseless accuracy. Now he's coming to the end of his 17th over, and Surrey know that with 8 overs to go till tea, I mean, he could bowl another 4. It's unlikely. Now, that's a bit closer, but it's going over the top. It's been left on length by Pope. It's clattered into thigh. End of the over, but as Yas Rana has been saying here, playing him very circumspectly, whereas Organ at the other end, 6 overs for 51. We were looking for somebody in the ground with MCC merge. I don't know if we found one yet, because we have had quite a few people come in. Some time ago, we were up to 168. I think that number has increased. These are refugees from the match at the second oldest test ground in London, north of the river. Is that MCC merge? No, that looks like Surrey merge to me. We think there is somebody there. It's very exciting. I think we might be able to find that person at the end of the over. Looks like Organ's going to continue, despite Surrey going at him, or maybe because.
Long off and long on back. Very defensive field. 5 men patrolling the boundary.
Reverse sweep's an option, but tricky. Is it from round the wicket? I don't know.
But Lawrence, since the field's gone back, has just taken the singles that are on offer. I think that it's interesting that so many of the conversations in English cricket media more generally, and even us on the Surrey stream, are informed by who is in the England conversation.
Yes. It's a very suffocating conversation, isn't it?
And I find it very interesting, actually, that conversation is informed by who are England likely to pick.
Yes.
And England at the moment, once they move on from someone, they really move on from people.
They do.
So Dan Lawrence was England's spare
break,
batter
isn't it?
for a very long time. Played those 3 tests against Sri Lanka in 2024.
Got him to open the batting.
He's not played for England since. Ollie Pope was their number 3 for years, and then when he's dropped, he's not the spare batter in the squad.
Yeah, he's not playing in Lions either, or anything of that sort.
And elsewhere in the country, you look at someone like Tom Abel, who's got 400 in the championship.
I think of Ben Slater as well, people of that sort.
And I think quietly, Lawrence is probably playing the best cricket of his career at the moment. He's been...
What's he up to now this season?
In fabulous form.
Yes, hasn't he? Mid-off has come up for Pope because it's Lawrence who's shown a little bit more in the way of out-and-out aggression, going straight down the ground off Organ. This has been Organ's most parsimonious over so far. I think that caption down there is wrong. Just the 1 run off that over. So, we've gone searching for MCC merch here at the People's Home of Cricket. Trying to find a refugee. There is a tie, and there is an MCC fellow. Colo's brethren. We've got a red. I've been told I've got a red jumper to the right of him. I'm colourblind. I see no red jumper, but what I do see is an MCC tie. Look, we're a broad church. You can wear the tie here if you like. Ah, yes. Ah, there's an MCC ribbon on a Panama hat. Oh, look. You see? You're welcome to come here. If you can put up with the ridicule, then you're very welcome. And it'll be done with warmth and joshing. Now then, Kyle Abbott is out of the attack. That was just 3 overs in that spell. But Surrey looked like they weren't they weren't going after him at all. So he's been whipped out. Colo's come to tell me that the man with the Panama hat is David Atkinson. Atco. Short for Atkinson. Yes.
I want to know if he goes by that.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? But once you get given a nickname by an Aussie, you're stuck with it. It's Podgita who's back into the attack. We've, I presume, already talked about Ollie Pope's stratospherically insane average against Hampshire at the Oval. Mention that?
Yes, we have. We went through
Yes.
every single score of Pope in first-class cricket against Hampshire.
At the Oval.
Yeah.
Not many failures, I don't suppose, if you can average 125.
Well, he's got 2 in his last 3 innings before this.
Has he?
13 in 2024 in his 1 innings, and then 14 in the first innings last year. He went 34, 145, 221 not out, 131, 127, 91, 122 not out up until 2023.
And then that 13, 14 sort of thing.
And then 65 in the second innings here last year.
Well, he's got another half century today. I don't think his record's too bad in Southampton either, you know.
No.
I seem to recall he's had at least one big 100 down there, so it's weird, isn't it? I don't know whether it's coincidence or... Wow, it's flashing at that. Lucky not to get an edge on it. Through to the keeper. Oh, he's annoyed with himself because he knows there are big runs on offer here. If he can just keep going. It'll be quite dispiriting for Hampshire. Bottom of the table, win the toss here. Good conditions to bowl in. Did pick up a couple of wickets before lunch. Had Surrey 53 for 2. Then got the big wicket of Dom Sibley. Playing round a straight one from Fuller with the score on 98. But since then, they've been chasing leather and they're going to have to just trot round to stop a bit more of it there as Pope moves to 57.
On Lawrence, I sometimes think that both him and Pope have so much talent that at times they're almost burdened by choice.
Ah, yeah.
In a way that more
Alistair
limited
Cook
players...
was not, was he?
Not in the same way.
No.
Not in the same way.
Oh, well, he would admit
Alistair
it.
Cook
He would admit it. He had very little choice.
And Alistair Cook had other strengths. And I think that something
Yes.
that I've noticed with Lawrence this summer, he's almost just been a little bit more careful with his shot selection.
Well, there we go. It's
What
a
a
beautiful shot. Again, it's so deliberate. He knows where the gap is. He loves that area anyway. Podgita has been slightly guilty of putting it a little too full, but Lawrence has manufactured that shot from way outside off stump. Viv Richards-esque.
That's on
through
fifth stump.
mid-wicket.
That's a fifth
Yeah.
stump line that Lawrence has hit through mid-wicket. There's a gap there, but you've got to be so good to hit a ball that far outside off stump.
Well, he's
through
probably
mid-wicket.
seeing it pretty well. 120 off 115.
Ben Brown up to the stumps now.
Good move. Tries to go again, doesn't quite get it far enough to the right of the field. Not quite so much timing as well. Picks up a single nonetheless.
There was a really interesting moment in the Blast game on Friday night. So, sorry, we're up against it, chasing 216. Will Jack started really nicely with an early wobble at the other end. Lawrence actually starts quite scratchily. He's runnable.
Yes.
And first ball of an over delivered from the pavilion end. He tries to hit the bowler over extra cover, basically for 6. Loses his shape a little bit. His first ball of the over. Will Jacks comes down and just has a word with him. From then on, he scores something like 84 off 37. But some of the shots he played were actually so controlled and so patient, letting the ball come to him, using the pace of the ball.
It was a terrific knock, and it was brought to life by your colleague Phil the Power Walker, who does he think he's actually his biological father? Because the swelling of pride that was coming out in his voice.
But there were periods in the innings when I think at one point towards the end of the innings, Hampshire, because they missed a cut-off point, had an extra fielder in the ring. So it was almost like the power play on one side of the ground. And Lawrence was just cover driving it when they needed 17, 18 runs and over. you think back to one of his last Test match appearances actually in the Caribbean in 2022. He's not got a Test match 100, but the closest he got was at Barbados, and he scored 91. And if my memory serves me correctly, it was maybe the last over of the day that he might have started with 4-4. Then he got a little bit excited and then was out on 91. It just feels like there's an extra degree, just a modicum of control that's been added to his game this year. Some pure talent.
Well,
and ability to hit different shots off the same ball.
Well, this is
very, very few players in that category in this country.
James Vince, I would have said, might have been one. And James Vince, lovely book written about him by John Houghton. And reading that book sort of made me think, Dan Lawrence inspires similar kind of feelings. And when I say Dan, obviously, if you are Phil Walker, like any doting parent, it's Daniel Lawrence to Phil Walker. There's no Dans there. But he doesn't he? I mean, I think there are elements. It's a different player because James Vince is predominantly it's cover drive, and you're seeing that. And yeah, I mean, he does have different shots to the same ball. But he inspires this, edge of your seat. If he's in, I need to watch. Dan Lawrence is that kind of a player. And this season, more often than not, he's produced extraordinary knocks.
So going back to my earlier point in terms of how we talk about players and whether or not they're in the England reckoning, I find it quite disappointing sometimes that it feels like English cricket gives up on players when they're in the mid-20s.
Yeah, it's insane.
Dan Lawrence is 28 years old. It makes sense that he's batting.
Andrew Strauss was 29 when he made his debut? 27, sorry.
I watched the rain delay chat that they had yesterday about his debut 100. But I think Alex Stewart made his England debut age 26. He plays 133 Test matches.
Yes.
Jonathan Trott, late 20s when he makes his England debut.
Yeah. People are allowed to get better, aren't they? Especially at a craft like batting. I mean, I was quite surprised looking at the number of first-class games that Gus Atkinson has played. It's ridiculously few for a 28-year-old. Now, that would be a red flag if you're looking at a batter. It's slightly less of a red flag if you look at a bowler. But it's also quite rare for a bowler to come in, a fast bowler to come into the setup at 28. Because you feel that so much of their, raw pace could then be allied with some skill, and that actually being part of the England setup helps to refine the bowler, doesn't it? Whereas with a batter, you're just allowed to have worked out your game better, to eradicate your getting out options and to have worked on your best shots. Through grooving and repetition, that nearly squeezed through. But Lawrence survives. Surrey will be very keen here, their supporters, for them to get through to tea. They don't look as if they're playing particularly for tea. They look like they're in a groove and they want to keep going. But
I think even when people talk about statistics around young players, there's a slight bias towards players who've started in a slightly better batting era recently.
now that's a bit of a wahoo, and he's got a thick edge, going to fly away for 4. So yes, Dan Lawrence is not playing for tea. He is slightly hamstrung by the keeper Brown standing up to the stumps, and so that is affecting his willingness to use his feet, which he's done with great skill in this match so far. So instead, he's kind of cleared the front leg and gone for a big thwack.
Yeah, lost his shape somewhat, but also it was a fullish delivery from Potkita.
Just let him back on it a bit, didn't he?
You can see why Lawrence did throw everything at it. Yeah, sometimes when people cite someone like a James Rue or an Asa Tribe early on in their career with very impressive career numbers, if you actually look at the seasons in which they've accrued those runs and statistics versus players who are older, players like Lawrence averaged much more than them over the last couple of years. Someone like a Sam Hain or a Tom Abel. Lawrence averages more than 54 for Surrey across 2.5 seasons now.
It's handy, that, isn't it? But we get very seduced by the idea of a man as young as James Rue with 12 first-class hundreds. So what we want to do is we want to see, get him in now. How many runs could they score? End of the over. There are 4 remaining until the tea break. So we're going to have a bit of overtime tonight, which is great if you've come down from Lords with your ticket. Means you're going to get to see even more cricket. I don't think we should have a problem with light. There's a brisk breeze blowing. The forecast for the rest of the match is a little bit changeable, let's say. So, sorry. Almost look as if they've got that in mind and realise that they do need to speed the game up. And going at 4.5 and over, as Tom Prest comes into the attack, part-time off spinner, a player that Hampshire have got invested a lot in, been very excited by. He's a curious player, Tom Prest. He's one of these ones that been talking about the eye test today. When you see somebody and you think, "Oh, they've got it." I'll give you an example. Tawanda Mayeye. See him unfurl a couple of shots, but you look at his scores and you can't make sense of why he hasn't scored more runs.
He's improving. His output of the last couple of years definitely on the rise.
Tom Prest, I've seen play some lovely shots. He's never quite put them together in an innings against Surrey yet. Shows signs of it. Here he is with the ball.
He struggled a little bit recently. He's lost his place in the blast side. He was the England under-19 captain in 2022. The side that had Jacob Bethel and Rohan Ahmed got to the World Cup final against India. James Rue was also in that cohort. And he had some really impressive performances in the first team when he first broke through around about that time. He hasn't quite kicked on yet. I do wonder sometimes how much does your environment determine / influence a young player's development. Hampshire's top 6, top 7 has been quite inconsistent. Sure. How many times has he come in at 200 for 3, for example? With someone like a James Rue or a young Jamie Smith, the platforms they would have come to the middle on would have been more helpful, you'd think.
Just signs here that Surrey are aware of the impending tea break. Just having a look at Prest rather than giving him the charge, which is what Lawrence did the moment Felix Organ came into the attack. End of the over, 4 from it, 3 to go till tea.
But I think they're reaping the rewards of that early show of aggression, because for Prest first over, you've got 5 men on the fence, so many single opportunities out there, and they can play completely risk-free cricket and just take 4 from the over. And that's with Prest actually sending down a more than respectable set of 6 deliveries.
Potkita is going to continue after tea, looking at the bowling loads. Well, Sonny Baker's bowled 13, so don't be surprised if we see him. Well, we see him straight after tea. I wonder, 16 overs to go till the second new ball. They may give him a burst of 2 or 3 overs, see what he can do with the old ball. Shot. Lovely, silken cover drive from Ollie Pope, who's looked in very good working order today. There are a couple of shots that hinted at freneticism very early on, but it didn't take him long to find his groove. He's looked a lot more still at the crease. This, well, all about the placement. So the right of extra cover, the left of mid-off.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot, but the Hampshire skipper, Ben Brown, will be tearing his hair out. With the keeper stood up, himself stood up. You don't want your bowler over pitching it. There's another delivery from Potkita that's just a little bit too full. took 2 wickets early on, Dan, but he's gone at more than 5 runs and over.
Well, he's been part of a stuttering Hampshire bowling lineup after lunch. Surrey went to lunch at 82 for 2 from 27 overs. So they've scored a mammoth 193 in 34 overs. That is not far off 6 and over. Lost the 1 wicket in that time, that of Dom Sibley. LBW to Fuller for 39. But these two have now put on 177. And Hampshire, well, they've got to break this partnership. They'll take heart from the fact that coming in at 6 and 7 are the Curran brothers, not because they won't rate them, but because it's their first time against a red ball for a little while. Could take them a while to get into the groove. Clark at 8, but Fisher, Taylor, Topley's a slightly longer tail than Surrey have had a lot of the time this season. Missing as they are Sean Abbott, so the batting's not quite as deep.
The Curran brothers not really players who take an awful lot of time to get going, and both in good nick in the blast.
Can be different though against the red ball, and they could be coming in, you know, relatively new balls. I mean, I know it's 18 overs away. They're not going to be preparing for that yet, but they do know that second new ball could bring them some wickets at the back end of the day. So it's a matter of trying to hold on. The problem Hampshire have had is they haven't been able to hold an end up, really, have they?
Well, you mentioned the second new ball, still another 18.1 overs before that becomes available. And the rate that Surrey are going at.
Well, that's another 100 runs, isn't
exactly,
it?
Exactly. I think they put on 100 runs in the first 17 overs of this session.
Yeah. Well, that's the issue. That's what I'm talking about. They've got to find a means of holding an end, and they tried that with Felix Organ, and Surrey were having none of it. Oh, hammered back over the bowler's head. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and then into the fence for 4. Lawrence is not slowing down, even with T on the horizon. Moves to 133. Surrey now 198 they put on in this session, with 2 overs to go in it. But it was up, and therefore it was off.
Yeah, you compare him to James Vince earlier. I think Lawrence is another level in terms of the number of shots that he's got in his locker.
I guess I mean more in terms of the disappointment when they're out, the expectation when they go in. He's one of those players that inspires that emotion, actual emotion.
Looks like despite hitting that last ball for 4, there's going to be a change of bat for Dan Lawrence. That delivery that Pope drove through the offside for 4, that was perhaps slightly over pitched. Not a lot wrong with that final delivery.
By the way, I've got Ollie Pope's full record now against Hampshire. It's not as impressive in Southampton. 298 runs at just under 50 with 150. So overall, before today, he was 1,261 at an average of 90. So by my calculations, that's 13 innings. He scored 66 here, so his average against Hampshire is now over 95. As he just takes the easy single on offer with long on and long off back. And this is the issue for the skipper, isn't it? Because, yeah, he's managing to rest his pace bowlers, but at the risk of being a broken record, they're going for 4.
But this is the issue. The good balls are going for 1, and that's not a bad ball by any means, but against a player like Lawrence, he is every now and then going to be able to find a boundary option from somewhere. And then with the bowler not really doing much wrong, the odd overs going for 7 or 8, and the really good overs are going for 4. And it means that this innings is just running away from Hampshire. My word.
Oh, it's gone the reverse. My word, indeed. This is the penultimate over before tea. And he's just turned himself round and flicked it past first slip, who did anticipate it but couldn't get a hand on it. Back-to-back boundaries.
You talk of the emotion of watching Dan Lawrence. It's shots like that that make you feel things.
Are you
Just an over or so-
feeling things?
Well, an
Are you
over or so
feeling things?
before tea. And you're thinking, oh, is he showing a little bit more respect to the bowlers? And then he plays a shot like that because he can.
In this over, Surrey, by the way, have gone past 200 runs in the session. 209. I know it's a slightly longer session. 37 overs in this session. We've had 36 of them. That over has gone for 12. 292 for 3. Lawrence will keep strike with 1 over to go before tea.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence himself was on 15
Really?
of 25 at lunch.
So he's hit 128 of 110 in this session. 128 in a session is not bad, albeit, as I say, a slightly longer session. 36 overs so far with one more to go. Who's going to bowl it? It's going to be Podrita, as we see. Crowds, I wonder if they've just come in. I wonder. It's ticked past 4 o'clock. When is it? When is it free entry at the Oval? Is it after 4 o'clock? After 4 o'clock, so more and more people coming in. Last over before tea begins with Podgita taking it from the Vauxhall end. Oh my word. He's gone after that again. This is the last over before tea, Dan. He's thrashed it through mid-wicket for 4. 147 he moves to. Is he eyeing a milestone before tea? Or is he just in the groove, doesn't care about tea? It's up, it's off. Again.
Well, the Barbados knot comes to mind.
Well, Surrey fans would love to be able to see him after tea, but he's going to play his own way. It's worked for him very well so far. Goes thrashing again. Maybe for fans of a slightly lower heart rate, Ollie Pope on strike's not the worst thing. 4 balls to go.
Pope's no slouch himself.
No.
He's got 67 of 90, and he's very much the secondary partner in this relationship.
Did you say he was on 15 at lunch?
Yeah.
133 in the session. Do that a few times, you get 400 in a day.
For 122 balls.
Now then, what's that? Is that inside edge onto boot or just come straight off the pad, I wonder? Because Pope there playing quite an extravagant shot. Looking to drive through the covers. There are gaps. There is a sweeper, but he's a little bit square. There's a very deep gully as we take a look at this again.
Possibly just off Ben Brown's gloves.
Yeah, I think that it's come off the keeper, hasn't it? Studious, watchful shot from Pope, and the ripple of applause you can hear is for the 200 partnership. All of those runs have come in this session. Dom Sibley was out with a score on 98 LBW to Fuller, brought the two together, and in 190 balls, so better than 6 and over, 31.4 overs, Lawrence and Pope have added 200 runs. It was going to happen at some stage this season, and luckily we've been here to see it. Goes after another one, just using his wrists to try to get it wide of the field. They're coming back for a second. And with that, Dan Lawrence moves to 150. An extraordinary knock. It has been so much fun to watch. He's accessed all parts of the ground. What I've loved about his innings most of all is he's taken it to Hampshire so hard that he's messed with their plans. They've never been able to settle. They've never been able to find a bowler, possibly the exception of Abbott, who's been able to keep him quiet. And he's got one more ball to survive before he can go in and have a well-earned cup of tea. Goes down the leg side, bamboozles the keeper. It's going to be 4 byes. So, Surrey have gone beyond 300. 304 for 3 they go to tee at. They came out rather to bat at 82 for 2. So they scored 222 for 1 in that session. And, well, it's been a fair bit of Ollie Pope and a massive dollop of Daniel Lawrence that has entertained the crowd on what has been an almost perfect session for Surrey, having been put into bat, as every team is when they lose the toss here at the Oval. They have raced away to 304 for 3. They've already got 2 bonus points. 64 overs have been bowled. They've got plenty of power to add. But the crowd will rise to Dan Lawrence as we end the afternoon session. He's walking off with 150. Surrey County Cricket Club are recognising the efforts of an individual player. Dan Lawrence joined Surrey from Essex ahead of the 2024 season. As we just see the card there, 304 for 3. Mostly that massive partnership between Lawrence on 150. Pope on 68 with a couple of wickets for Potgieter and 1 for Fuller. He joined Surrey from Essex ahead of the 2024 season. Since joining the club, he's scored over 2,000 first-class runs. He's taken 43 first-class wickets with his off-spin bowling. His crucial performances as an all-rounder helped Surrey to the County Championship title in 2024. And Lawrence has also added vital contributions in the Vitality Blast, most notably his maiden T20 century in that astonishingly brilliant victory against Glamorgan last season, when he made 122 not out of 54 balls on a special night at the Kia Oval. Alex Stewart, the rest of the squad are pitchside, presenting Dan Lawrence with his well-earned Surrey County cap, one of the biggest honours Surrey CCC can bestow. And there you see the squad there. Sean Abbott not available today with a hamstring injury, but Matt Fisher, Will Jacks, Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel, all there. And it's been pretty much the perfect day for Dan Lawrence as he receives his cap from the gaffer, Alex Stewart. And what a perfect day to get it, and what a magnificent way to celebrate it. 150 from 139 balls. He's still there. There's more to add after tea, as we witness a very happy Dan Lawrence. Probably just thinking now, yeah, this is all great.
He's had a really good day.
Had a really good. Can I have a cup of tea now?
Well,
And then
he's
come
moved
back
on.
out and get. Well, what did he get? So 135 in the session.
So he got 135 of 124 in that session. He moved from 50 to 133 deliveries and 100 to 150 and 39 deliveries. So he's slowing down. Dan.
72 balls for his last 100 runs.
Yeah. So
Well,
he's slowing down.
Well, there are 32 overs left. If he faces 16 overs of the 32, then that's 96 balls. At his current rate of scoring, he'll be on about 270, which will be rather good fun to watch. Hang around, come back, watch this after tea. About 4:32, we will be back. I'm off to get myself a scone and a cup of tea. And until then, we're taking a break. Well, I would say we're taking a break. I've had quite an unhelpful finger waved at me there, which came with no other instructions. Yes. Are you able to interpret Sir T's semaphore? Oh, it's here. We're going to get an episode of Second Glance, which I'm delighted to say is from the Essex game earlier in the season when Dan Lawrence also got a very big ton. Here's a bit of Second Glance to feast your eyes on, then come back for a bit more Dan Lawrence after tea.
Yeah, it's an honour to play in this dressing room. We've got a lot of experience, I said, people we've played with for a long period of time, and as a group we've had success in previous years.
I thought we stuck at it pretty well all day. I thought, we probably could have been a little bit better in that first session. But yeah, I thought the guys really improved today. It was hard to sort of get those edges and chances to the fielders. And I thought they batted very well as well. So credit to them. There was a bit of an inspirational effort by Jordan Clark and Fish at the other end as well through that middle period. Got the breakthrough and we I feel like we gained some momentum from that and bowled pretty well the rest of the day. So I'd probably say it's a pretty even day and we've got some work to do in the morning.
Cricket's weird. We went past the edge quite a few times in that period. I mean, I had close LBW shout in the first few overs, which could have gone either way because we wanted to try and open them up quickly in the morning. It wasn't the case, but the guys really battled away and made sure we kept hammering those areas, and sometimes you get the reward.
Lawrence, he's been one of Surrey's stars this year, and it wasn't just with the bat where Lawrence shone. He was also really useful with the ball. He managed to get Noah Thane, then Sam Cook out in consecutive deliveries. An amazing catch from Rory Burns, diving away to his right. And Jamie Porter coming in at number 10, I think it was, almost gave a chance for Dan Lawrence to get that hat-trick as well, but he just beat the outside edge.
They're up there with one of the strongest bowling units in the country, definitely. Especially the new ball, old ball, they've got the spin attack, they've got a lot of variety, and I think, yeah, as a batting unit, we know the sort of qualities they possess. We're looking to, again, assert a bit of Surrey dominance on them at times.
I think Popey and Sibbs' partnership was really important. They got through the really tough bit when all the bowlers were fresh and the ball was still hard, and I think that nullified a lot of the threat.
The new batter for Surrey, number 28, Dan Lawrence.
We knew Essex were going to come pretty hard at us at the start of the day, and there was still a little bit of life in the wicket, so today was all about getting through that first 2 hours, and thankfully we did.
As you look down our order, you've got people that complement each other in different ways. People that attack, people that maybe sit in and take a few more balls, but I think that's great as a batting unit that we sort of able to adapt to most situations and surfaces that are thrown at us, and that will be important not just in this game coming up but throughout the season as well.
Dan Lawrence scored his second century of the season to go along with his opening match one against Warwickshire, and he's been so stylish and elegant throughout the whole season. Famously a risky player, and often using angles against the Essex seamers to try and access the leg side. He kind of rattled along at a rate of knots when Essex were bowling incredibly well. Since Dan Lawrence joined Surrey, he's averaged 55 in first-class cricket, and obviously he's an Essex boy coming and playing against his old county here at the Kia Oval, and he's put in another amazing performance for Surrey. Dom Sibley scored his own century. He finished on 100 off about 280 deliveries, a real marathon from the Surrey Open. 27th first-class century in total, which is a remarkable record for a player who's been around for ages. I remember being here as a fan when he scored that 200 against Yorkshire, I think when he was like 18 and still at school. So it's amazing to still be coming here all those years later and still be seeing him scoring runs.
I suppose looking back at it and in the moment, I'm not sure we could have done a lot more. 22 wickets in the game, how do you double it? I don't have an answer right now, or else we wouldn't be having the conversation about a draw now. We would have done it in game. I think the bowlers, unfortunately, have a tough job most of the time, and that just showed how tough it can be when things just don't go your way. It's just the way that we find ourselves at the minute. We should get our head down, we'll have a look at some footage, and we'll see if we can get a bit of a plan together to try and take the wickets required to win games of cricket. But certainly, the way we went about our business, I have nothing but praise for.
I've always enjoyed playing here at Surrey, and I think that's one of the things that whenever you're away, you're always looking to come back and play games of cricket here at Surrey, here at the Kia Oval. It's obviously a fantastic place to play. We had a great crowd in last week, and now that the weather's hopefully getting warmer, we can keep seeing more people coming through the gates, and I think that's important for the support of everyone, that even though we're standing out in the field and it may be looking like a long time, but we're appreciative of all the support that we've had over the years and hopefully this coming season as well. But I think, yeah, it's, as you say, it's the people you play with, the friends you make, and a chance to really enjoy your cricket.
Welcome back to the final session of the first day of this Rothesay County Championship match between Surrey and Hampshire. It has been Surrey's day. It didn't start that way. They lost the toss, so were put into bat, as is the norm. Lost a couple of wickets before lunch at 53 for 2. It looked like a standard oval first day. Then Dom Sibley departed LBW to Fuller soon after lunch. That was 98 for 3. There hasn't been a wicket since. Partnership of 206 between Dan Lawrence, who has batted sublimely for his 150, which came up the stroke of tea. And Ollie Pope, who just loves playing against Hampshire. He's passed 1,000 runs against Hampshire at the Keir Oval at an average in excess of 125 during this innings. Sonny Baker is going to bowl. It's been hard work for the Hampshire bowlers. First up, they did extract some life, some plays and misses, but Surrey managed to play very skillfully in that first session and then reap the rewards in the second. As Baker's going to start in from the pavilion end to Pope. We're down to one slip. Baker started with a bouncer, and we've got a kind of field for the short ball. I've got Mark Ramprakash alongside me. We've got a fine leg as opposed to a long leg, then a deep backward, well, a short long leg. Not quite a deep backward square leg, he's a short long leg. He's in about 20 yards. And then there's a square mid-wicket or a forward deep square leg. Can't people stand where they're used to anymore? Then I could have described them properly. Flicked away, and there is the short long leg. You see what I mean? It's a short long leg. Mark Ramprakash.
Well, I was just sort of, as well as thinking about the field and the positioning, I was just sort of thinking about the Hampshire captain and how Hampshire can go about this. And they've decided to go with Baker, which is fair enough. And that was well bowled. That last delivery was quick. It was straight. So despite the three men deep on the leg side, yeah, we're going to expect a little bit of nose and toes here, perhaps.
Well, he's got the pace for it. There is the nose. Previous ball was the toes. I mean, he had to bowl like this last year against Surrey when they were going hard to try and set Hampshire a target. It was a thrilling and weird game until it petered out unnecessarily. It was the game when Rory Burns did a stroke of captaincy genius late on the third day. The sun went behind a cloud and it was gone 6 o'clock. So if they'd gone off a bad light, that would have been end of day because of the weird regulations.
Mm-hmm.
And, oh, well, that's been crunched, marmalised. There are fielders out there. Dan Lawrence has found the gap. It's been his day so far today, and it continues in that vein after tea. So, yeah, Surrey desperately wanted to bowl at Hampshire late on the third day because they'd set the target of around about 400 or so, 370 or so, I think. We see that again, straight out of the screws. And so Rory Burns brought himself on to bowl for a couple of overs, and then the light improved because the cloud went. And lo and behold, Surrey picked up 3 wickets. Hampshire went in at 38 for 3 or something, but the pitch flattened out, got much, much easier, and there was a different form of farcical bad light on the last day when Hampshire didn't show quite the ambition to win the game that they might have done, and the game petered out into an agreed draw with Hampshire needing only 70-odd with 4 or 5 wickets in hand. It was a bit weird. Well, sort of the other way round here at the moment. Surrey are going hard early. And I wonder, as the first over passes 6 runs off it, Mark Ramprakash, if Dan Lawrence is doing something that cricketers claim they never do, which is having looked at the weather forecast and realised that it's a little bit iffy, known that Surrey, if they're really going to kickstart this campaign to win back the championship, need to be beating the bottom place team. Didn't start well by losing the toss. They'd have loved to have been bowling. But the next best thing is to get a lot of runs as quickly as possible. And he has looked like he's doing that.
Well, look, he's wonderfully talented. I think I saw him get 100 here as a 17-year-old, actually, at the Oval. If memory serves me right, he was certainly a player of promise at a very young age. And he's got the game to really take the game away from the opposition, as he has shown today.
Abbott starting up, so Abbott and Baker straight after tea. I don't think these will be long spells because there's a new ball available in 15 overs time.
Look, I think Surrey in their preparation yesterday, pre-match, I'm sure they would have spoken about the need, given the forecast, to give it a crack. I think once these players get in, they know the pitch, they know the bounce. They can all play the cut and the pull, and they can put the bowler under pressure in that way. And I think having weathered the early storm this morning, the first 2 hours, and having got himself in, Lawrence has played brilliantly. But I'm sure that would have been Surrey's plan to dominate, and they're better off playing that way. Actually, I mean, of course, Sam Curran, Tom Curran to come. They've got some stroke players to come. I mean, anything over around the 400 or over. And then they've got to try and have a crack, because as you say, there's going to be weather around, and they've got to back themselves. They need 20 wickets, don't they?
They do. And Hampshire come into this game not exactly high on confidence. They've been fine in the T20s, been looking good in that, but different kettle of fish with the red ball. They've lost some important players during this season. I mean, losing Liam Dawson. And James Vince out, no Barker, no Abbas, which is partly their own fault, but whatever. It's 4 experienced players.
Liam Dawson, I've been a big fan of him for a long, long time. I think he's done an excellent job for Hampshire because he is a classy spinner.
Oh, hello. Straight back over the bowler's head. And up go the umpire's arms. 6 more to Dan Lawrence. He's continuing in the same vein that he was in before tea, when he scored 135 runs in the afternoon session. If he gets anywhere near that in this session, it will be great fun. Just our cameraman's struggling to find the ball. It's gone so far out over a wide long on.
Well, Dan Lawrence, of course, being an England cricketer, is a very good golfer. And that was a lovely little checked pitching wedge that found itself about 10 rows back, a deep long on.
Yeah, I think he's overshot the green with that. It's driven past the bowler, past the despairing dive of mid-off. But, oh dear, that is not ideal. That's a rather limp hand by Fuller. For a big man, that was the most delicate little tap on the ball that you can wish to see. And all he succeeded in doing is tap it onto the rope. So I'm intrigued here, though, Mark, because Surrey have been very careful with Abbott, and to a degree Baker, haven't they? They've looked at this bowling lineup, which is not to disparage it in any way, but
no.
Abbott and Baker are the standouts, especially Abbott. He's gone again, but there is a long on back now, and the crowd getting into it. This time Fuller stops it cleanly, but a very profitable over for Surrey. What was it, 13 from it, I think, 323 for 3. So I wondered if they would look at this and go, well, these two can only bowl probably 2 or 3 over spell tops, if you're thinking about the second new ball after 80. Because, that's Kyle Abbott's 18th over today. And then think, right, sit in, regroup, after tea, we've had 20 minutes off, get eyes back in, go after the other bowlers. Well, Dan Lawrence has just smacked him down the ground for 6 and 4.
Yeah, he's shown a different approach, and if it comes off, it's absolutely to Surrey's benefit. Some batters may, exactly as you said, get themselves in, see off Abbott.
Thick edge flies away down to the boundary for 4 more. The pace of Baker, not where Lawrence intended, but well, it's reward for his ambition. Let's put it that way.
Well, he's 171 not out now, and Baker's pace, whilst it may well prove to get the breakthrough to someone who's in and seeing the ball well, if he bowls width, I would suggest it's going to fly off the bat pretty quickly.
There's no sweeper, is there, on the offside? We've got a fine deep third. Still the 3 men back on the leg side for the short ball. Oh, Is that going to be no ball? That felt quite high to me, that one. Slipped out of Baker's hand. Wait to see the umpire's signal. No, nothing there. So it must have been deemed to be just below waist height. You would have been... Yeah, you were a scorer of some pretty big hundreds and double hundreds. So you would have been into teas and lunches with big score under your belt. What do you do as we see that? Again, that was very close to a no ball. What do you do in that break? Is it annoying to have that break as Baker hurtles in again? Pope just sensibly finds the single, gets Lawrence back on strike. I mean, it must be a great feeling going off 150 not out. But does it break your concentration? Do you think? Oh,
well, I remember probably the best innings I saw in Test cricket, certainly by an English player, was Graham Gooch, 150 not out against the West Indies in '91.
Your first Test match
at Headingley, yes. And England were off and on about 6 times due to drizzle. And I remember him. He was someone who would come off, close his eyes, just lie down, rest, and.
Another full toss from Baker.
He, of course, Gucci was sort of quite introverted and focused, and showed incredible concentration over a long period of time in that situation. I mean, of course, other characters are more extrovert, and they come off and they're having a chat and finding out what's going on at the horse racing or something somewhere, and so everyone's a little bit different. I think most guys, it's a chance to rehydrate. Of course, the key is starting again. That's the key in any break, whether it's a drinks break.
Pulled round the corner. Has he found the gap? Not quite. He's going to come back for a second, though. This is really good stuff from Dan Lawrence. He's determined to squeeze every last run out of this.
So I think that someone like Alistair Cook, in Test cricket, because it's mentally, it is the concentration. You're facing the best bowlers in the world. You've really, if you're going to play a long innings like Alistair played so many, that's where I think the skill of the concentration. I mean, Dan Lawrence here has played beautifully, but he's getting his runs at a fair old lick, isn't he?
Yes, he's not actually been out there very long, has he?
No. So the momentum is with him, and he's feeling it.
Tries to go, does go full, spearing in onto those toes we talked about, but nonetheless, 9 off the over, an 88 mile per hour ball to finish at 8.5, 332 for 3. So, give us an insight. How much, when we talk about restarting, it's presumably not the same as, you start the second innings a day after you started your last innings. That is sort of properly restarting. Is it a bit different? Is it 20 minutes, but because you sort of still have the memory of how it's going, or is there a proper reset that you need?
No, I think you're right. I mean, whether it's lunch or tea, I mean, I think you're trying to think about your game plan, what bowlers are likely you're to be confronted with after the break. I mean, hello.
Oh, it's gone again. Where's that gone? Well, that has gone all the way out over deep backward square leg. And I'll tell you what that is. I believe that is Dan Lawrence's highest first-class score, going past his 178, and in some style.
Well, he's whipped that away like Viv Richards. I mean, it was sort of back of a length around middle and off. And he moves across to the offside and flicks it with minimal effort.
Is someone checking on Phil Walker? Because he's going to be rhapsodising here. We have had, since the tea break, 20 balls, and Dan Lawrence has not faced all of them, but has scored 32 runs in 3.2 overs.
Well, it looks like he has come out with an absolute licence. Of course, Pope at the other end has played really sensibly, hasn't he, so far? I mean, he's happy to play second fiddle. He's often picked up the single, giving Lawrence the strike. So often this happens in big partnership where, the other person who's maybe not be eye-catching, but they play their part.
Yeah, I mean, it's all that thing, isn't it? It's a team game made up of individuals, but then there are sort of team blocks within it.
Yeah.
Bowlers bowling in partnership, batters batting in partnership.
I think just thinking about the different types of players, and I've mentioned Gooch and Cook playing very long innings at international level, but someone like a Johnny Bairstow, you see, he in recent years, he has just come in and played a bit like Dan Lawrence. He's dominated, and within a 2-hour session, he can rattle up 80, 90 runs and take the game away from the opposition. So he would be someone who perhaps doesn't play in terms of the length of innings like a Gooch or a Cook in that style, but can be very, very dangerous. So I think most batting lineups, have a good balance, a good mix of players. I don't think you want 6 out-and-out shot players, just as you don't want necessarily 6 Jeff Boycotts, with respect to Jeff Boycott.
Yeah, for all sorts of reasons. Now, I could bring you news of a record. Bear in mind that Surrey have been playing Hampshire for a very, very, very long time. Well over 100 years. This is their record 4th wicket partnership, amazingly enough. They've put on 243. That's gone past the 238 between Stan Squires and John Parker at Bournemouth in 1948. Well, I never. Famous summer 48. The invincible Australians were here. So 9 off that over as well. And does this cause a rethink now for the skipper? Because he started after tea. He's up on 4 overs with his strike bowlers. In 12 overs' time, he's got a new ball available. I'm not even starting to wonder if he wants it. But how many runs have been scored here? There were 304 at tea, so they've got 37 runs in those 4 overs.
I mean, I think with Abbott, he's a control bowler. You start the session with him to set the tone and get control, and he's bowling without a slip and probably with at least 4 or 5 men on the boundary. I don't see the point of him bowling if that's the case. So it may well be that they do rest him because he is a new ball specialist, and he does bowl extremely well with a new ball. So whether they'll think, we've got 12 overs till the new ball, that means 6 overs from the Vauxhall end. Who's going to bowl them? I don't know, but I don't know that there's much point in bowling Abbott, who's bowled 19 so far.
I was going to say, Ram's bowled 19 overs already today, and if you want to get a 4-over burst out of him, if he bowls any more, then you're looking at a 24-over day, which is it's a lot anyway. But he's 39 in 11 days' time.
No, that's right. I mean, look, Hampshire are not the first side to come here. Or anywhere in county cricket, and this is why we were talking about Liam Dawson and his the fact that he's not around because he did such a valuable job for so long.
Round the wicket, Baker. Now this is what he did last year, and the umpires have been told to be a bit smart on this. We saw this actually earlier on this season. I can't remember the match, but the moment bowlers started bowling a negative line as far as the umpires were concerned down the leg side. Yeah. They were getting wide in front. Now that could be a wide for height, but it could also be
leg side
round
wide,
the wicket,
leg side. Yeah. Look, I'm all for allowing 2 bounces and over, but you can't bowl them, 3 foot down the leg side and then too high. That's ridiculous.
Oh, there's no slip, and that's the danger. And it's even beaten the very, very fine deep third. It's almost a fly slip down here. Lawrence up to 187. Now, what Baker did do very well last year, I mentioned it before tea, was this line of attack. But what he tended to do is he went much fuller than this. The thing is, though, Surrey aren't on the slog at the moment, are they? I mean, they're on the very aggressive, but they're not on the wild Yahoo.
Yeah, I don't see what he's meant to be bowling here. You've got 2 third men and then 4 out on the leg side. I mean, it literally is spread all over the place. I don't know what delivery... Apart from a short one, I'm not sure what he's trying to bowl.
Oh, my goodness. Now, this could be a catch. Is it going to land? Oh, it's going to land safely between deep mid-wicket and mid-on going back. Now, I just wonder here, Dan Lawrence. Just have a little look as the 250 partnership comes up off 218 balls. He doesn't want to get becalmed, but this field is extraordinary, as Mark Ramprakash is just explaining. We've got a very fine leg. A wide long leg, a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, 4 men on the leg side boundary and 2 further fielders on the onside. And so Lawrence now ducks this one. He's got 7 off the over already.
Yeah, and the umpire just signalling the second short ball for the over, which brought a little bit of a sigh from Baker, as that seems to be his stock ball.
Yeah, it does at the moment, yeah. But they kept the field in the same way. So now Lawrence, I suppose, knows that the ball has to be below shoulder height, or shoulder height and below. Just so we have to have a little note on there. Did the crowd make a little whoa noise whenever Sonny Baker does his
jump?
hop?
Yep.
Yeah, lovely.
That's right. Yep. They were happy with that footwork, weren't they? Little hop, skip, and a jump.
Way. Let's see if we can hear it as he comes into bowl this time. It's 8 off the over. There isn't really the need for it now. Are they going to change the field for Pope? You would
surely they are.
So.
I mean, he's got 2 balls left in the over. To have 4 men out on the leg side, plus a mid-on and a mid-wicket. No, he's going to stay around by the look of it.
Now, how's Ollie Pope going to play this? Because I still have nightmares of Lords 2013, you know. As I dare say Ollie does. Let's have a look. There you go. Crowd getting into it again. Now, where's that gone? That's gone fine enough to go for 4. Not where he intended, but perfectly happy with it. So he's going to take it on. I wonder here, I don't want to be overly critical, and look, they've just hit 12 runs off the over, but Baker can't keep doing this for very long. He himself is in his whatever over, 16th over. They sacrifice him as a genuine new ball threat if they bowl him for many more overs. I don't think they've got anybody else with the pace to do this. Is there a case for just, dialing it down for an over off Sonny Baker? They're well ahead of where they might have hoped.
You mean
to
the
be.
batting, the batters? Well, last ball of the over. I mean, look, Surrey are committed, don't they? They said the 2 batters at the crease are both seeing it well. They seem committed to continuing to try and score at every opportunity.
And that's going to be out. And there we go. Sonny Baker's got his man. Well, you felt it was coming in a way. And I think Ollie Pope will be disappointed with himself there as he goes off for 76. A bit more than disappointed because it was telegraphed. It was short. He didn't quite get inside it well enough. And
it was last ball of the over, as you rightly said.
Yeah.
And there was a view. And look, I think, Surrey have been really smart in the way they've gone about playing today. That first session was very difficult. They've come out and played their shots with the ball a lot older. But I always think that in these situations, you target your bowler. And it was Sonny Baker bowling very quickly. His stock ball was around shoulder height. That's not easy to consistently hook. Whereas, some of the other bowlers, I'm sure that they could have dominated those. But he was feeling it. He's played really well, Ollie Pope, 76 there, and absolutely played his part in helping Dan Lawrence add what is a big partnership, a dominant partnership for Surrey, and they're well on their way to achieving their, I would imagine, 400 as minimum as their target as quickly as possible.
I think even 450, isn't it, to get the 5 bonus points probably. But yeah, we see that again. It's a thick glove. He didn't even wait for the umpire's decision. And I'm not going to be critical. These 2 have put on 255 scintillating runs. And Ollie Pope's more than played his part in that. He's a junior partner, yes, but really intelligent innings, as Ramps was saying, just turning strike over, singles here, singles. They played some lovely shots as well into the bargain, but played a very effective second fiddle to Dan Lawrence. It's just that you just kind of felt, how much longer can Sonny Baker do this? And also, in that over, they'd already taken 12 runs. And if he bowls an over that goes for 12, bang it in like that, it's quite dispiriting. If he bowls 12 and then gets the breakthrough after all that time, it gives you a bit of a fillip. And I'm a big believer in trying to do the things that annoy your opponents as much as possible. But anyway, Abbott is off. Fuller is on. Sam Curran has strode to the crease for his first red ball match of the season. And he's going to join a Dan Lawrence who's swinging for the hills. And his job, I guess, is to try to replicate what Ollie Pope was doing. He can play himself in. He's got plenty of time. Surrey are well ahead of the game. We're in the 70th over. You know, to get maximum batting points, they've got to get 97 runs within 41 overs. They want to get there more quickly. But they do now probably also want to get those maximum batting points. So with rain around, you know, eke out what you can. Full toss, guided away. There are plenty of fielders out on the boundary on the offside. 4, there's a deep third, deep backward point, deep extra and a long off for Dan Lawrence. The field will now come in for the left-handed Curran. All of this is not going to help Hampshire's over rate either, which could be significant because if we have a rain-interrupted game here, normal rule of thumb is that you're not really looking to, you know, enforce the follow-on, but Surrey might be looking to bat once here, mightn't they, with interruptions here and there and time out the game?
I'd have thought so. Yes. You know, how do you know what to set a team who's batting last at the Oval?
Right.
It can be really tricky.
Exactly, and the point therefore being that Hampshire may not get a second opportunity to sort out their over rate issue. I know that's probably the least of their issues at the moment. But when you are already languishing at the bottom of the table, you've only got 1 point from the game so far. I mean, poor old Gloucestershire, I think, found themselves after 3 games with 0 points because they'd lost 3 of them to over-rate penalties and they'd only scored 3 points in 3 losses. I don't think I'd ever seen that before in a county championship table. Played 3 points 0.
Yep, off the mark. Little inside edge into mid-wicket. Yeah, I mean, they have bowled 10 overs of off-spin, haven't they, I think?
Yeah.
So they shouldn't be too bad. But having said that, they've had to do a bit of retrieving.
Yes, that's part of the problem. That is part of the problem. Yeah. Spinners are great as long as at least 5 of the balls are sort of knocked into the offside and go straight back to the bowler. If 2 of them, you've got to scramble around amidst the crowd to find the ball. Not so great.
Yes, the game has changed hugely. I remember John Embry saying he bowled his overs in 90 seconds.
90? Wow.
He used to say that he could, because obviously people were not necessarily playing him like Dan Lawrence has played off spin today, but he would bowl line and length, and often it got patted back, and he used to bowl very, very quickly his overs. Of course, other spinners who have long run-ups. I mean, Phil Tufnell was a little bit different. He had a bit of a hop, skip and a jump to start his run-up, but quite a lengthy run-up, actually, for a spinner.
He's different in many ways, is our dear Tuff, isn't he?
Bless him.
He would have enjoyed this test match for all sorts of reasons. End of the over. So, I'm going to do it. Normally I wouldn't do this because it's tempting fate, but I shouldn't really believe in fate because I'm a rational man. And also, it gives us something, gives us a bit of jeopardy.
Yes.
Dan Lawrence is on 192.
Yes.
From 161 balls. The fastest double century for Surrey in its history, going back to 1868 or whatever, is by Kevin Peterson against Lancashire at Guildford in 2012, and that took 170 balls. Dan Lawrence needs 8 runs in 8 balls to beat that. Ian Gregg, 191 balls against Lancashire. Oh, that's a famous game, isn't it? The Lancashire game at the Oval in 1990 was the massive run fest, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Now then, Baker is continuing, and he's going to keep on putting it there. He's been given encouragement by the fact he's got Ollie Pope out. So Dan Lawrence knows exactly what to expect. This is all going to be about shot choice and execution, and it looks to me that we know what the choice is to go after it. Everything here is going to be in the execution. It's a longer side, this side. And that was the match when Fairbrother got 366, when Ian Gregg made that fast double 100. I like that.
Yeah, you like
I
that.
do like
you felt
that.
that was sensible batting, didn't you?
I do. Am I coming across as no funny daddy? I'm just match situationing it, you know? How many overs he going to bowl? He looks the most dangerous.
Well, I agree. I mean, look, Baker is using up a lot of energy. I mean, he's obviously a strong young man, but he comes charging in and puts his heart and soul into every delivery. So you would ask, well, is this likely to be his last one? And so, you know, there may be a little bit of a judgment on Lawrence's part.
Of course, the annoyance is that we're also teeing up Dan Lawrence for his fastest 200 in a Surrey shirt, and this is not helping, of course, if he bats sensibly at this point. So I'm torn. I don't know what to suggest here.
Well, I think he's one blow away. Whoever's bowling this end, I suspect he'll be trying to hit it back over long on, anywhere between long on and deep mid wicket. I would imagine.
So Sam, you just dig in for three balls and then leave it to Daniel Lawrence at the other end next over. Different field here, 2 slips now. There's still a long leg of deep backward square. There's a big gap on the onside in front of square. There is that one sort of straight mid-wicket wide, short mid-on. Strays onto the pads. Brings Lawrence back on strikes. It's like body line, this, only not quite as terrifying. It's like, you know, captain claps the hands and everybody disappears.
Yeah, of course, what Surrey won't want, obviously, is if once you lose Lawrence, then you've got 2 new batters. And then, of course, the new ball, 9, 10 overs away.
Well, it's going to pitch outside leg stump. It's going to be a problem coming round the wicket. Leg byer picked up, so that doesn't go on Lawrence's tally. Another ball ticks by. He's got to try and... He doesn't have to. He knows nothing about this, and nor does he probably care. But for those of us who do, he needs 7 runs in 4 balls to go past KP. A bounce at a finish. How many more overs can Baker bowl in this spell? That's 71 done. 9 overs before a new ball becomes due. He looks a trifle weary. Most bowlers do say it takes more out of them to bowl short. There's one bowler who doesn't say that. Wasim Akram weirdly said to me that he always found the full ball harder to bowl because his natural length was a bit shorter. But I've never heard anyone else say it.
No. By and large, I think as a rule of thumb, slamming it into the surface halfway down takes a huge amount of energy.
So that could be Baker done for this spell. Only thing is, for the last, what has it been, 3.5 hours, Hampshire barely looked like taking a wicket, and then Baker's come on and stuff has happened with that line of attack. But Fuller's going to continue with Lawrence on 193, 7 short of a double 100. Beautifully fluent drive, but picks out short extra.
I mean, what the crowd want to see is obviously one of the off spinners come back on.
Yes. Yeah. It's a clamour for it.
I think we might quite like that as well, actually.
Well, it might not be the worst. I mean, ordinarily it would be what you'd be thinking of doing in the run-up to a new ball, but...
Yeah, well, Curran left-hander as well, new to the crease.
Yeah. Strong point. Now, he's been a bit annoyed with himself there, Lawrence, because there was a bit of width and it was nice and full, but He didn't time it.
And that seems to be the plan, doesn't it? Fuller, he's gone wide and full because Dan Lawrence has shown that anything that's a good length or short has got hoiked over the leg side, whereas wide of off stump make him drive through extra. I think probably they feel is the best way of containing him, getting him off strike.
Well, if he's going to get that record outright, he's going to need a couple of boundaries in the next 2 balls. And that isn't one of them. So he moves to 194. Brings Curran onto strike. Curran doesn't need to get sort of swept up in the freneticism of the current run rate, does he? I mean, Surrey have got themselves so far ahead of where, even with a good aggressive approach on the first day at the Oval, to be 360 off 71, you've got a bit of license here, haven't you, to have a look?
Yeah, and I think Sam Curran, he's never struck me as someone who does get swept away. He's always, to me, whenever I've watched him play cricket, he's always looked level-headed and focused on what he needs to do.
Well, if you bowl it short, though,
that's a nice shot.
Good T24. He's going to put it away. His first boundary.
Well, admittedly, there wasn't too much pace there, 78 miles an hour, but it was a nicely put away from Sam Curran, ball bouncing probably just above waist height. On the angle from round the wicket, just helped it really over mid-wicket, didn't try and hit it too hard. And so far, we wondered how he might play, and he's just looks like he's batting fairly normally for the moment. And again, let Lawrence come up with the fireworks whilst you get yourself in.
Slightly uppish for a while, but lands well in front of backward point. 1 ball left in the over, and then I'm going to be very intrigued to see whether Baker bowls another. While Lawrence is there, perhaps. In a strange kind of way, he might be the man to... They might be thinking, if Lawrence is on strike, just give it one more go.
I think I probably would, actually, given that he's determined to sort of take it on, the short ball, I mean, and with the success against Pope, why not?
Last ball of the over, played back to the bowler, 5 from it, 364 for 4. 1 wicket has gone down since tea, that of Ollie Pope, caught behind, gloving one, a short ball through from Baker to Brown to finish a partnership of 255. Dan Lawrence is there, he needs 6 off this ball to have the fastest double 100 for Surrey outright. Seems unlikely. Who's going to bowl it? Will it be Baker? Oh, I think it's going to be Felix Organ. You've got your wish, Mark Ramprakash. I'm getting out of the way. Adam Collins is coming in to replace me.
All right, heady days here. Will he take on Felix Organ? Of course, he wouldn't be aware of the little bit of history that sits there for him. So he's given Organ the treatment across both spells. He's got that long leg side boundary, 4 men back, predictably. 2 back on the offside as well, Ramps. In complete retreat here, Hampshire, but counterintuitively, maybe a positive move. They want Lawrence to keep swinging. Can they do something? Push into the offside. It won't be the outright quickest double ton for Surrey. Oh, well. Andrew Sampson's tapping away at home, by the way. He's got another one that might have been on time quicker, but anyway, it's a moot point at the moment. 194.
Oh.
Quickie shingle and through. What a statement knock it's been so far as well. Had a quick squiz before. He's averaging 81 this season. Lawrence. Really? Yeah. It's just, those are the types of numbers, as you know well, they're the types of numbers that, I mean, it's impossible to not prompt a conversation, especially with someone who's already been in the shop window. Three back on the short bound. Statement innings. And it puts Surrey into a terrific position. Dan Lawrence, 201 not out.
It's been so entertaining to watch him hit the ball all over the place, really. But he had to work hard in his, in the early part of his innings.
Ramps just jumps off to have a cough, as you might have heard. We'll let him deal with that as we get to the end of the over. 272 for 4. So they've gone at 5 and over. To consider that they were going at 3s at lunch. That partnership between Lawrence and Pope, which has defined the day so far, they added 255 together. Well better than a run of ball. The only wicket to fall in the session, that of Pope. And now Lawrence, the chance to, well, in terms of the records that we have, the second fastest double 100 in Surrey first class history. Only a few balls off the quickest from 36 years ago. There's some others that we don't have ball counts for, but you'd struggle to think that other than the one that we've referenced already from, well, there's KP and there's Ian Gregg. So quicker than Ian Gregg and a couple of balls slower than KP back in 2012. Sam Curran getting into the act across the practice pitches. Crunched away into double figures.
Yes, Adam, I was going to say before I got attacked there.
Happens to the best of us.
How much I've enjoyed Dan Lawrence's knock. And I was saying that early on in the piece, he had to work pretty hard against the moving ball and when the bowlers were quite fresh. But it has been a bludgeoning knock. I think the pivotal moment was actually the opening over of spin and the way he took down the spinner. The momentum that gave him individually, but also the way that Surrey then built on from there. And it gave Hampshire a real headache not really being able to bowl too much of the spinner.
Because it was a relatively conventional innings until that first over from Morgan, wasn't it? I don't mean that he wasn't scoring quickly, but he was doing as what we're accustomed to with him. The second 50, 33 balls, and the second 100, 73 deliveries. The pace is kept. And the vast majority of that is from that moment in time you're referring to, the organ over, when he was bowled at the wrong end. Chops down hard, second boundary to start the over here from Sam Curran, slamming it through the offside. So a long way to go as well, over 22 overs left.
Well, we saw a juicy half volley earlier to Sam Curran that he deposited through the covers. This one didn't really look a bad delivery, maybe a fraction of width, slightly back of a length. Sam Curran has come in and looked in good touch, well balanced. And the field for him now is spread, no slip.
Just curious there where it sat in all-time numbers. That's the 40th fastest double 100 in first-class history. When you consider there have been about 60,000 games, that's an enormous sample size. So I know we get conditions of players performing in this way in the modern game, but we shouldn't discount just how exceptional this has been. Remembering that at one stage, just after lunch, when Dom Sibley fell, it was 98 for 3. Hampshire probably had their nose ahead at that point, near enough. Ooh, drops at mid-wicket. I reckon it's carried. Watching it live, we'll see a replay to make sure of that.
And of course, remembering that Surrey were inserted.
Yep.
And so you'd feel that the advantage would be heavily with the bowling side. I think just bouncing in front of the fielder there.
Look at a half volleyed. This might be more conclusive from this angle. Yeah, half volleyed. But not quite a chance for Prest. Four back on the leg side. So it prompts Fuller to go as wide as he can. Too wide. Missing to the gasometer side of the ground. We've got a remarkable situation where there are 8 men back for Lawrence at this point. Only the extra cover inside the ring, so to speak, in one-day terms. Does pose an interesting question as to where Lawrence might be in 22.2 overs, by the way. If he keeps going at this rate, at this lick, which will be difficult with the field spread like this.
Yeah.
whether he decides to play the game a little bit, play within himself for 10 or so overs and maybe a fielder or two. Ends up back inside the circle. Still one ball left in this over. Or is it the over? Maybe we're ahead of the screen. We'll see. I think there's one ball left. There is. Just multiple changes to the field, which gave the impression it was the end of the set.
Mind you, they've not had too much success bowling at Sam Curran so far, who's come in and scoring over a runner ball as well. So Hampshire, it is tough. I mean, as I say, they're not the first side to come to the Oval and find it very difficult to defend here when two batters get in.
Crash. Another expensive over. Curran is up and about, already to 20 as Ramps jumps out. 20 overs to go. Maybe one missed in all of that statistical analysis as Yas Rana jumps in. That's the quickest double 100 here at the Oval in first class cricket as well, accepting that it's possible that there have been, it's plausible there have been triple hundreds. There have been triple hundreds that have been made where the 200 arrived faster than 172. But we'll let Andrew Sampson let us know here. So we're talking records, as you can see on the bottom of the screen. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. Which strange record have you broken? Let us know. What odd thing were you there for where a record was broken? I mean, I won't back over what Cameron Ponsonby and I spoke about a couple of weeks ago, Yas, where I accidentally ended up at two major sporting events where on both occasions, 10,000 miles from each other, they decided to break the world record for the most number of people doing the YMCA at the same time back in 2001. We've done that. But along those lines, what are the strange records you've got that you have a claim on?
That's going to be quite hard to beat, I think.
It is a bit odd. Lawrence 202. He's liked organ all day. Has he got the depth right for two? Of course he has. He's had that kind of day. Everything he's touched, Lawrence, has been spot on.
Question for you, Colo. It's a bit of rain around this week. Do you reckon Surrey are thinking about the declaration this evening?
Not before they extract every batting point, you would think. Of course, they're so far ahead of that rate. Let's play around with that. So that's 61 runs away before they clean the clock for batting points. And with a very busy Division 1, no excuse to not finish that off. But let's imagine they do that at about a run a ball where they've been since lunch. So we're looking at 2 overs for the changeover there. That might give them 10 tonight. I'm attracted to that. That's a good thought. I mean, the other option would be bat once and just bat forever. But then you've got to consider follow-ons and the pitch getting better to bat on, which it has here through the season.
Yeah, it's different if you're batting second. If you're batting second, that's the more obvious thing to do. There's less of a onus on you to inject more time into the game. They're scoring so quickly at the moment. 84 runs in 10.4 overs since tea.
Clothed it. Chance in. Taken. Alior off the rope. Makes no mistake. It means that Curran, who was trying to follow in the slipstream of Lawrence and take Organ down to the short boundary as what happened before tea, doesn't get it over the rope and in turn falls after adding 37. That's 390 for 5.
Yeah, it's been a tough day so far for Felix Organ. Picks up his first wicket there. Ali Orr with a catch. Ali Orr was outstanding fielding on the boundary in the Blast game on Friday night. Was often stationed in the busiest areas. Takes a clean catch. But yeah, to the earlier discussion, they are scoring at such a rate that I think they could comfortably race past the 450 mark, get somewhere close to 500 with time left in the day.
Yeah, if you're going to do it, if that was their approach, you'd want to pull out at 450. I think personally, if you're trying to give yourself the best chance for wickets on day one, 450, pull the pin, live a little. I think that would be the best way to maximise their day. So rather than leaving it for 2 or 3 overs at the end, give themselves a proper crack, a proper session. 40 or so minutes, 10 or so overs, but that supposes that they will go to run a ball with a new partnership in here. Of course, Tom Curran can give it a whack with the best of them, and Lawrence is in terrific nick, but 8 men back for Lawrence complicates that a bit as well.
Yeah, Tom Curran's in terrific nick himself.
Yep.
He's been probably alongside his brother, the form Surrey batter in the blast this season. Started brilliantly against Lancashire, 49 of just 20 odd deliveries to get Surrey up to 213 that day. Scored quick runs against Kent as well. Difficult day for Surrey. Curious first-class career for Tom Curran. Played 2 tests.
Just ends a successful over. I just want to acknowledge Felix Organ. He's had to fight hard. Just want to say, celebrate your success. You've picked up Sam Curran. You've got yourself in the book. 390 for 5. Please continue, Yas.
Yeah, played 2 test matches for England in the 17-18 Ashes. Took 76 wickets in 1 season back in 2015 when Surrey were promoted from Division 2 as champions. He's barely played first-class cricket since, so this is just his 7th game in the last 8 seasons. Played 1 game last year, the Notts title decider. Played 2 games in 2024, one of which was that epic game down at Taunton where Curran hit 86 off 75 in the first innings.
Seem to recall he came back and played an important hand. Oh, fully to start. And predictably put away. That's a waist high, no ball, full toss, the whole bit. So that'll be an expensive delivery with Lawrence getting to 209. They'll add a couple more for the extras as well. Messi to start the spell.
So 6 runs without a legal delivery bowled this over.
Sorry, yeah, 6 runs because 2 for the no ball. Of course. Men back everywhere. Which allows him to do just that. He'll want 2, but I don't think he's weighted it quite well enough to bring that on. Lehman does the tidying up.
I was talking to Cam Steel outside just a few minutes ago, and he was saying that one thing that Lawrence has done so well today is that when Hampshire have gone short to him, his judgment of which ball to take on and which ones to duck under has been second to none. You saw it earlier on when Carl Abbott was brought on to try and exert some control. Played him with a lot of respect. So he's chosen his moments really well.
Caught something on the way through. It was that odd situation where the bowler wasn't appealing. But Gita ran down as though it was foretold the finger was following. Tom Curran unmoved. Not out the eventual decision. See it again. One of those that would almost certainly be sent upstairs if we were at a test match to work out what the noise was. Goes again. Oh, that's better.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how long Hampshire keep a field like this to Tom Curran. They started with 2 slips for Sam Curran, but within 12 balls, slips had gone. Boundary riders pretty much everywhere. Conventional field to the older Curran brother at the moment.
Doesn't quite squeeze it through Curran. It was back in 2022, got that 100, that quick 185 balls against Northants in a late season game. So it was one of those where it did change the game down the list. It made sure that Northants were going to find it very difficult to win from where they were, and it just gave Surrey the next week. Of course, they came back home and beat Yorkshire, and that was that. They won the title in the penultimate week. So a man who was capable in both disciplines. the more I think about it, the more I'm keen on what you've said before, Yas. I mean, how bad is the weather? Is the impossible question to answer. And I was a bit off the chat yesterday from Lords on that. By the by, 397 for 5, like trying to play predictor on weather in England. I mean, good luck. Lawrence 210 of those.
Yeah,
But on the assumption that there will be some weather around, and Surrey now finding themselves in the pack, if they can manufacture circumstances where they can get way ahead in the game today, yeah, sure, it might look like they've not been able to completely make the most of what's available to them, making 600 plus, but getting started on 20 wickets in a game where there could be rain after reaching 450, especially if they give themselves a decent slab of time tonight, I'm in, all in. Although in saying that, we've called for declarations at various times, which have where we've not been necessarily aligned with the thinking at the other side of the ground, so that's fine too.
On the weather question, the forecast for Monday was pretty bleak 24 hours ago, but I had a look in a couple of weather apps earlier today. It doesn't look as bad for tomorrow. I think there's a reasonable chance we'll have some time off, but we should get a lot of cricket in tomorrow. Field comes in for the new man, Curran. I think first and foremost, we want to make sure they get that 5th batting bonus point. 52 runs to get. It's not an absolute given that they'll get there.
No. Can't get too far ahead of themselves, but I suppose in the world where Dan Lawrence continues to bat, it would seem implausible with the field spread that way that they're not going to be able to go along at somewhere between 5 and 6 and over, if not quicker, if that is to be their desired finishing point. Well bowled here, Organ.
Yeah, another mark of just how well Lawrence has played the situation in front of him. Since the field has totally spread, he's played within himself a little bit more. When Lawrence has been on strike, you've generally had 8 boundary fielders out of 9.
Misses out there, fraction shorter, picks out backward point. Couple of blokes drop back. They want to see Curran take 1. 10 dots to him so far. And he will. So 2 runs from the over, but an outcome that, in context, Hampshire will be okay with. 399 for 5. It's that quirk of this game taking place before the rest of the round starts as well. But Surrey can make a bit of a dent. Just put a little bit of points table pressure on the rest. I mean, it is plausible that they could jump to the top of the table by the end of this week because of the way that the round is staggered and they're only, 14 points off top at the moment, despite being in 8th spot or something like that?
Yeah, they're 17 points off, so
17
a
points.
win from this point on would guarantee them to be top before everyone else plays next week.
That's a very nice piece of bowling. Just gently away off the seam. But Gita gets a third. 2 came before lunch. And that does get both Curran brothers in the space of about 15 minutes as well. So the job not yet completely done for Surrey. 399 for 6. Brief partnerships ends here, but again, that was very tidily done with an older ball.
Yeah, it's been a good 10 minutes for Hampshire on what has been a very difficult afternoon. Off the wicket of Sam Curran. Been very disciplined to his brother Tom, giving him very little to work with. And they've been rewarded with another wicket, their 6th. And that theoretical bonus point target of 450 looks just a little bit further away. Time not an issue given Surrey's run rate so far. Jordan Clark will be the new man at 8, but given that there's no Sean Abbott involved this week, it's a slightly longer tell for Surrey than usual. with a new ball available in 2.5 overs as well. I think if they can get another one here, then actually 450 will take some work.
Jordan Clark, couple of half centuries this season. One against Notts away and 71 against Leicestershire in that batathon. Also got an important 43 against Essex. And of course, against Hampshire a couple of years ago in this corresponding fixture, a century and a session. So a man who can bat quite the tempo once he's played himself in, of course. But yeah, it might end up being one of those situations where it's not the worst thing in the world that they lost a couple of wickets to just move things along anyway. Still 1 run away from the 4th batting point. Won't come from the first ball to Clark.
No, this is good from Hampshire. Much tighter with their lines since that wicket of Sam Curran. With a more conventional field, the two new batters haven't found it easy to get the scoreboard ticking.
Good movement.
I think we saw that dismissal of Tom Curran. There's still something in this pitch, and it's kind of what makes this Lawrence innings all the more extraordinary. It's not that long ago that Surrey were 98 for 3.
Yeah.
And batting was not easy for the first half of the day by any means. And there's still something in this pitch, even with a ball that's nearly 78 overs old.
And that's the Surrey 400. So Clark single gets Surrey to a 4th batting point on this opening afternoon. Still with more than an hour's play left. They've got themselves into a position. They've earned themselves a position where they can do things on their terms. They've more than laid the foundation on a pitch that's green in colour. Gave the seamers plenty before lunch. But throughout, certainly since his arrival, when Surrey were at that point 53 for 2, it's been defined by the work of Dan Lawrence, who's back on strike for the first time in a couple of overs here. How will he approach it? 8 men back. Happy to get one with an eye to perhaps the next over when you would imagine the spin of Organ might be in operation again. That could be interesting. How will Lawrence take to the task of hitting Organ to the longer boundary, 8 men back? What level of risk is he willing to absorb to try and take him down again from this position? You're giving Clark one if he wants it, and they'll take it. So not yet playing the game within a game, Surrey. So one team's trying to control the strike. The other team, the home team, don't mind quite so much. 402 for 6. Organ will continue. Saying here, what strange record have you broken? We were positing this in relation to Dan Lawrence. By the way, we have had it since confirmed by Andrew Sampson that this is the quickest double 100 at the Oval. So we needed to clarify whether any of the triples had seen a batter get to 200 faster than 172 balls. Neil Fairbrother got there in his triple here in 1990 and 187. So that was the record at this ground for any team. That, of course, was the famous season where the ball was seamless. And the runs, the year of the bat has been... Oh, nice piece of bowling from Felix Organ. I went back and had a reason to go back to the Wisden Cricketers Almanac to look at that write-up in the editor's notes, and it was scathing about how many runs have been scored in 1990.
the last 15 or 20 minutes, Surrey batting with an added degree of responsibility that suggests that their first target is making sure that they absolutely guarantee that 5th batting bonus point. It's been a really interesting season so far. Sorry, 1 win from 6, but as we said, just 17 points of Notts, who are at the top of the table. And actually, if you look at player availability for the rest of the summer, Surrey have got to really fancy their chances of getting a 4th title in 5. Dan Worrell's only played 2 games.
Yep.
Rahul Chahar should be here for the final 7.
It opens it all right up, doesn't it? Especially if there's rain about in other games. The quirk of this game being off kilter is that who knows what the weather will be like around the UK later this week. It's forecast to be pretty bad again.
If you look at Nottinghamshire, Josh Tongue is so important to them, but given the test schedule this summer and how it aligns so closely with the final block of games, he's unlikely to be available for too many games.
Light it up to finish, which means that once again we're seeing the situation where Lawrence is largely starved of the strike. 1 run from it, 403 for 6. Got a couple of these nominations in, by the way, for the weirdest thing. A certificate has this: most participants in a rounders exhibition. 148. That's Matthew in Berkshire, Matthew Preston. Thank you, Matthew. You've got to have that. That's good. That's a clubhouse leader. What have you got something in the back pocket, Yas? Have you done something that's notable for lots of people doing it, or
nothing comes?
Did you see Did you see the thing on Instagram during the week?
Bosch,
the Bosch man,
yeah,
rattling off. Was it the most number of
different options in a Chinese takeaway menu?
Outstanding, Bosch. I saw he posted that he wants to be involved in a. I think I'm right. I think I had this sent to me. I hope I'm not misrepresenting him. That he wants to be involved in some sort of charity cricket game. Do I have the game for him? If you know Mr. Bosch, please direct him to me. I've got a charity game later in the year. We would love to have him involved out there at Wormsley. It's improbable that me doing a shout out on the Surrey stream will reach him, but if it does, you find me, and we will connect the dots and get you. You can open the batting if you want. He'd be an opening batter, wouldn't he? He'd bludgeon it. Gita away from us. It's quite a satisfying name to say, isn't it, Potgita?
Just on how well Hampshire have managed the last 5 overs. Lawrence has only faced 3 deliveries in the last 4.1 overs.
I do wonder whether maybe Surrey should be. This might be the point where they start playing the game as well, because they're being provided the chance to decline singles and take singles from the final 2 balls of the over. It's just so far they've been happy to let the strike not sit with Lawrence. And as I said before, a lot of the time we talk about sort of more creative options when it comes to what Surrey might do on comms that are thoroughly a long away from the thinking in the dressing room. That's fine, of course. Straight drive, beautifully timed. Almost dug it out. It does more than enough. Clark's first boundary. He's 7. 407 for 6 becomes the score. We're halfway through the over. But I do think that if they're also even half an eye towards what we're talking about here, 450, get out, stick him in, try and get a couple tonight, then that would almost certainly require a bit of Dan Lawrence action, therefore trying to game it so that he faces more balls. There's one. We'll get a look here. 5th ball of the over.
So part of the equation recently is that whenever Dan Lawrence is on strike, basically everyone goes back to the boundaries. One fielder in at cover, and the last 3 times Lawrence has been on strike, he's just taken a single.
Yeah, I mean, taking the single, this ball's the right thing for him to do, though, right?
100%.
I don't know whether they're being too conservative here for this one delivery, although in saying that he's picked out cover, the one man in the ring, but he gets essentially 2 chances at picking out a single. This historically would be the ball where you'd bring the field up. Now the world's changed. The cat and mouse milk to strike game has evolved. It's not as straightforward as bring the men in and back your bowler to bowl a dot. That doesn't happen in the way that it used to in quite the same way. But still, there are 8 back, allowing Lawrence to, theoretically at least, make sure he stays on strike. We'll see.
Wouldn't be surprised if he goes short here.
Good ball, important ball. No, just what he wanted. So he will keep the strike for the first time for a while. 4:09 for 6. Daniel Norcross will replace me for the next 8 overs or thereabouts. With Dan Lawrence in that half an hour, registering the fastest double century in first-class history here at the Oval. Catch you in a bit.
80 overs gone, so Hampshire will be presented with the option of taking the second new ball. And it looks like they will take it. Carl Abbott will come into the attack. 19 overs, none for 68 so far.
Newy time.
It looks like it.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure they would have done it, a while back, but now I think they've got to. Having taken those wickets in a bit of a flurry after that massive partnership, a few wickets have fallen since tea. And of course, the effect of it is it slows down Dan Lawrence. It sends the field back and makes it difficult for him to access the boundaries.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be thinking of doing anything out of the ordinary at the moment with Jordan Clark in. Potentially changes if Lawrence was accompanied by a genuine tail ender at the other end.
The new ball has been taken.
So slightly different field with the new ball. There are 2
yes.
slips.
Oh, yes.
Which is very exciting.
Isn't it? Still got quite a lot of protection. There's a long on, a long off, a deep cover, a deep backward point, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and a long leg. But 2 slips. Over to you, Jordan Clark. Have you done what you needed to do with that? Do I need to send it to you, do I? Well, we're talking about records, aren't we? I mean, I held my school's triple jump record.
Really?
Yeah. For 1 minute.
I'm genuinely astonished by that. Were you the first person at your
No,
school to do the triple
no,
jump?
I was all right at the triple jump. Yeah, I was young once,
I
Yas.
want to see you do the triple jump.
You won't see me do it now. I'd probably tear my Achilles tendon instantly.
End of season drinks. That's when you're going to take it out.
Yeah. Patterson went past me by 5 centimetres straight after I'd done it. Got the silver medal. Very annoying. But I have actually been part of a world record that just wasn't verified. Oh, that's good, Lee, because it costs quite a bit to verify it. You've got to get the people out from Guinness World Records. So I did the Barbie Army Christmas sit-down lunch at the Palladium in Melbourne this year. 1,500 people for a sit-down Christmas lunch. The largest mass Christmas lunch ever. And I was the host alongside Yozza, who was playing on a Casio Tone MT40 series of carols to doggerel lyrics. Edged, gone. The new ball does the trick. Clark goes, and Surrey are in danger here of not getting to 450. And those 5 batting points. Good bowling. Good bowling. This is not Felix Organ, by the way. You may see on the screen there. It is actually Kyle Abbott. And bowling manfully. And what is this, his 5th spell of the day? He bowled straight after tea, didn't have much luck. Then they've held him back for the new ball, and he'd struck with it straight away. Good delivery, catching the edge. Jordan Clark's bat. And now they are down to the bowlers. Matt Fisher can more than hold a bat, but thereafter, Taylor and Topley, you wouldn't say batting is their main strength. Surrey still 40 runs away from that 5th batting point, which they will have been eyeing up. Good, healthy edge in the channel. Comfortably taken by Brown. And This bizarre lopsided innings continues to confound, doesn't it? Daniel Lawrence, 214 not out. Ollie Pope, 76. No one else more than Dom Sibley's 39.
Yeah, and sorry, 20 for 3 over the last 5.5 overs. Hampshire, after a very, very difficult afternoon in the dirt, chasing leather.
Surprised they're not celebrating a bit more there, because it brings that day in the dirt closer to its conclusion, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. And now, we were saying previously that Dan Lawrence was very, very content just taking the singles that were presented to him. I do wonder now if he changes the way he's been playing for the last 25 minutes, where he's been starved of the strike. He's barely faced a ball. I think it's 5 balls in the last 5.5 overs.
I think with Fisher it might be a little different, because, I mean, we've seen him bat pretty well for Surrey in previous knocks. It's a decent average for somebody batting down at number 10. He's nearly got 1,000 first-class runs. He's batting at 9 today. That highest score against Leicestershire of 88. And he played some important innings last year from memory. Really important supportive roles at the back end. Three slips in place.
I think seeing Abbott start with the new ball is a good reminder of how difficult it was in the first session with the new ball. And Surrey, through predominantly Sibley, to be fair, his 39 of 102 did such a good job to ensure that the middle order of Lawrence and Pope had a proper platform to start their innings on.
Oh, has he got the edge again? He has. 2 wickets in 3 balls. Fisher goes for a duck. And it's looking increasingly likely that Surrey are going to have a crack here at Hampshire before close of play. 410 for 8 now.
It's really good, simple bowling from Kyle Abbott. I say simple because the plan is quite straightforward, but the execution is exemplary. Just holding his line just outside the off stump, forcing the batter to play. And twice in 3 balls, he's got the ball to kiss the outside edge of a Surrey batter, and he's picked up 2.
This one a little bit wider perhaps than the one that took Jordan Clark. I think Matt Fisher just early in his innings trying to get his feet moving, and look back on that and think maybe I didn't need to play at that. So we see it again. I think you'll see what I mean here. It's just that little bit wider. He's not really forced to play at that. He's got a big stride out and maybe a little unlucky to get tiny little edge because the ball didn't do a great deal, but it's got decent carry through to the keeper. And now, I think you're right, with James Taylor coming to the wicket, I think we are going to see Dan Lawrence either do that thing where he's got to play out 4 balls and then try and find boundaries off the last couple, or just try and find the boundary. And the form he's in here, I wouldn't put it past him just to take on the outfield. The bowling from the Vauxhall end, the shorter boundary would be on his leg side, which he does like to access, doesn't mind moving his feet and getting across beyond off stump. Edged and flies away down to the boundary for 4. Handy boundary that, 414 for 8. 2 wickets in the over for Kyle Abbott. It's not Felix Organ, just a reminder. It is Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, very close to a 3rd wicket in the over. They brought in an extra slip, just evades him. 4 useful runs for Surrey.
Are we in useful run territory?
I think so, when you're 36 runs away from the next bonus point with only 2 wickets.
I think so. I think that we're not in handy run territory, we're in useful run territory. Yeah.
What's the next level? Vital.
Vital. Yeah. I think we're sort of beyond that when you're on 414 for 8.
Then what's above that? Life support runs?
Yeah, it is really. Yeah. Right. Now, no surprise here. Field spreads. It's going to be Sonny Baker from the Vauxhall end. Bowled a lengthy spell of short-pitched bowling from the Pavilion end. The field has spread. Everybody is out. I mean, I could name them all, but let's just put it this way. There's 8 men on the boundary and 1 15 yards in from the boundary, and then there's a bowler and a keeper. And they're forming a lovely circle as Baker's going to hurtle himself in. And Lawrence, as you can see from that, is going to aim for the onside. Sonny Baker is going to try and hide that outside his off stump, try and get it to swing away. The thick edge down to a sort of very fine deep third is on, as is the thwack over deep mid wicket.
Yeah, with Lawrence batting from the pavilion end to that shorter leg side boundary, there's almost no line that is safe. He is able to get right across his stumps and hit almost anything through the leg side if he wants to.
He's going to take the run? No, he's not going to take the run. So we're into this phony war. Phil says he was part of the Morris dancing side who danced at the bottom of Redcar Potash Pit, 3,700 feet underground. Deepest ever Morris dance.
I think people are making things up.
Do you think so? I mean, that is a long way underground. It's 1,233 yards. That's 3/4 of a mile underground. Morris dancing. Could be dangerous at that depth. What's the equivalent of the bends for Morris dancers? Oof. A potash pit at that.
I'm looking for evidence online that this actually happened.
Redcar. Redcar Potash Pit.
I feel like if this did
Morris
happen,
dance. You
there'd
think
be
it would be
something on the internet about
Do you
it.
think? I mean, it would be notable, wouldn't it? Something as daring as that is not going to go unreported.
Unless it's happening in the pre-internet age.
Well, there's a good chance of that, like a lot of Morris dancing did. Interesting. Let's let that go. So he said to Hampshire, okay, bring your field in. Now I'm going to have a go. Sonny Baker, though, has got 2 short balls up his sleeve here in this over if he wants to use them now. You fancy he will. They'll keep long leg and deep square leg back. And then the field will come in a slightly stately fashion. Oh, no, deep square's coming in. Interesting. So encouraging the thwack. I'm going to see a slip. There's going to be a very deep gully. A backward point. Cover extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg. It's a bit of an under-11s field, this, isn't it? Which is unusual field to have when someone's bowling at near 90 miles an hour with a new ball. But these aren't normal times. Surrey are 414 for 8 in 81.4 overs. Nothing about today's been normal. Now, where's that gone? He's just squeezed it up and over. He'd love to get 3 for it. Fielder might just let it go. No, he hasn't let it go, but it's a curious move there. But I thought the smart move might have been just to let it dribble onto the boundary. But eagerness to impress the coach has got the better of the fielder there, and all to no avail anyway, as Lawrence picks up 4 more. Moves Surrey to within 32 of an increasingly unlikely 5th bonus point. Not really where he intended. So what does he do here now, Yas? Does he go for the boundary, or does he try to manufacture a single from somewhere?
I think it depends on. I think he's going to play it on merit. I think he's going to have a degree of trust in James Taylor's defence. I don't think it's the end of the world at all by any means if he doesn't get that single.
Shadows suddenly appearing from the floodlights, actually. The lights just filled in a touch. Now then, I think this could be gone. It is. And that is the end of Dan Lawrence. It's the end of a scintillating knock. 218. He's looking to access the boundary. Didn't get quite enough on it with a little flick near the bottom of the bat. He looks at his bat reproachfully as the Hampshire fielders very sportingly come and punch gloves and tap him on the back, let him know that that was quite a knock. He scored more than half of Surrey's runs, a lot more than half since he walked out there to bat. He's at times been just unbowlable at today. His highest first-class score, and anybody here to witness it will have had the most terrific time. It's been a brilliant, brilliant innings. 4s and 6s all round the ground. 218 coming in, 190 balls, 31 4s, 5 towering 6s. He's never at any stage let the Hampshire bowlers settle, but he's going to have to go now. And Surrey, well, they're on the brink. They're 9 down. We're going to see Hampshire bat later today. That might be the perfect thing for Surrey. I'm just a little bit concerned about the light, Yas. It's okay at the moment, but it's sort of come from nowhere, isn't it? So we see that again, just reaching for ball outside the off stump, trying to favour the leg side because it's the shorter boundary with the field up. But Sonny Baker, good bowling, hiding it out there, and a well-judged catch from Organ. He realised instantly, just needed to backpedal. But 218 out of 418. What an innings.
Came in at 53 for 2 in the 18th over. Put on a true masterclass. Now, I think Surrey, if they don't get to 450, there'll be a degree of disappointment there, but I don't think they'll mind what they've seen over the last 13 balls with the second new ball from Hampshire. Carry's been good, bit of nip off the seam.
Makes you think, this is fling back, score runs or get out. Either works fine for the territory, isn't it? So I wouldn't say no to 10 overs. 10 overs at Hampshire with the newie. Yep, and that's the way he's going to go. It's not necessarily Reece Topley's game. It is always rather fun watching a 6'7" non-batting tail-ender come out to bat.
I think Reece Topley, more than any other professional cricketer, makes bats look so small.
Him and Jason Holder. I think Jason Holder has a habit of making bats look small. Maybe you should get a bigger bat. Oh, yes. That's absolutely perfect outcome for him. Thick inside edge. Gets him underway. His dad was in earlier today. He's headed off to Merchant Taylor's School to commentate on Essex against Middlesex. I don't know whether that started yet.
Yeah, Middlesex, 77 for 6, chasing 177.
Middlesex? Really? What, statistically the second worst team in the history of T20 worldwide?
Who's the worst?
The Zimbabwe national team. Oh, yes.
It's their favourite area.
Well, they're scurrying and they're scampering, and there will therefore be an enormous amount of fun because numbers 10 and 11 aren't always renowned for being the best runners between the wickets. So this is going to be fun to watch. Yeah, I think we asked Andrew Sampson to do this. I can't remember what our cut-off point. It might have been like 50 matches. So you took into account every team around the world that has played 50 or more properly sanctioned men's T20 games. And Middlesex's win-loss ratio was second worst, with just Zimbabwe's national team behind them. Edged, gone. That's the end of the innings. Topley goes. Abbott gets his third. Surrey have been bowled out for 421. They've lost their last 7 wickets for 58 runs, which will be a bit of a disappointment. They passed 400 with 4 wickets in hand. They've lost the last 4 for 11. But, as Yas Rana has said, they may not have got their 5th batting point, but they have seen the ball do a fair bit. It did a fair bit with the first new ball, did a fair bit with the second new ball, and really, who knows, it might have done a lot more if it hadn't been for a partnership of 255 as we see that edge fly through and well taken by Lehman at third slip. But yeah, today has been kind of skewed because batting has looked really hard for everybody except Lawrence and Pope with a Surrey record 4th wicket partnership against Hampshire of 255. No other partnership above 45. And today has all been about Daniel Lawrence and that quite staggering 218. You see it there, brilliantly supported by Ollie Pope. That when Pope went off the last ball of a Baker over when they were just banging the ball in short, got a little glove through. Sam Curran came out with a cameo of 20, but the batting lineup folded after that. Before then, Dom Sibley's 39 was crucial in just seeing off the potency of that first new ball and blunting Hampshire's enthusiasm after they won the toss and elected to bowl first. But amidst all of it, there is one towering, staggering achievement. Daniel Lawrence's highest first-class score, an innings of brilliance, the fastest double hundred by a Surrey player at the Oval, at the second fastest double hundred by a Surrey player, full stop. Narrowly missing out on that to Kevin Peterson. A quite brilliant knock. And there are the bowling figures. Kyle Abbott, the evergreen Kyle Abbott, turns 39 in 11 days' time. 3 for 76 for him, mopping up the tail. Sonny Baker, who bowled with great pace and invention at various points when the Surrey batters were getting after him, 2 for 82. Podgita, 3 for 83, was a little bit loose on occasion. Fuller, 15 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 74. Now, the two spinners, Organ and Prest, conceded 84 between them. Organ did get the important wicket of Sam Curran out, and his eyes lit up and pulled one to deep mid-wicket. But he'd taken a bit of tap before that, notably in his first over when Dan Lawrence just went for him like an angry cat onto a mouse. That's the match situation. We're going to take a short break. We will be back in about 7 minutes' time. Hampshire having won the toss, electing to bowl. Bowled out Surrey for 421. Been thrills and spills, and now we've got a lovely little mini session to take us through to the end of the first day to see how Surrey's bowlers can use that new ball.
Sterling side, led by captain number 17, Rory Burns. With their side trained by 421 Hampshire's opening batters for their first innings.
Welcome back, one and all. As you can see, the creases have been marked, the pitch has been rolled, the players back out there. This game has gone at an unbelievable pace. At tea, Surrey were 304 for 3. 117 runs, 7 wickets later. Hampshire are now batting on our first ball in conjunction with Stadium Support Services is going to be bowled by Matt Fisher, who has been released by England. Release the Fisher. He's been sent back to Surrey, and he may well relish this little mini session here. He could bowl as many as 6 overs if he's up to it, feels like it. Here he is, first ball. There's a bit of movement there straight away. We've seen actually both new balls have done a bit. It's hard to tell. Cam Steele's alongside me. When you see someone score 218, you think, this must be a pretty good pitch. But then I point out that Ollie Pope 76, no one else got over Dom Sibley's 39. And my impression of today is actually that partnership spooked Hampshire, knocked them off their lengths. It was really proactive. They didn't bowl as well as they would have liked, a lot of them. But it looks to me like there's enough in this pitch to encourage the bowlers. Nice carry through to the keeper.
Good afternoon, Dan.
Good afternoon. Ollie Pope with the gloves. Does he practice it much? I mean, he's often called into these situations, not least by England.
Does when he needs to. When he knows he's going to be doing it either in a T20 or in a 4-day game, he goes through the exact same drills as Ben Folkes and Jamie Smith do with our gaffer, Alex Stewart. And now Nick Pothas, who's on the coaching staff.
Oh,
Putting
great.
the keepers through their paces.
Well, actually, we need more wicket keepers in the coaching staff, don't we? Because we've got so many wicket keepers out there. Oh, that's climbed so much. See Albert getting his gloves out of the way of that as it climbed through to Pope.
But of course, many plaudits to Ollie Pope and Dan Lawrence. Dan Lawrence in particular. Most ludicrous innings I think I've ever seen.
Oh, that's a big call.
At the Oval, certainly the most ludicrous. And also Dom Sibley, a 39 but important 39. Did the hard yards early. Got Kyle Abbott into his 2nd, 3rd and 4th spells, and that makes a huge difference.
So I don't think it's the worst thing in the world for Surrey to be bowling now. The way they were batting, it was almost as if they were looking to get 450 and declare. Now, they didn't get to 450, and that will be a bit of a disappointment, but from where they were at. But 421 feels well above par. For a first day at the Oval, we know that that's well above par. The speed at which they've done that, with a slightly iffy weather forecast for tomorrow, just gives them a chance. Get the lacquer off that ball. If they could get the full 11 overs in tonight, maybe pick up a wicket or two, they'll come back with a lovely fresh bowlers and a good hard ball. It's kind of worked out quite nicely, you'd think.
Certainly has. Look, let's not get past the fact that Surrey have left a point on the table, but I wouldn't have been surprised if they had pulled out anyway, had they got to that 5th batting point.
It felt like that, didn't it? It felt like they've really assessed the situation. No disrespect to Hampshire, but they are at the bottom of the table. Surrey tend to look up, not down. They know that they want a lot of points off this game. If the weather isn't going to be kind to them, they're going to have to be a bit proactive. So, end of that first over, a little bit not wayward from Fisher. He's not quite got that straight enough to cause Albert too many problems. It'll bring the left-handed Gubbins onto strike. And do you know what? It's going to be Tom Curran with the new ball. I say change of bowling, but we're going to have it anyway, because when Surrey bowlers bowl, this is what we do. It's powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability. Together, there is only one way to get sustainability happening, and that is by doing it together. You can't do it on your own, Cam. Togetherness is what this is all about.
Much like bowling and supporting your bowler in the field.
Brilliant. You're just a natural at this.
Marketing.
No, I meant the segue,
Oh.
the broadcasting segue. So this is going to be slightly unfamiliar figure these days of Tom Curran with a red ball. The eagle-eyed of you there would have noticed that Tom Curran, maybe we can get that caption up again, he's on 199 wickets. His first 100 wickets came relatively early on in his career, averaging touch under 30. Hasn't played a lot of red ball cricket for a while. He's being capped by England, of course. I saw him play at the MCG, I think it was, back in 2017. When, irksomely for him, I think he got David Warner out bowled off a no ball. Yeah, those are tough moments. Bowlers never forget those. Phil Tufnell was talking about the time he got Gary Kirsten absolutely plumb on the back leg when he was on 35 in South Africa on a very hot day. Bowled a no ball. Kirsten went on to get 275. Brutal. Gubbins is underway there. Trademark left-handers flick off the pads. How difficult is this going to be for Tom Curran? It's such a totally different skill from the one that he's been honing so successfully with white ball cricket. Having to remember again, hard length, county length, top of off.
Well, a couple of things. You never lose it. And Tom Curran practices with a red ball fairly regularly. Even when in white ball practice, every now and then he'll get a red ball out. A lot of the skills stay the same.
Well, that's in the channel, but Gubbins not tempted. Decent pace, getting up to around 80 miles an hour.
I mean, plenty of batters from 2012 to 2016-17 period will have nightmares over what Tom Curran was doing back then.
Yeah, well, it's what forced him into the England red ball team. Honing in on the pads there. And that pace just up a little bit more now to 81.
I was saying before that the inclusion of both Currans, Will Jacks, just brings an extra element of competitiveness.
Yeah.
They are three of the most competitive blokes I've ever met. Especially Tom when he's got the ball in his hand.
They compete over everything.
Everything.
Oh, I say. That one's just left Gubbins. Threw quite low to Pope. It's not going to be an easy surface for him to keep on, you feel, today. So what are we talking, like, darts, pool, everything? We're going into the sort of, especially the sibling rivalry nature of it as well.
Oh, yes. And I'd add Dan Lawrence to that category as well. Between those four, they just go into battle every time they do anything.
I like
That's probably
that.
why they're so good.
I want more battle.
There we go.
Oh, I say. I don't know how many times I've seen Matt Fisher with a red ball for Surrey bowl that ball and not take the edge.
Actually quite well played by Toby Albert in the end, just holding his line. Not letting his bat go on the rails.
Just a little. Ooh.
He played very well a couple of years ago down at Utilita Bowl, getting 100. It was slow, but did the job for Hampshire. I think they got past 500 against us.
And that squeezed its way through. Shouldn't make it to the boundary. An eager chase will keep them to 2. He might have got a third there, but really good scurrying fielding.
He's an interesting character, Toby Albert. I played I played a twos game for Hampshire when I was on loan there, a number of twos games with Toby Albert. He's had operations on both of his knees as an 18, 19-year-old and has to do hours of gym work every other day, just to get on the park. And he's had a good start to his career at Hampshire.
And he's not a bowler, so yeah.
I can't remember what it was from, but I know it's taken a lot for him to get back on the park. It was when he was just coming to the end of his years in the academy, didn't get signed because of the injury, or not because of the injury, but at the critical moment, he wasn't able to get on the park. But he's worked really hard, and his game has gone from strength to strength. He played well the other night in the T20. And he's found himself at the top of the order. It's the tough stuff.
Still a bit of shape there, isn't there, for Fisher? He's starting that quite straight, but then it's just holding its line. You wonder what Matt Fisher could have done at Lord's this week. The sort of pitch you think might have really suited him.
I suppose there's some games that you're happy to miss out on and others you're not.
Yes.
SCG was one of them.
Yes.
Lords, not so much. You're never happy to miss out on a game, but...
No, well, I would think for the bowlers, there have been a few that Surrey have had to play at, likes of Hove and Edgbaston in recent years, that have mostly had to be played by poor old James Taylor, who never really gets the rub of the green. He might have a bit more fun with this surface, I fancy, and he may bowl an over or two before the close of play tonight. Hampshire's slow over 8 means that we're going late here. We've still got about half an hour to go after this ball, so looking at finishing around about 10 to 7 tonight. It's nicely played, but I think of a run. Oh my word, if that had been a direct hit, it could have been very close. It was a bit of an edgy run, but they get away with it. Means Albert will keep strike. 3 overs gone, 5 without losses in reply to Surrey's dynamic 421. Dan Lawrence fueled as we see that again. The throw comes in, and well, he would have been home. Would have been home. It was a tight run. I'm off. It's scampi and chips for me. Colo's going to take you through the close of play with Cam Steel. You back tomorrow, Cam?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. Well, we'll see you Wednesday.
Enjoy your scampi and chips. Thank you, Dan Norcross. Tom Curran is going to continue from the pavilion end. Welcome back, Adam Collins.
Thanks, Cam. Yeah, lights on here at the Oval. Bad light might be a factor between now and the close of play. 4 waiting catches. Dispatched. That was the ball for the shot. Or the shot for the ball. More to the point. Just set up for him, didn't it?
Nicely played by Toby Albert. Giving the ball what it deserved, just lifting that over a tall Topley at point. Kept his composure.
I wanted to ask you about bad light, actually, given it's been a little bit of a... That's swung plenty, albeit after passing the stumps. A talking point in context of the ICC meeting last week, which has opened the door to a trial for the pink ball to be brought in when there's floodlights on, and the red ball has been deemed not bright enough to continue, which isn't that unusual in the UK. I think sometimes in this debate, and I'm very keen for your opinion, people can be very, very quick. That's tucked fine enough that it'll give Matt Fisher some work to do. Diving stop, they had a couple. It's very easy to say, oh, get on with it. Play the game. It's not that hard. Do it. Just always mindful that, as the lights are now fully on here, by the way, they were half on, now they're fully on, for the player's perspective, just how much more difficult it is when it's getting dark and the lights are on and it's a red ball, or indeed a dark red ball as it is in the UK. The degree of difficulty, how it ratchets up for the fielders out there. Because I'll tell you what, that part of the conversation has been missing for a while. Keen for your thoughts on that.
The degree of difficulty goes up a lot. And I would say more so in the field than for batters, bowlers, keepers.
Yep.
I have always found that the Oval's a tricky seeing ground from square.
Okay.
So a bit of it depends on which ground you're at.
Bold.
But it is tricky. And actually, the pink ball games that I have played, that doesn't make much of a difference. It's still hard to see a pink ball under lights. The depth perception for it, for me, was terrible.
Okay.
And particularly in a twilight period, was really, really tough. And actually played in a game for Durham against Warwickshire, where Jonathan Trott got hundreds in both innings.
Keeps it down, sneaks it through, 4 more. So the current over bookended with boundaries for Albert, 15 for none.
Yeah, where Jonathan Trott got hundreds in both innings, but each time when the twilight period came on and it was pink ball, lights on, he could barely see it. Was going back to full balls as the umpires are just about to come together and discuss light here.
I'm not surprised, to be honest. Yeah, I think the pink ball has been the innovative solution in the last 10 years when floodlights are sufficient in different parts of the world. So, I mean, I think that's how would you say, it's like a known, right? We know it's harder with the pink ball, but we accept it. But the red ball under lights, I think sometimes we undermine just how tricky it is for professional cricketers at this level. It is different to playing on a Saturday or a Sunday when you've got guys hitting and bowling. The ball's moving quicker, right? It's just fundamentally a different sport at the elite level.
Yeah, it's far more nuanced, of course, but there has to be... Cricket does have an issue with rain and light, and that's obvious. So there needs to be some sort of solution to get more play in so that everyone's not just sitting around at random times.
I felt from them a little bit at Lord's yesterday, like the idea that they were meant to know exactly when the rain was going to come and not come. I mean, that's capricious, right? It's the nature of the beast. That, I mean, for all the rain apps and whatever else, there is a degree of volatility to it, and there is a reason why the ground staff, in conjunction with the umpires and with the captains, go through a process, right? This isn't sort of like a random, stick your finger in the air and guess. They have a process they go through, and that's with the player's safety in mind. I think that's, like, again, sometimes lost a little bit in all of this.
I quite like it when ex-players come out and say, just get on with it, like you said. Like when David Milan was saying they should use pink ball just as he's retired from red ball cricket.
Look, I don't mind the pink ball fix for times of day like this, only because we have accepted that compromise as a sport. Like we've done that. That hurdle's been cleared, what was it, nearly 12 years ago, 11, 12 years ago. So I'm okay with that, accepting that it would change the conditions of the game. But the conditions of the game are kind of changing all the time, are they not? Like, you can be unlucky when you walk out to bat when it's a bit dark and, bit of water in the air and the ball's hooping around, or you can get lucky and it can be...
Well, you lose a toss.
You can lose a toss, quite. The ultimate bad luck, if on the wrong day, lose a toss, stuck in on a green one. That's, again, built into the expectations of what cricket is, a game that is laden with luck. I mean, it's such a difficult sport for most people, most of the time. I must say, though, I'm less happy with the subsequent statement we saw coming out of some reporting. I'm not saying this has been confirmed, but saying that in test matches where they will trial the pink ball, that the entirety of those test matches would use the pink ball. No way. We can't be having day test matches with pink balls.
Why not?
I mean, like, we can't be making that concession, right? I think that's too much of a give.
But then you can't, in my opinion, you can't then make an equal playing field.
Let's work on, forget about day-night test cricket. Day test cricket I'm talking about here.
If you're getting a new ball,
yep,
when the lights come on in this scenario, then that's unfair.
Yeah, that's what they're going to trial. A ball of a similar age. So if it's a 10 over ball, then a 10 over pink ball, or whatever it is. And then go back to the red one as soon as light's suitable again on either the next morning, or, I mean, sometimes bad light in Sydney kicks in at about midday. And then I shouldn't pick on Sydney, but, it's hard not to with what's happened in the last 5 years, last 20 years with Sydney Test cricket and the bad luck that's followed them. Well bowled to finish.
Sydney Test cricket? You mean grade cricket?
Quite, yeah. Good pick up there. 17 for none. Did you ever play club cricket in Sydney?
I did. I played a season for Eastern Suburbs
Oh,
Dolphins.
right. Fun.
Loved it. I fortunately got injured in January and had to come back.
Is that Sam Robson's?
Sam Robson's
Yep,
club.
yep.
Angus Robson as well. Brad Haddon played a fair bit. Dave Warner when he was a kid. But they do take it seriously out there.
Oh, yeah. So Tom Curran, who knows Sydney well, having played many seasons in the Big Bash at the Sixers. Or so they're named at the moment. Who knows what's going to happen to the Big Bash?
Yes.
In
I
the-
actually
in
spent
the
a lot
years
of
to
time
come.
with TC
Yep.
when he was at the Sixers that year. That's when I was out in Sydney, and we would often get down to Bondi at 5:30 in the morning.
Lovely. Bit of beach work.
Real good stuff. Yeah, I mean, his rig's a lot better than mine is, especially now that I've stopped playing.
Does that cross your mind? How do you maintain the physical discipline when there's no one measuring your skin folds and that type of thing?
It has crossed my mind. it's a big issue of mine. Guilt-free beers as well as...
Yeah. Curran misses down leg.
Tidy take from Ollie Pope.
Yeah.
He is good behind the stumps.
It's that funny old world where the England keeper doesn't keep for Surrey. And by that I mean, of course, Jamie Smith. Folks obviously would be. Now we've got the umps together again. I'm pretty certain that'll be the close. Yep. That's, well, it won't be formally the close. We'll go through the motions. But bad light will stop play. There won't be an early wicket for Surrey, having made 421. They lost a clump of wickets after tea, but that all followed the Daniel Lawrence masterpiece. 218 from 190 balls, which more than held things together. That partnership of 255 with Ollie Pope was an absolute gem, predominantly through the middle session of play. And now after just 5.2 overs, we're still 5.4 remaining on the clock, but at 6:30 local time, it's going to take a fair bit for the light to improve to get them back on, Cam Steel.
Well navigated by Toby Albert and Nick Gubbins. Albert 14, Gubbins on 3. Always tricky coming out when the lights are on at the end of the first day after chasing a fair bit of leather thanks to Ollie Pope and then the ridiculous Dan Lawrence. He's been the man of the day, and the boys shall wait for him to... Nope, they've not waited for him wherever he is.
We will just pause here, I think, after we've gone through the card, just quickly to get a quick snapshot of where things are at. If by chance you've only joined our broadcast at 6:30, maybe you've been playing yourself somewhere off the field, checking in the scores, going around the grounds. Well, there's only one ground to go to. The only game of championship cricket in town is the one at the Keir Oval. Surrey 421. The number on that screen that matters most, Dan Lawrence, the highest score in his career, the fastest double 100 in first-class cricket ever at this ground, reaching that landmark in 172 balls. The partnership aforementioned of 255 with Pope. Hampshire, for the most part, stuck to the task as well. Either side of that stand taking consistent wickets to give themselves an opportunity tonight and reaching what will likely be stumps at 17 for none, trailing by 404. So for Surrey, they'll feel like, of course, job well done, albeit one batting point left out there, but having been sent in and having at one stage been 98 for 3 just after lunch when Dom Sibley, as you can see there, made 39, and later base before lunch, just after lunch as well. They've got themselves into a very strong position to move the game forward a long way tomorrow too.
Well, do yourselves a favour tonight and watch some highlights from Dan Lawrence's innings. He has put his side in a wonderful position. Some of the shots he played today were absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah, there's no other word for it. Ludicrous. A brilliant performance. We haven't formally been told that it stumps here, but what we'll do is we'll pause on the coverage and we will update you when stumps are formally called in what I imagine will be a few minutes from now. But what I'll do now, because I assume most of you will quite wisely jump off the stream, I'll thank you for your your company. That's the word I'm looking for. Thank you for your company on this long first day, a day with plenty of highlights, and we will, of course, be back either very shortly to tell you it's all over. Very small chance we'll be back for more cricket, but either way, most certainly just before play at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Have a good night.
Good evening for anyone still here waiting for some cricket tonight. I'm afraid I've got bad news for you. The day has now been called off with Hampshire 17 for no wicket in response to Surrey's 421. So, yeah, that is the end of your cricket for the day from the Kia Oval. Thanks so much to everyone who has been watching. Do join us again tomorrow morning, about 11:15, live on YouTube for day 2 of Surrey versus Hampshire in the Rothesay County Championship. Until then, a very good evening.